Elder Soren had moved to the center of the dais, raising his hands for silence. The murmur of conversation gradually died away as attention turned to the elder. Cal observed the faces in the crowd. Some eager, others calculating, a few bored. The Academy's political factions were all well represented, each hoping to gain some advantage from the new saint. Esteemed colleagues, honored guests, cherished students, Soren began. We gather today in celebration of a momentous occasion, the selection and anointment of a new saint. Standard opening, unchanged across hundreds of loops. Cal could have recited the entire speech from memory, having heard various versions of it each time a new saint was presented. As many of you are aware, Soren continued, Headmaster Monroe is currently engaged in matters of great importance that have called him away from the Academy. He has authorized me to lead this ceremony in his absence, with the full endorsement of the Council of Elders. The careful phrasing drew a slight smile from Cal. Matters of great importance was certainly one way to describe being trapped in a painting. The politics of the Academy demanded that Monroe's absence be presented as intentional rather than concerning, at least publicly. Traditionally, this ceremony marks the transfer of responsibility from one generation to the next, Soren continued. It is a time of continuity, of honoring the past while embracing the future. But today's ceremony is unique in ways that none of us could have anticipated. The elder turned slightly to look directly at Tomas, who stood at the front of the gathering, dressed in the elaborate ceremonial robes of a saint. The boy appeared composed, though Cal detected a slight tension in his posture. The Blue Sun has not only chosen a new saint from among our candidates, but has blessed us with one unlike any before. Saint Tomas comes to us not from the noble houses that have traditionally supplied our sainthood, nor from the monastic orders that prepare lifelong disciples. He comes to us from the heart of the common people, from the very villages our order is sworn to protect. A murmur rippled through the crowd at this explicit acknowledgement of Tomas's humble origins. It was a political move on Soren's part, reframing what might be seen as a disadvantage into a symbolic strength. The elder had always been skilled at narrative manipulation. In the sacred chamber of the cerulean spire, St. Tomas demonstrated a resonance with the Blue Sun's energy that exceeded our measuring formation's capabilities. Soren declared, his voice rising. Where other candidates absorbed what they could safely contain, the Blue Sun itself increased the flow of energy to St. Tomas by 300%, and still he showed no sign of strain. We have consulted the ancient texts, the oracle pools, and the memory crystals of our predecessors, Soren continued. All signs point to the same conclusion. St. Tomas will usher in a new era for our order, a time of transformation and renewal that will strengthen our sacred mission to protect this world from the corruption of the Red Sun. Cal's eyes narrowed slightly at that. In previous loops, similar statements had been made about Leyland or Eric, but they always felt like traditional rhetoric rather than specific prophecy. Something in Soren's tone suggested he genuinely believed Tomas's selection marked a significant shift. And now, the elder concluded, gesturing expansively, it is my honor to present Saint Tomas, who will address us all and bestow the blessing of the Blue Sun upon this gathering. As Tomas reached the steps leading up to the platform, something changed. He paused, his body suddenly rigid. For a moment, he stood frozen in place, as if listening to something no one else could hear. Then, without warning, he collapsed. Gasps erupted from the crowd as Tomas fell to his knees, his face contorted in what appeared to be pain. His eyes rolled back, showing only whites, and his limbs began to shudder violently. Several attendees moved forward instinctively to help, but Elder Soren raised a hand, stopping them. "Stay back," he commanded. "The saint is receiving a vision from the Blue Sun." The seizure continued for nearly a minute. Tomas's body jerked and twisted, his breathing coming in harsh gasps. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth, and a thin trickle of blood ran from his nose. Cal watched intently, his mind racing. This was unexpected. In previous loops, when either Leyland or Eric had been chosen, they never received visions during their presentation ceremony. Typically, the Blue Sun's communications came later, in private, after they had settled into their role. A public vision, occurring during a formal ceremony, was unprecedented. Something had changed. Something significant. What was the Blue Sun trying to tell him? Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Gradually, Tomas's convulsions subsided. His breathing steadied, and awareness returned to his eyes. With visible effort, he pushed himself back to his feet, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. The pavilion was utterly silent now, hundreds of people watching in stunned anticipation. Tomas took a deep breath, then climbed the remaining steps to the dais. When he spoke, his voice carried a new authority, resonant and clear despite his recent seizure. "The Blue Sun has granted me a vision," he announced, his gaze sweeping across the gathered audience. "1 week from today, the Blue Sun Academy will march against the Red Sun Academy. We will destroy the forces of corruption and bring peace to this world." Silence held for a heartbeat, then erupted into chaos. Some members of the audience cheered, their faces alight with righteous enthusiasm. Others looked troubled, exchanging concerned glances at the prospect of imminent conflict. The elders on the dais had varying reactions: surprise, confusion, and in some cases, clear alarm. Cal kept his expression carefully neutral, though internally his thoughts were racing. This declaration was wildly premature. In previous loops, the Blue Sun's command to attack the Red Sun Academy always came later, usually 4 weeks into the Saints' tenure, not immediately after their presentation. And it was never announced publicly in this manner. A week was barely enough time to prepare. Worse, it would allow Red Sun spies, and there were always spies, to warn their academy. By the time the Lightweavers arrived, Hiron and his elders would be fully prepared for the assault. Such a frontal attack was doomed to failure. Cal had tried similar approaches in early loops, only to be decisively defeated each time. It was only through careful planning, strategic positioning, and the element of surprise that he'd managed to eliminate 3 of the 4 Skybound elders in his most successful iterations. This was wrong. All wrong. And yet, the Blue Sun itself had apparently commanded it. If Tomas's vision was genuine, and the physical intensity of his seizure suggested it was, then the Blue Sun was deliberately altering its strategy from previous loops. Why? As the commotion in the pavilion continued, Cal studied Tomas carefully. The boy seemed composed now, standing tall despite his recent ordeal. His eyes were clear, his expression serene. If he understood the implications of what he had just announced, he showed no sign of concern. Elder Soren raised his hands, calling for silence. Gradually, the noise abated, though a nervous energy continued to ripple through the crowd. "This is indeed momentous news," Soren declared, his voice steady despite the obvious surprise in his eyes. "The Blue Sun has spoken through its chosen vessel. We will heed its wisdom and prepare accordingly." He turned to address the other elders. "The council will convene immediately following this ceremony to discuss the preparations for our sacred mission." The rest of the ceremony proceeded according to tradition, though Cal barely attended to it. His mind was consumed with analyzing this unexpected development, considering its implications for his larger plans. If the attack on the Red Sun Academy was to occur in a week, many of his carefully orchestrated preparations would need to be abandoned or accelerated. Elder Neria would have to be dealt with immediately rather than sent away, and Stonehaven monks might not arrive in time to provide support. Everything was changing, accelerating. But to what end? As the formal proceedings concluded and the gathering began to disperse into smaller groups, Cal made his way toward Tomas. The new saint was surrounded by well-wishers and curious disciples, all eager to hear more about his vision. Cal waited patiently at the periphery of the group, observing Tomas's interactions. The boy handled the attention with remarkable poise, deflecting questions that probed too deeply into the specifics of the vision while maintaining an air of humble certainty. As the crowd around Tomas thinned, Cal noticed Elder Neria approach. "Saint Tomas," she said, inclining her head respectfully, "may I offer my congratulations on your ascension and my gratitude for sharing the Blue Sun's wisdom with us all." "Thank you, Elder Neria," Tomas replied with appropriate deference. I wonder, she continued, her gaze flicking briefly to Cal, if you might spare a moment for us to discuss certain historical records? The archives contain accounts of previous visions granted to saints throughout our order's history. Comparing notes, as it were, might provide additional context for your experience. It was a transparent attempt to separate Tomas from Cal's influence, to gain private access to the new saint. In previous loops, Neria had always been cautious, approaching situations obliquely rather than directly. Her current boldness suggested she suspected something specific rather than harboring general concerns. A fascinating suggestion, Cal interjected before Tomas could respond. Historical context is indeed valuable. Perhaps we could arrange such a discussion after our lesson tomorrow? The saint requires rest following his vision. Neria's smile remained in place, though her eyes hardened slightly. Of course, there's no rush. The records have waited centuries. They can wait another day. She bowed slightly to Tomas. Until tomorrow, then, most honored saint. As she withdrew, Cal noted the brief glance she exchanged with Elder Thorn across the pavilion. They were definitely coordinating their efforts. She seems very interested in my vision, Tomas observed quietly. Elder Neria has always been fascinated by history and prophecy, Cal replied. Though in this case, I suspect her interest extends beyond scholarly curiosity. Oh, Tomas looked at him questioningly. Politics, Cal said, the single word carrying volumes of meaning. The Academy is not merely a place of learning, but a complex ecosystem of factions and interests. Your unprecedented selection has disrupted established patterns, creating both opportunities and threats for various groups. And which group do you represent, Master Cal? Cal smiled slightly. I represent the interests of the Blue Sun, as we all should. Though I find my interpretation of those interests sometimes differs from others. A diplomatic answer, Tomas noted. Perhaps, but a sincere one nonetheless. Cal studied the young saint for a moment. You have an interesting journey ahead of you. The path of a saint is never easy, particularly one who arrives at the position through such unexpected means. I never sought this role, Tomas said quietly. Yet here I am. Indeed. And now you bear the weight of the Blue Sun's vision. Cal glanced around the pavilion, noting how several people were still watching them with barely concealed curiosity. We should not discuss the details here. Too many eyes, too many ears. Tomorrow, in privacy, we can speak more freely about what exactly you saw. Tomas nodded. Until tomorrow, then, Master Cal. The morning after the ceremony, I woke up with a pounding headache. My performance had been convincing, too convincing, judging by the chaos I'd unleashed. Declaring war on the Red Sun Academy had sent the entire Blue Sun Order into a frenzy of preparation. The elders held emergency councils that stretched through the night. I sat on the edge of my bed, massaging my temples. Second thoughts, Master? Azure's voice had a hint of amusement. Not exactly, I replied. I decided to play it safe and be honest about what I saw. The question is why the Blue Sun suddenly accelerated its timeline. Perhaps it feels you're skilled enough now to accomplish what it needs, Azure suggested. Your progress with the painting techniques has been remarkable, even accounting for your previous cultivation experience. It could be that, I nodded slowly, or the Blue Sun was testing me, having detected something unusual about the saint's essence. The thought was concerning, but regardless of the reason, I could only hope my performance had resolved such suspicions. As I walked through the academy grounds, I could feel hundreds of eyes upon me. Some gazes held reverence, others curiosity, and a few, particularly among the older disciples, showed clear skepticism. It wasn't every day that a new saint declared war during the presentation ceremony. Cal was already waiting in his chambers when I arrived, standing by the window overlooking the academy grounds. Below, disciples were arranging supplies into neat piles. Medical kits, temporary shelters, preservation boxes for food. The machine of war was already in motion. You've caused quite the stir, he said without turning. I only shared what the Blue Sun showed me, I replied carefully. Now he turned, his eyes studying me with that unnerving intensity. Tell me everything, every detail of the vision. I described exactly what the Genesis seed had shown me. The battle at the Red Sun Academy, my journey to the World Tree, the awakening of the ancient entity, and the destruction of the Red Sun, and then peace. The only difference to the previous vision was the addition of an extra scene. Tomas proclaiming war during the ceremony. The blue sun made it clear we must strike now, I concluded. I'm meant to reach the World Tree in the skybound territory during the battle, though I'd feel more confident with your guidance. Would you consider accompanying me? You'll be given guards to escort you. Kel shook his head slowly. My place will be at the forefront of the battle. Hiron must be dealt with. He turned away, muttering something under his breath that sounded like, the Saints always play their part, but it's me who fails to deal with Hiron. It seemed Cal believed the world's end came from his personal failure to defeat Hiron, not because the Saint was being manipulated into weakening the world's barriers. He had no idea he was fighting the wrong battle. I wanted to tell him the truth, that the Blue Sun's instructions were deliberately designed to weaken the world's barriers, that the vision was a manipulation. But I couldn't risk it, not yet, so I remained silent. Telling him would only make him more suspicious. I had already decided to play it safe this cycle. Attempting to convince Cal that the Blue Sun was the enemy wouldn't be easy. It would take extensive planning, and perhaps multiple cycles, or maybe even revealing my identity as a looper. Let's begin today's lesson, he said, abruptly changing the subject. War preparations or not, your training must continue. Our fifth lesson focused on more advanced conditional behaviors. Cal provided a series of increasingly complex scenarios for my creations to navigate. Today we'll practice layered conditions, he explained, setting 3 colored stones on the table. Create a rabbit that will approach the red stone, avoid the blue stone, and hop in circles around the green stone. I spent the morning mastering these complex patterns, learning to embed multiple instructions into a single creation. By the end of our session, I could create a small fox that would perform a sequence of 6 distinct actions based on different environmental triggers. Before I left, I had decided to ask for more resonance stones for practice. Cal's smile was gentle but firm. The stones are rare, Tomas. Creating them requires a master to pour their understanding into physical form, a process both exhausting and time-consuming. He picked up one of the stones, turning it thoughtfully in his hand. More importantly, I don't want you becoming dependent on them. They're training tools useful for learning established patterns, but they can kill creativity if relied upon too heavily. His eyes met mine directly. And for light weavers, creativity is perhaps the single most important factor determining how far we progress. I nodded, understanding both his reasoning and the implicit challenge. I'll focus on developing my own patterns, then. Good, he approved. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. After my lesson with Cal, I met with Elder Neria in the historical archives, a vast chamber filled with tablets that recorded the Academy's most important events. The Elder had requested my presence to document my vision and compare it with those of previous saints. Thank you for coming, Saint Tomas, she greeted me. I've gathered the records of visions experienced by the last 7 saints. She guided me to a table where several tablets were arranged chronologically. I thought it might be illuminating to see how the Blue Sun's guidance has evolved over time. As we reviewed the tablets, a pattern emerged that was obvious to me, though perhaps not to Elder Neria. Each vision had pushed the Blue Sun Academy toward increasingly aggressive actions against the Red Sun, while simultaneously directing saints to perform rituals at various world trees around the realm. The language was always couched in terms of protection and salvation, but the underlying intent was clear to anyone who knew what to look for: the systematic weakening of the world's barriers. Interesting that the visions have become more urgent over time, I murmured, almost as if the Blue Sun senses greater danger. Indeed, Elder Neria agreed. And your vision is the most direct yet. Previous saints were instructed to strengthen or purify the world trees. You're the first specifically directed to awaken one. Awakening seemed like a strange euphemism for destroying. I recorded my vision on a blank tablet, using a stylus imbued with blue sun energy. The tablet absorbed my account, glowing briefly as it preserved my words for future saints to study. Though with my title as last saint, it seemed there wouldn't be any. When I finished, Elder Neria leaned closer. I sense there's something you're not saying, Saint Thomas. Something about your vision troubles you. I'm merely concerned about my readiness for such an important task, I replied carefully. The fate of our world seems to rest on my shoulders, and I've had so little time to prepare. She studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. A reasonable concern. But remember, the blue sun chooses its vessels with perfect wisdom. If you are the saint for this moment, then you are precisely what is needed. A shame. Just when I was wondering if Elder Neria's perceptiveness had allowed her to see cracks in the blue sun's image of perfection, she begins preaching empty propaganda. What she would think if she knew the truth. That the blue sun hadn't chosen me at all, but was trying to use a vessel it didn't fully control. On the second day after the ceremony, I made time to visit Professor Thera in her laboratory. Her experiments had progressed significantly. The vine-like creatures in her containment spheres now responded to simple commands and demonstrated rudimentary intelligence. They're remarkable, I said truthfully, studying a specimen that closely resembled a miniature version of YGGY. How did you achieve this? Blue sun energy provides structure and consciousness, Thera explained excitedly, pushing her glasses up her nose. The challenge was creating physical forms durable enough to maintain integrity without constant energy infusion. Looking at her creatures, I could see exactly what was missing. The red sun component that gave YGGY its physical resilience and adaptability. These creatures were intelligent but fragile, just as YGGY would have been overly aggressive and unstable without the blue sun influence. If you had access to stable red sun energy, I asked casually, do you believe full integration would be possible? Theoretically, yes, she said, eyes alight with enthusiasm. But convincing a skybound to channel their energy, she shook her head. It's the unsolvable problem. Not unsolvable, I thought, just difficult. That night, in the privacy of my chambers, I checked on YGGY through our soul bond. The connection felt stretched thin by distance but remained intact. Closing my eyes, I slipped partially into YGGY's perceptions. The familiar laboratory of the Red Sun Academy came into focus, Elder Malric's chaotic workspace filled with specimens, runic arrays, and bubbling concoctions. Malric himself moved around the laboratory with manic energy, occasionally pausing to scribble notes or adjust equipment. Despite the impending attack, he seemed unchanged, absorbed in his research with the same eccentric intensity one remembered from my time as his student. Through YGGY's understanding, I gathered that the Red Sun Academy was already received news of what occurred during the ceremony and were now preparing for war. Formations were being reinforced, disciples were training day and night, and the elders had been holding regular strategy sessions. Yet Malric appeared unconcerned, as if the coming conflict were a minor inconvenience rather than an existential threat. His confidence was either madness or knowledge. Knowing the elder personally, it was likely the former. The rest of the week passed in a blur of lessons, meetings, and preparations. Despite the looming conflict, Cal continued my training without interruption. Each day brought new techniques, more complex applications of energy patterning, and increasingly sophisticated creations. I learned to blend elements into my paintings. A simple flame that actually provided heat, a small pool of water that truly flowed, a gentle breeze that could ruffle real leaves. Cal called these rank 2 fundamentals and seemed impressed by how quickly I mastered them. Most disciples require months to achieve stable elemental integration, he remarked after I successfully created a small campfire with genuine warmth and flickering light. You've done it in days. In truth, my progress came from understanding the underlying principles of energy manipulation, something my prior cultivation had already taught me. The forms were different, but the essence was similar. It was during that session that I had asked about progressing through the ranks of Lightweaver cultivation. Cal had explained that advancing required 3 distinct elements: accumulating sufficient blue sun energy to cause a qualitative change, further developing one's cerulean vein with appropriate designs, and most crucially, deepening one's comprehension of the fundamental principles. For rank 2, most cultivators need to add an elemental design to their cerulean vein, he began. But your arboreal spiral already contains natural element affinities, and you have sufficient elemental comprehension. What you need is to accumulate enough blue sun energy to spur on a qualitative change required for a true breakthrough. The irony wasn't lost on me. My situation mirrored my status as a pseudo-rank 2 skybound. In both cultivation systems, I understood the principles and had the proper foundation, but needed that qualitative transformation in my energies to make it official. Different suns, same problem. As for the meetings, I was constantly summoned to war councils. The elders treated me with reverent deference, seeking the blue sun's wisdom on tactical matters. I provided vague guidance, careful not to contradict the vision while avoiding specific commitments that might endanger lives unnecessarily. During my evenings, I spent hours in the Academy's library, absorbing everything I could about rank 1 and rank 2 Lightweaver cultivation. Azure helped me process the information, organizing theoretical knowledge into practical frameworks I could apply in my training. As the loop got closer to its end, it only made sense to acquire as much knowledge as possible. The most interesting texts are those comparing the different methods, Azure noted after we'd gone through dozens of scrolls. The underlying principles are identical, but the expressions vary dramatically. I nodded, staring at a diagram showing how painters and calligraphers channeled energy differently despite creating similar effects. It's all about finding the method that resonates most naturally with your mind. The technique is just a vehicle for intention. Precisely, Azure agreed, and your intention shapes the outcome as much as your skill. Each night, I retreated to my inner world. The blue mini-sun continued to grow as I practiced absorbing and channeling its energy. I didn't have much hope in breaking through to rank 2 this loop, but it didn't hurt to make progress. On the eve of what would be our final lesson before the battle, Cal sent me a message through NoviceCon. Tomorrow we begin calligraphy, a different discipline, but one that will enhance your painting significantly. Dawn broke with a cold clarity that matched my mood. Today marked our final lesson before the war. I stood at the window of my chambers in the apex, watching as the blue sun crept above the distant mountains. "You're up early," Azure noted. "Trouble sleeping?" "Just thinking," I replied, absently adjusting the high collar of my training robes. "Everything feels so consequential and inconsequential at the same time. The paradox of being a looper in someone else's loop," Azure observed. "Though I'd argue learning is never wasted. Even if this cycle ends, your knowledge carries forward." He had a point. When I returned to the cultivation world, the skills that I had learned would be extremely useful, not just for the development of my inner world, but even for the herb retrieval mission and any other mission after it. "Time to go," I said finally, turning from the window. "Wouldn't want to be late for our last lesson." The walk from the apex to Cal's chambers took me through the Dreamer's Garden. NoviceCon intercepted me midway through the garden, his usual formal demeanor now edged with nervous energy. "Most honored saint," he bowed quickly. "Elder Cal asked me to inform you that today's lesson will take place in the calligraphy pavilion rather than his chambers." "The calligraphy pavilion?" I repeated. I'd heard of it but hadn't visited it yet. "Yes, St. Thomas. It's located in the eastern section of the Academy, near the archives. I can escort you if you wish." "Thank you, Khan. That would be helpful." We arrived at a low, round building with a sweeping roof of blue-tinted tiles. Unlike the grand structures of the Central Academy, the calligraphy pavilion had a subdued elegance. Simple lines, minimal ornamentation, and a sense of tranquil purpose. "I'll leave you here, St. Thomas," Khan said with another bow. "Elder Cal awaits you inside." I nodded my thanks and ascended the few steps to the entrance, sliding open the paper door to reveal the room before me. The floor was polished wood, and at the center of the room stood a large stone table, low to the ground with cushions placed around it. Cal knelt at the far side, arranging brushes of various sizes. He looked up as I entered, offering that same enigmatic smile I'd come to recognize. Part teacher, part something else I couldn't quite identify. Ah, Tomas, right on time. He gestured to the cushion opposite him. Please, make yourself comfortable. I knelt at the indicated position, noting the arrangements on the table. Brushes ranging from thick as my thumb to fine as a hair, inkstones of various textures, several containers of what appeared to be specially prepared inks, and stacks of pristine paper so thin I could almost see through it. So, our final lesson is calligraphy, I said. I didn't expect to start it so soon. I thought we'd be continuing with painting. We are, in a way, Cal replied, selecting an inkstone and beginning to grind ink. Calligraphy is both distinct from and complementary to painting. Understanding one enriches the other. The greatest light weavers often combine both disciplines. He continued working the ink, the gentle scraping sound filling the quiet pavilion. Before we begin, tell me what you already know about calligraphy as a light weaver method. I recalled what Professor Thura and others had told me. It's one of the 4 primary methods, along with painting, song, and sculpture. It uses written language as a medium for blue sun energy, infusing meaning into characters to manifest concepts in reality. Correct, Cal nodded approvingly. And why might a practitioner choose calligraphy over other methods? I thought for a moment. Professor Thura mentioned it offers incredible precision with no ambiguity, and it's excellent for complex, well-defined effects. Indeed, what she may not have emphasized is that calligraphy is the purest expression of intent among all our methods. Cal finished preparing the ink and set the stone aside. When you paint, your intention is filtered through representation. When you sing, it's filtered through emotion. When you sculpt, it's filtered through form. But in calligraphy, the symbol is the intention, direct and undiluted. He selected a medium-sized brush and held it poised above a sheet of paper. Watch carefully. With a fluid motion, Cal wrote a single character on the paper. The character for light. As the final stroke completed, blue energy rippled through the ink, and the character lifted slightly from the page, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the table between us. A simple demonstration, he said, but it illustrates the principle. The character for light creates light. The relationship is direct, immediate. Next, he wrote the character for shield. This time, the character rose fully from the page, expanding into a translucent blue barrier about the size of my palm. It hovered over the table for nearly a minute before dissolving back into motes of light. Now your turn, Cal said, sliding a brush toward me. Begin with something simple, the character for light, as I demonstrated. I took the brush, turning it thoughtfully in my hand. The implement was familiar enough, not so different from the tools I'd used for drawing runes and formations. I adjusted my grip, finding the balance point. My first stroke was clean and deliberate. Months of inscribing precise runes had given me steady hands, and the character itself was simple enough to write. When I finished, the calligraphy looked passable, certainly not as elegant as Cal's masterful example, but structurally correct. Yet nothing happened. No glow, no manifestation of light. The character sat inert on the page, just ink on paper. Cal studied my work. Your brushwork shows experience. You've written before, haven't you? I've drawn diagrams and patterns, I admitted, careful not to mention runes specifically. Similar principle, I suppose. Your technical execution is adequate, but the energy isn't flowing. He tapped the character I'd written. You've created a symbol that represents light, but you haven't created actual light. I don't understand the difference, I said, genuinely puzzled. I channeled energy through complex runic formations before. Why was this simple character resisting my efforts? Cal considered for a moment. In painting, you visualize what you want to create, then channel energy to manifest it. Yes? I nodded. In calligraphy, the visualization and channeling happen simultaneously. As you form each stroke, you're not just writing, you're weaving the concept into reality. The character isn't a representation of light. It becomes light as you write it. He guided my hand through the motion again, his fingers lightly directing mine. Feel the energy flow from your core, through your arm into the brush, and finally into the ink. The ink is your conductor, the paper your canvas, and the character your creation. Under his guidance, I tried again. This time, as I completed the final stroke, a faint blue glow emanated from the character. Nothing like Cal's bright illumination, but a manifestation nonetheless. Better, Cal nodded. But your cerulean vein is resisting the method. What do you mean? Your arboreal spiral pattern is optimized for painting, for creating living, growing things. He studied my face thoughtfully. Calligraphy demands precision, structure, and definition, qualities somewhat at odds with your vein's nature. So, I'm at a disadvantage, I frowned. In some ways, yes. In others, no. Cal selected a different brush and handed it to me. The struggle is something all painters experience since our veins are not designed specifically for calligraphy, but it will make you more versatile later. For the next hour, I practiced basic characters under Cal's watchful eye. Light, shield, small, rise, simple concepts that formed the foundation of calligraphic practice. Each attempt yielded slightly better results, though none approached the effortless manifestations Cal demonstrated. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. After my 10th attempt at Rise produced only the faintest upward movement of energy, Cal observed me with a curious expression. Something's blocking your progress, he noted. Your brushwork is precise, and I can tell you understand the principles of energy guidance, yet you're still struggling. His assessment was accurate. Energy guidance was one of the first issues I had encountered when drawing runes. By now I knew how to let energy flow without force. But the problem I was facing now was the unfamiliar pathway of calligraphy. It's like I know the destination but can't find the right path, I admitted, setting down the brush. Cal nodded thoughtfully. The issue may be the disconnect between your technical knowledge and this specific method. Let's try something different. Your comprehension of elemental principles is sufficient for our next exercise. He wrote the character for growth. As he finished, tiny sprouts emerged from the paper, growing into miniature blue-tinged plants that swayed gently before dissolving. Try this while thinking of a plant growing, he suggested, sliding the brush to me. It will cause the writing to develop into something more aligned with your cerulean vein's natural affinity. An elemental exercise? Isn't that rushing things? I asked, though internally I was pleased at the opportunity to advance faster. The traditional progression exists for a reason, Cal acknowledged, but rigid adherence to convention often limits true potential. Your understanding exceeds your rank, so your practice should reflect that. That made sense. I took a deep breath, centered myself, and began writing. This time, I tried to feel the concept as I formed each stroke, not just writing growth, but experiencing the sensation of something emerging, reaching upward, unfurling new leaves. As I completed the final stroke, energy flowed more easily through the brush. The character glowed brightly, and several small shoots broke through the paper's surface, growing into delicate ferns that stretched toward the ceiling. Very good. Cal looked genuinely pleased. You see, when the concept aligns with your vein's nature, the manifestation comes more easily. Azure's voice chimed in. Notice how the plants are more substantial than his were? Your primordial woods arts is naturally enhancing the effect. He was right, my little ferns were more detailed, more real than Cal's demonstration had been. It was a small victory, but an encouraging one. Let's continue with nature-aligned elemental characters, Cal suggested. Wood, water, earth, these would normally be reserved for rank 2 practitioners, but I believe you'll manage them. Once you master these, we can try more abstract concepts. The next 2 hours passed in focused practice. With each attempt, I grew more comfortable with the unique flow of calligraphy. I learned to balance the structured precision of the written form with the organic energy of my cerulean vein, finding a middle ground that allowed for increasingly effective manifestations. By midday, I could reliably produce simple nature-based effects, creating small plants, gentle breezes that carried the scent of forests, tiny pools of clear water. Nothing combat ready, but progress nonetheless. You're advancing well, Cal said as we paused for tea. Now, let me explain some important limitations of calligraphy that you should understand. He sipped his tea thoughtfully before continuing. First, never expect that simply writing a word will automatically manifest that concept in its entirety. Victory will not win your battle. Death will not slay your enemy. I assumed as much, I nodded. That would be too simple, too easy. Indeed, the manifestation is governed by several factors. Your skill in calligraphy, your understanding of the concept you're invoking, the quantity and quality of blue sun energy you channel, and, perhaps most importantly, your willpower. He set down his cup. A half-hearted shield will shatter against the first attack. What about combining characters? I asked. Could writing fire and arrow create a flaming projectile? That's where most beginners err, Cal sighed. Multiple characters require entirely different techniques, essentially a written spell formation rather than a single manifestation. We won't address those today. They're typically introduced at rank 3. So, for now, I should focus on single, powerful concepts? Exactly. One word, perfectly executed, is far more effective than a complex phrase written poorly. He refilled our cups from a small pot. Have you heard of Magister Vian, the Dusk calligrapher? I shook my head. Cal's eyes took on a distant look. In the ancient scrolls, it said he was once a low-ranking lightweaver who witnessed his entire city slaughtered. The experience changed him. For 5,000 years, he disappeared into the mountains, doing nothing but meditating on a single concept, death. Cal traced a character in the air, leaving a faint blue afterimage. When he emerged, his comprehension of killing had become unparalleled. It wasn't just technique. He had penetrated the very essence of ending life. What happened? I asked, genuinely intrigued. The archives say he returned to civilization when a being of immense power, the texts call it a celestial demon, began destroying cities. This entity could bend reality, crush mountains with a thought. Cal's voice dropped lower. When Vian confronted it, he carried only a simple brush and a single scrap of paper. Let me guess. He wrote death? Cal nodded solemnly. A single character. The records describe it as being written not with ink but with pure understanding. When the demon saw it, its immortal form simply ceased to exist, unraveled completely. This sounded similar to the concept of Tao mastery, specifically the Tao of death or killing. To comprehend a fundamental aspect of reality so deeply that you could manifest its essence with minimal effort. That was the pinnacle of cultivation in many systems. Did gods like this celestial demon truly exist? I asked carefully. Cal smiled bitterly. If true gods ever existed, they remain beyond our world. For now. He set down his cup. The celestial demon was most likely a rank 9 skybound, if he ever existed. The tale is just that, a tale. But its message is profound truth. Perfect understanding of a single concept can overcome seemingly impossible odds. He looked at me meaningfully. Think on that, Tomas. True mastery isn't about quantity of techniques, but quality of comprehension. After tea, we moved to what Cal called practical applications, characters that might prove useful in combat situations. Shield and barrier for defense, bind and hold for restraining opponents, pierce and cut for direct attacks. These proved significantly more difficult. My attempt at cut produced only a faint line in the air that wouldn't have sliced butter. Pierce created a dim point of light that faded almost immediately. Shield was somewhat better, creating a translucent barrier for a few seconds before dissolving. Don't be discouraged, Cal said after watching my struggles. Combat applications require battle intent, which is difficult to summon in a peaceful pavilion. Your results would likely improve in a genuine conflict. He demonstrated bind, creating glowing blue chains that wrapped around an invisible target. Channel your determination through the brush. Each stroke is both promise and threat, the pledge to protect allies and the warning to enemies. I tried again, focusing on protective intent, the desire to shield, to preserve, to safeguard. My barrier character rose from the page, expanding into a wall of blue light that held for nearly 10 seconds before fading. Better, Cal nodded. You have a natural affinity for protective techniques. Interesting, given your cerulean veins design. Is that unusual? I asked. Not necessarily. The vein influences your strengths, but doesn't determine them entirely. Your personal inclinations, life experiences, and innate character also shape your affinities. He studied me with that penetrating gaze that always made me feel he was seeing more than I intended to show. You've protected others before, haven't you? Before coming to the academy? The question caught me off guard. I thought of my experiences such as saving the Starhaven realm and protecting the floating reed village. None of that belonged to Tomas's history, yet it was part of who I was. Yes, I answered simply. When I could. Cal seemed satisfied with this response. That experience manifests in your energy. Use it. When you write shield, recall those you've protected, the feeling of standing between harm and the vulnerable. That memory will strengthen your manifestation. By the end of the session, I could produce moderately effective manifestations of about a dozen different characters. Nothing that would turn the tide of battle, but useful supplementary techniques nonetheless. As we finished cleaning the implements and returning them to their proper places, Cal paused, his expression growing more serious. Tomas, he said, using my name rather than Saint, as he sometimes did in private. Tomorrow everything changes. The path ahead will be dangerous, perhaps more than you realize. I'm ready, I assured him, though we likely had very different ideas about what I needed to be ready for. I know you are, he nodded. But remember what I taught you today about intent. In calligraphy, the character and the concept are one. The symbol becomes reality through your will. In the same way, your purpose in this conflict must be clear and unwavering. His words carried a weight beyond simple pre-battle advice. Was he trying to tell me something more? Did he suspect I wasn't fully committed to the Blue Sun's agenda? I understand, I said carefully. My purpose is clear. Cal studied me for a long moment, then seemed satisfied. Good. Then there's only one thing left to do before tomorrow. What's that? A smile softened his features. Eat. Even saints and their teachers need sustenance, and I've arranged for a meal to be prepared for us. Consider it a small celebration of your progress, and perhaps a moment of peace before tomorrow's storm. As we left the calligraphy pavilion and walked toward the dining hall, I found myself appreciating this unexpected gesture. In just a few days, he taught me more about Lightweaver techniques than I might have learned in months of standard instruction. You've grown fond of him, Azure observed privately. He's a good teacher, I replied mentally. More than that, Azure pressed. You respect him. Couldn't deny it. I did respect him. He was fighting the same entity I was, even if his methods were ultimately misguided. The dining hall was unusually quiet. Most disciples had taken their meals early, eager to continue preparations for tomorrow's battle. Cal and I found a secluded table near one of the windows. Attendants brought our meal. Simple but elegant fare of steamed fish, fragrant rice, and vegetables seasoned with herbs I didn't recognize. For a few minutes, we ate in companionable silence, the weight of tomorrow's events hovering unspoken between us. Finally, Cal set down his chopsticks and looked at me with an expression I hadn't seen before. Something wistful, almost vulnerable. I've enjoyed our sessions together, Tomas, he said quietly. More than I expected to. The simple statement carried a depth of meaning that struck me suddenly. This wasn't just casual conversation or a polite pleasantry. This was Cal's way of saying goodbye. I've enjoyed them too, I replied, meaning it sincerely. I smiled, meeting his gaze directly. You're a good teacher, patient, even when I struggle. Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, at the genuine warmth in my voice. For a moment, the careful mask he maintained slipped, revealing a glimpse of the man beneath the elder, someone who had carried a terrible burden alone for countless loops. You're a good student, he responded after a moment, eager to learn, quick to adapt. It's been refreshing. We both knew what remained unsaid, that the lessons wouldn't progress any further. For Cal, because he believed the loop would reset everything with his death. For me, because returning as his student would mean erasing all progress, performing the role of a village boy who knew nothing of calligraphy or painting. Perhaps, Cal added, almost hesitantly, after tomorrow's victory, we might explore more advanced applications such as incorporating calligraphy into your paintings. Your talent deserves proper cultivation. I'd like that, I nodded, playing along with his fiction of a future that we both knew, in different ways, would never come true. It was the morning of the battle. A perfect blue sky stretched overhead, unmarred by even a wisp of cloud, as if the blue sun itself had swept away any obstruction to its watchful gaze. It felt almost deliberate, this pristine day chosen for bloodshed. I stood on the main terrace of the Blue Sun Academy, watching the bustle of preparations below. Disciples of various ranks moved with purpose, gathering supplies, checking equipment, and arranging themselves into formation groups. The air buzzed with nervous energy. Anticipation mingled with apprehension. It's starting, Azure observed from within my inner world. Hard to believe they're actually going through with a frontal assault based on your vision. Not just based on my vision, I replied silently. Based on thousands of years of the Blue Sun's manipulation. I'm just the current mouthpiece. I'd spent the night in meditation, finalizing my own preparations. My cerulean vein was as developed as it could be after such limited training. I'd memorized the basic calligraphy characters Cal had taught me and practiced painting techniques until my hand cramped. It wasn't much, but every scrap of skill might matter in the hours ahead. Cal had already left before dawn. He said he had preparations to complete. We both knew what that meant. In all likelihood, Cal was making his way to the Red Sun Academy ahead of the main force, planning to sabotage their defensive formations from within. A flutter of movement caught my attention. Elder Soren was approaching, his formal battle robes billowing slightly in the morning breeze. Behind him walked three figures whom I recognized as my assigned escort. Most honored saint, Elder Soren greeted me with a respectful bow. The preparations for your journey are complete. Your escort stands ready. I turned to face the three lightweavers who would accompany me to the World Tree. Each wore the distinctive azure robes of the order, though with variations that indicated their specialties. Saint Thomas, the tallest one, stepped forward. I am Corwin, rank 6 calligrapher. It is my honor to lead your protective detail. His voice was deep and measured, his posture military straight. The cerulean vein visible on his forehead flashed briefly. It resembled a geometric lattice of interconnected lines. The second man gave a more relaxed bow. Bram, rank 5 painter, at your service. He had a friendly face and eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, suggesting someone who laughed often. His cerulean vein also flashed, forming a spiral of interlocking waves. The woman stepped forward last. Isara, rank 5 singer, most honored saint. Her voice had a musical quality even in simple speech. Her cerulean vein resembled a series of concentric circles with small nodes at critical junctures, like a visual representation of sound waves. I studied them carefully. These three weren't just protectors. They were watchers, assigned to ensure I completed my divine mission, as the Blue Sun intended. The thought that the Blue Sun might possess them to attack me when I deviated from the plan troubled me. I'm grateful for your assistance, I told them. The journey ahead won't be simple. Elder Soren cleared his throat. The world tree you seek lies deep in skybound territory, the region known as the Vermilion Vale. Based on our latest intelligence, enemy forces are concentrated at their academy, but we cannot rule out patrols or sentries in the outer territories. We'll remain vigilant, Corwin assured him. Soren turned to me, his expression solemn. Most honored saint, while our forces engage the Red Sun Academy, you must complete your sacred task without delay. The Blue Sun's vision was clear. Only through awakening the World Tree can we achieve final victory. The irony wasn't lost on me. The victory the Blue Sun sought was the destruction of the world's barriers, the very protection keeping that unknown entity from breaking through. Yet here was Soren, a devoted servant, unwittingly working toward his own destruction. I understand my duty, Elder Soren, I replied. The world tree will be awakened. This wasn't a lie, though my definition of awakening differed significantly from what the Blue Sun intended. Elder Thorn will remain here with me to defend the Academy, Soren continued. All other elders will join the assault on the Red Sun Academy. We expect fierce resistance, especially from their headmaster and elders. I nodded, thinking of Hiron, Malric, and the others at the Red Sun Academy. With my public announcement of war, the coming battle would be devastating for both sides. May the Blue Sun guide your hands and illuminate your path, Soren said formally. When you return, our world will be forever changed. On that point, at least, we agreed completely. I bowed to the elder, then turned to my escort. Shall we begin? As we walked toward the Academy's eastern platform where our transportation awaited, Azure's voice drifted through my thoughts. For someone about to commit cosmic treason against a celestial body, you seem remarkably calm. Fear won't improve my chances, I replied mentally. We emerged onto the platform, and I stopped short in surprise, for magnificent creatures awaited us. They resembled horses in their general shape, but their bodies seemed formed of condensed blue mist, and ghostly flames flickered around their hooves. Mist steeds, Bram explained, noticing my reaction. Not true spiritual beasts, they were created by our rank 7 Lightweavers. Much faster than conventional transport and capable of traversing difficult terrain. I approached one cautiously. The creature regarded me with curious eyes, then lowered its head slightly in what seemed like deference. They can sense your connection to the Blue Sun, Isara said. They're honored to bear you to your destination. I've never ridden one before, I admitted. They respond to intention more than physical guidance, Corwin explained. Think of your destination clearly, and they'll understand. Just don't think too specifically about the scenery along the way, or they might take unexpected detours. I nodded, reaching out to touch the steed's neck. It felt substantial despite its misty appearance, like touching cool, dense fog that somehow maintained a solid form. The sensation was strange but not unpleasant. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. We should depart immediately, Corwin continued. The journey to the Vermilion Vale will take approximately 3 hours at full speed. With that, we mounted our steeds. As I settled onto mine, I felt a subtle connection form, not unlike the mental link with YGGY, but much simpler. The creature seemed to understand that I was its rider and awaited my direction. To the Vermilion Vale, I thought clearly. To the World Tree. The steed's ears pricked forward, and I felt a surge of eager energy flow through its form. Without warning, it leapt from the platform, not downward, but straight outward into open air. My stomach lurched momentarily before I realized we weren't falling. The mist steed galloped across the sky as if on solid ground, its misty hooves leaving faint blue trails that dissipated seconds later. The others joined us, their steeds forming a protective formation around me. Corwin leading, Bram and Isara flanking me on either side. Below us, the Academy receded rapidly, becoming a blue-white jewel set against the mountainside. This is remarkable, I said, genuinely impressed by the sensation of riding across the sky. Not the most comfortable mount for long journeys, Bram grinned, but nothing beats them for speed or maneuverability. They're also nearly impossible to track, Isara added. The energy trails dissipate too quickly for most detection methods. I considered this information carefully. If we needed to escape quickly from the Vermilion Vale, these steeds would provide a significant advantage. As we flew, I took the opportunity to learn more about my escorts. How did each of you come to join the Blue Sun Academy? Were you born with cerulean veins? Or did you develop them later? I was identified at age 7, Isara answered first. My village was visited by a traveling lightweaver who noticed my reaction to a musical performance. Apparently, I was unconsciously channeling Blue Sun energy through humming along. My parents were honored to send me for training, though it meant seeing me only once a year thereafter. Similar for me, Bram added. Though in my case it was drawing. I kept creating pictures that seemed to move when no one was looking directly at them. The local healer recognized the signs and contacted the academy. Corwin remained silent, focused on our flight path. After a moment, Isara gently prompted, Corwin was a rescue case. He doesn't speak of it often. The team leader sighed, his shoulders tight beneath his robes. My village was attacked by raiders when I was 9. Sun-touched beasts killed everyone, or so they thought. I survived by hiding beneath bodies. His voice was flat, emotionless. A Blue Sun patrol found me 3 days later, half dead from thirst. The trauma had awakened a cerulean vein. Elder Thorn himself brought me to the academy. I'm sorry, I said quietly, understanding better now his dedication to the Blue Sun's cause. For him, the academy represented salvation from the Red Sun's horrors. It was long ago, Corwin replied stiffly, and it gave me purpose. Everything I do serves to prevent others from experiencing what I witnessed. As we rode, the landscape below transformed from the cultivated beauty of academy territories to wilder, more rugged terrain. Forests thickened, mountains grew more jagged, and the neat villages clustered around the academy gave way to scattered settlements that appeared more fortified. Border territories, Corwin explained, noticing my observations. The influence of both suns is more balanced here. Settlements need stronger defenses against both raiders and sun-touched transformations. I nodded, recalling my experiences in Porvale village. The border regions lived with constant threat, caught between the opposing influences of the twin suns. Bram pointed ahead. We'll cross into skybound territory in about 20 minutes. From that point forward, we should maintain vigilance. Their patrols aren't as frequent as they once were, but we shouldn't take unnecessary risks. How will we know when we've crossed the border? I asked. Isara laughed softly. You'll know. The very air changes. She wasn't exaggerating. As we continued our journey, I began to notice subtle shifts in the environment below. The predominant blues and silvers of academy territories gradually gave way to warmer hues. More reds, oranges, and deep earthy browns. Even the quality of light seemed different, as if filtered through a faintly crimson lens. There, Corwin said, pointing to a river winding through the landscape below. The Crimson Divide, the traditional boundary between our territories. The river deserved its name. Its waters reflected the light with a distinctly reddish gleam, creating the impression of flowing blood. Whether this was a natural property of the water or an effect of the Red Sun's influence, I couldn't tell. Before we reached the river, Corwin raised his hand. Bram, periodic sweeps with your detection painting. On it, Bram replied, all playfulness gone from his voice. He pulled out a small scroll and brush. With quick, practiced strokes, he created a simple eye design that lifted from the page and expanded, becoming transparent as it grew to several meters in diameter. Scrying eye, extend range to maximum, he murmured, and the ethereal construction pulsed once before shooting ahead of our formation. I could tell from his focused expression that he was seeing through the eye's perception, scanning the landscape below for any signs of danger. Clear for now, he reported after a minute. But I'm detecting traces of recent runic activity approximately 20 kilometers ahead. Skybound patrols, most likely. Expected, Corwin nodded. Isara, prepare a concealment song. Already composing, she confirmed, her eyes half closed as she hummed quietly, the melody barely audible over the wind. I felt a subtle shift in the energy around us, a harmonization that seemed to blur the boundaries between our forms and the surrounding air. Looking down at my hand, I noticed the edges of my fingers seemed slightly indistinct, as if viewed through heat haze. Song of the Passing Clouds, Isara explained, noting my observation. It doesn't make us invisible, but rather unremarkable. Anyone looking up will see only what they expect to see. Birds, perhaps, or a momentary trick of the light. Impressive, I acknowledged genuinely. I've only seen Cal demonstrate the painting method in detail. The other approaches are fascinating. Each has its strengths, she replied with a modest smile. Song works well for area effects like this, while Corwin's calligraphy excels at precise, targeted interventions. And painting is the most versatile but requires the most studying, Bram added. Though from what I've heard, you're progressing remarkably fast in your studies with Elder Kell. I shrugged slightly, careful not to disturb Stormwing's rhythm. I have much to learn still. Learning is the path of a lifetime, Corwin interjected unexpectedly. Even rank 8 practitioners continue to discover new applications and refinements. Our conversation lapsed into silence as we crossed over the river. I felt a subtle pressure against my cerulean vein, not painful, but noticeable, like moving from cool shade into direct sunlight. My inner world responded immediately, the Genesis seed extending its protective influence to shield my blue sun from what seemed to be the amplified presence of the red sun's energy. You feel it, don't you? Isara observed, watching my expression. The pressure of the red sun's influence. It grows stronger the deeper we travel into their territory. Is it dangerous? I asked, though I already knew the answer from my previous experiences. Not for a brief visit, Corwin replied. Extended exposure, however, can lead to complications. Psychological effects first. Increased aggression, paranoia, heightened emotional responses. Physical changes follow if exposure continues unchecked. Those born with resistance fare better, Bram added, like skybound cultivators themselves. The rest of us rely on protective formations and regular purification rituals. How much farther to the World Tree? I asked, steering the conversation back to our immediate goal. Less than an hour now, Corwin answered, pointing to a distant mountain range on the horizon. The Vermilion Vale lies just beyond those peaks. The World Tree stands at its center, visible for miles once we clear the mountains. We continued in relative silence, all of us growing more alert as we penetrated deeper into skybound territory. The landscape below became increasingly wild and untamed. Ancient forests sprawled across valleys, interrupted occasionally by clearings where massive stone formations thrust upward like the spines of buried behemoths. The old bones, Bram explained, following my gaze. Natural formations, but the skybound believe they're the remains of guardian spirits who died protecting the world during the Sundering. And what do light weavers believe? I asked. Bram shrugged. Most dismiss it as superstition. A few think they might be crystallized energy formations from when the original sun split. Personally, I think there's usually some truth in old legends, even if it gets distorted over time. As we approached the mountain range, our steeds began to ascend, climbing higher to clear the jagged peaks. The air grew thinner, and I noticed frost forming along the edges of my mount's misty mane. We'll cross at Widow's Pass, Corwin called back to us. Stay close. The wind currents can be treacherous. He wasn't exaggerating. As we entered the pass, a narrow gap between 2 towering peaks, fierce crosswinds buffeted us from all sides. My mist steed maintained its course with admirable determination, but I could feel it straining against the powerful air currents. Almost through, Isara encouraged, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. Seconds stretched into minutes as we fought our way through the pass. Then, suddenly, we emerged on the other side, and I gasped involuntarily at the vista that spread before us. The Vermilion Vale unfolded below like a painting come to life. A vast circular valley, perhaps 30 miles across, cradled within the embrace of the surrounding mountains. Despite the season, the forests covering its floor glowed with autumn colors. Rich reds, deep oranges, and burnished golds. Rivers wound through the woodland like silver-red ribbons, all flowing toward the valley's center. And there, rising from the heart of the vale, stood the World Tree. Even from this distance, it was breathtaking. A colossal living tower that dwarfed everything around it, reaching so high that its uppermost branches disappeared into low-hanging clouds. Its trunk must have been wider than entire villages, and its canopy spread out like a second sky above the forest floor. Magnificent, isn't it? Bram said quietly. The eldest of the 9, they call it. The first and greatest of the world trees. It's said to have witnessed the sundering itself, Isara added. Some believe it predates even the original Golden Sun. As we descended toward the veil, I studied the massive tree with growing excitement. If any connection could be made between my Genesis seed and this world's fundamental structures, this ancient being would be the key. We should land at a distance, Corwin decided. Approach the final stretch on foot to avoid detection. Our steeds touched down in a small clearing about a mile from the World Tree's base. As my feet returned to solid ground, I felt an immediate connection to the earth beneath me, a resonance that traveled up through my legs and into my core, where the Genesis seed responded with eager vibration. The ground here is saturated with primal energy, Isara observed, noticing my reaction. Many cultivators find it overwhelming at first. I'm fine, I assured her, though in truth the sensation was intense. The entire vale felt alive in a way I'd never experienced, as if the boundary between physical matter and energy had grown thin, allowing the two to intermingle more freely. Corwin gestured toward a faint path leading through the forest. We'll follow this route. Stay alert for patrols or guardians. The forest around the World Tree was unlike any woodland I'd encountered before. The trees, though dwarfed by the central colossus, were themselves ancient and massive. Their trunks twisted in impossible spirals, and their branches reached toward each other to form intricate archways above the path. Flowers bloomed everywhere, many species I'd never seen, with petals that seemed to shimmer between colors as we passed. Many of these plants exist nowhere else in the world, Bram commented, his painter's eye clearly appreciating the unique beauty around us. They thrive on the World Tree's ambient energy. Some have remarkable properties, Isara added. Healing capabilities, spiritual enhancements, and other effects. Alchemists would give fortunes for specimens from this forest. But collection is forbidden, Corwin reminded them sternly. We're here for a specific purpose, not botanical sampling. As we walked, the World Tree dominated the view ahead, growing impossibly larger with each step. Now I could see that what had appeared to be simple bark from a distance was actually a complex tapestry of patterns and textures, some areas smooth as polished wood, others ridged and furrowed like mountain ranges in miniature. We're approaching the outer perimeter, Corwin warned. If any defensive formations remain active, we'll encounter them soon. Should we be concerned about wildlife? I asked, noting the strange rustling sounds from the undergrowth around us. The creatures here generally avoid humanoid presences, Isara replied. Though they're said to respond to intent, those who come with malicious purpose face greater challenges. That information gave me pause. My intentions toward the World Tree weren't malicious, quite the opposite. But it could explain why the Saints were usually unaware of the truth behind their missions. It made them less likely to trigger any protections put in place. We continued forward cautiously. The forest grew denser as we approached the World Tree, the undergrowth more lush and tangled. Strange fruits hung from branches, some glowing faintly. Don't touch anything, Corwin warned. Some plants here respond defensively to contact. After another 20 minutes of careful progress, the forest suddenly opened up before us. We stood at the edge of a vast clearing surrounding the World Tree's base, a perfect circle of short, soft grass stretching perhaps half a mile in every direction before reaching the trunk itself. The sacred ring, Bram whispered reverently. Nothing grows tall here except the eldest itself. From this vantage point, the World Tree was almost too enormous to comprehend. Its trunk rose like a living mountain before us, so wide that 100 people could stand around its circumference without touching shoulders. The surface wasn't the brown I'd expected, but instead a rich tapestry of colors, predominantly deep red-brown but with swirls of amber, gold, and occasionally, startlingly, blue. No signs of guardians or defensive formations, Corwin observed, scanning the clearing carefully. The Skybound must have indeed redirected their resources to the Academy. What now? Isara asked, looking to me. All three of them turned expectantly in my direction, awaiting the divine guidance that would supposedly flow through their saint. The moment of decision had arrived. I need to approach the tree alone, I said firmly. The Blue Sun's message indicated that the ritual is meant for the saint only. Corwin frowned slightly. Our instructions were to protect you at all times. And you will, I assured him. Maintain your positions here at the forest edge. Watch for any approach. This clearing offers no cover. You'll see any threat long before it reaches me. The three Lightweavers exchanged glances, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of letting me proceed alone but unwilling to contradict what they believed to be divine instruction. Very well, Corwin agreed reluctantly. But at the first sign of danger, I'll signal immediately, I promised. With a final nod to my escort, I stepped out from the forest's edge and into the sacred ring. The moment my foot touched the short grass, I felt a change in the energy around me, a subtle shift, as if the clearing itself had registered my presence. The ground is thrumming, Azure observed in my mind. Can you feel it? Like a massive heartbeat. He was right. With each step toward the World Tree, I could feel a rhythmic pulsing through the soles of my feet. Slow, steady, and immensely powerful. But not only that, the clearing itself seemed to be a natural defensive formation. It likely would activate if it sensed any malicious intent towards the World Tree. The tree is alive, I replied silently. Not just in the way normal trees are alive, but actively, consciously alive. Stolen story. Please report. And sleeping, Azure added. That rhythm is too slow for it to be awake. It's in some form of hibernation or dormancy. I continued my approach, each step bringing me closer to the colossal trunk. The grass beneath my feet was unusually springy, as if charged with subtle energy. Nothing else moved in the clearing, no insects buzzing, no birds calling, no breeze stirring the air. The silence felt anticipatory, like the held breath before a momentous event. When I finally reached the base of the World Tree, I had to tilt my head back painfully to see where trunk gave way to the first massive branches, hundreds of feet above. Up close, the bark's complex patterns were even more apparent. Swirls and whirls that almost resembled written language, punctuated by knots and burls that could have been deliberately placed illustrations. It's like a massive text, I murmured. If it is, it's in no language the system recognizes, Azure replied. It looks more similar to natural ancient runes. I raised my hand, hesitating just inches from the trunk's surface. This was the moment. According to the Blue Sun's vision, I was supposed to use the tree as a canvas, painting an elaborate formation that would ensure it never awakened. Instead, I wanted to see if the Genesis seed could form a connection with this ancient being. Here goes nothing, I whispered and placed my palm flat against the bark. The contact was electric. Energy surged through my palm, up my arm, and directly into my core. Within my inner world, the Genesis seed responded immediately, quivering with recognition and what felt strangely like joy. Without conscious direction from me, it extended a glowing green tendril that traveled up through my chest, along my arm, and out through my palm into the World Tree. The connection formed instantly, a bridge between my inner world and whatever consciousness resided within the massive tree. Through this link flowed not words but pure sensations. Ancient patience, deep wisdom, and an awareness so vast it made my mind reel. It's working, Azure breathed. The seed is establishing communication. Images began to flow into my mind, fragmented and disjointed at first, then gradually coalescing into coherent visions. I saw the World Tree as it had been eons ago, when it was merely a sapling in a very different world. The sky above held not two suns, but a single golden orb that bathed everything in warm, harmonious light. I witnessed the gradual growth of civilization around it. People who revered the tree and learned to cultivate the golden sun's energy in balanced, sustainable ways. I saw the origins of cultivation itself, not as separate red and blue paths, but as a single integrated system that promoted harmony between all aspects of existence. Then came darkness, a shadow that didn't fall from outside but grew from within the hearts and minds of the most powerful cultivators. A corruption that spread like a virus, turning wisdom into obsession, power into domination. I witnessed the desperate measure that followed. 13 cultivators, the last uncorrupted masters, performing a ritual to split the golden sun, hoping to separate the corruption from the pure energy. Their failure as the split created not purification but polarization, two distinct expressions of the same fundamental corruption. And finally, I saw the world trees. 9 sentinels created or awakened by the 13 masters before their sacrifice. Designed not to fight the corruption directly but to maintain the world's integrity, to prevent the complete dissolution of reality as the twin suns pulled it in opposing directions. Gradually, I became aware that the world tree was awakening from its dormancy. Not fully, but enough to establish more direct communication. The rhythm I felt through the ground quickened slightly, and the bark beneath my palm grew warmer. "Master," Azure warned, "your escorts are growing restless. They can tell something is happening, but not what you intended." I risked a glance over my shoulder. The 3 light weavers remained at the forest's edge, but their postures had tensed, and they appeared to be arguing among themselves. I couldn't hear their words at this distance, but their concern was evident. "We need to work quickly," I told the Genesis seed through our connection. "Can you help the tree wake enough to protect itself?" The seed's response came as a series of impressions rather than words. Confidence, assurance, and a clear sense of method. It knew what to do. I turned back to the tree and placed my second hand against its bark. "Show me," I whispered. The Genesis seed extended more tendrils, creating a network of glowing green lines that spread across my inner world and extended outward through both my palms. These lines formed a pattern on the tree's surface, not the destructive formation the blue sun had intended, but something more organic, more supportive. As the pattern took shape, I felt the world tree respond, its own energy rising to meet mine. The bark beneath my hands began to glow with a soft golden light, not blue or red, but the original unified color that had existed before the sundering. "It's working," I breathed. "The tree is." The world went black. There was no warning, no gradual darkening. One moment I could see everything: the massive trunk before me, the moss-covered ground beneath my feet, the filtered sunlight through the canopy above, and the next, absolute darkness. Instinctively, I tried to pull my hand away from the tree, but I couldn't move. My entire body was frozen in place, held by some invisible force. Panic flared briefly before my training kicked in, allowing me to calm down and try figure out what was going on. I wasn't blind. This was an external effect, and a powerful one at that. In the absolute darkness, a single glowing character suddenly appeared before me: bind. The calligraphy technique flashed brilliantly, then expanded outward. Golden chains of light materialized from nowhere, wrapping around my limbs, torso, and throat with crushing force. They yanked me backward, tearing my hand away from the eldest tree and suspending me several feet above the ground. My vision returned just as suddenly as it had vanished, revealing a scene of confusion and alarm. "Saint Thomas!" Isara cried out, her hands already moving to form the first notes of a counter-technique. Bram was drawing frantically, his brush a blur as he attempted to create some defensive construct. Corwin had already written a character for release, sending it flying toward the chains that bound me. "I wouldn't do that," came a dry, rasping voice from behind me. "The chains will tighten with each attempt to dispel them." The 3 light weavers froze, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock as a figure emerged from the shadows beneath one of the massive roots. Elder Thorn. Corwin stepped forward from the escort group. "Master Thorn, what is the meaning of this? The saint must complete his mission as directed by the blue sun." Thorn regarded the 3 light weavers with something like pity. "The blue sun you revere is not what you believe it to be, Corwin. Neither is your precious saint." "You speak heresy," Isara gasped. "I speak truth," Thorn replied calmly. "A truth I have tried to bring to others for centuries, while watching generation after generation fall prey to the same manipulation. I struggled against the binding, but it was useless. The calligraphy character Elder Thorn had inscribed was far more powerful than anything Cal had demonstrated in our lessons. This was the work of a master who had spent centuries perfecting his craft. Release the saint immediately, Bram demanded, stepping forward with his brush raised. By order of the council. The council is blind, Thorn interrupted, as they have been since the sundering, as we all are. The saint must complete his sacred duty, Corwin insisted. Stand aside, master, or we will be forced to take action against you. Thorn sighed heavily. You poor, deluded children, so certain of your righteousness, so blind to your manipulation. He shook his head slowly. The being you call Saint Thomas is a disease, a vessel through which corruption spreads. Like all saints before him, he serves not the light but the void beyond. I tried to speak, to tell him that I wasn't following the Blue Sun's plan, but the binding was complete. It sealed my voice as effectively as it immobilized my body. The three light weavers exchanged uncertain glances. They had been raised from infancy to revere both the Blue Sun and its chosen saints. To hear an elder, one of their most respected leaders, declare both corrupt was clearly shattering their worldview. You're mistaken, Isara said, though her voice wavered slightly. The Blue Sun is our protector, our guide. It is a fragment of a broken whole, Thorn countered. A polarized expression of an ancient corruption that has been manipulating our world for millennia. Both suns, red and blue, are symptoms of the same disease. Despite my predicament, I found myself impressed by Thorn's understanding. He had pieced together the truth that had been hidden from most cultivators since the sundering. Master, you've lost your mind, Corwin decided. The red sun's influence has corrupted you. If only it were so simple, Thorn replied sadly. The truth is far worse. We have all been pawns in a game whose rules and purpose we don't understand. The saints are not saviors but vehicles, carriers of influence from beyond our world. Enough, Bram shouted. Release Saint Thomas now. I cannot, Thorn said simply. Too many have died already because we failed to stop previous saints. I will not allow another world tree to fall. The three light weavers moved into attack formation, their faces set with determination. Despite the enormous gap in cultivation level between them and the elder, they had chosen to protect me, to fulfill what they believed was their sacred duty. Please, Thorn said, genuine regret in his voice. Don't force my hand. Protect the saint, Corwin commanded, and all three attacked simultaneously. Bram's brush moved in swift, precise strokes, creating a massive bird of prey that launched itself toward Thorn with talons extended. Corwin's calligraphy formed the character for Pierce, which transformed into a dozen spears of blue light streaking across the clearing. Isara's attack was perhaps the most beautiful. Her voice rose in a haunting melody that manifested as ribbons of blue energy, twisting and spiraling toward Thorn like living things. The elder observed the incoming attacks with resignation. His finger traced a single character in the air. Quiet. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Isara's song cut off abruptly as her mouth sealed itself shut. Not just closed but actually fused, the flesh knitting together in a grotesque parody of healing. Her eyes widened in terror as she clutched at her sealed lips, panicked sounds muffled behind them. Dissolve, Thorn wrote next, the character flowing from his finger with casual ease. Bram's magnificent bird unraveled in mid-air, its energy dispersing like mist in a strong wind. Before Bram could create another construct, the dispersal effect reached him. His brush crumbling to dust in his hand, followed by his sleeves, the fabric simply falling apart at a molecular level. Stop! Corwin shouted, watching in horror as his own light spears disappeared inches from their target. He tried to form another character, but Thorn was faster. Hold, the elder wrote, and Corwin froze in place, his body locked in mid-motion. Thorn surveyed the three immobilized lightweavers with genuine sadness. I wish to avoid this, he said quietly. You were merely following your training, your conditioning. But the puppets of the false suns cannot be allowed to complete their work. He approached Isara first, who was making desperate, muffled sounds behind her sealed lips, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Release, Thorn wrote, touching her forehead gently. The character sank into her skin, and her mouth unsealed itself. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Elder, please, she gasped. You're making a terrible mistake. No, child, he interrupted softly. The mistake was made long ago, when we surrendered our judgment to entities beyond our comprehension. His finger traced a new character, Peace. Isara's expression changed instantly from terror to calm. Her eyes dulled, losing focus, and she slumped to the ground like a marionette with cut strings. She didn't move again. Bram tried to back away, but his partially dissolved clothing hampered his movement. What did you do to her? He demanded, horror creeping into his voice. I gave her the only mercy I can offer, Thorn replied. Understanding. He wrote, and the character floated toward Bram, sinking into his chest. For a moment, Bram's expression reflected confusion, then dawning comprehension, and finally, devastating sorrow. It's true, he whispered, tears welling in his eyes. All this time? Yes, Thorn nodded. Few can bear the truth, which is why I rarely share it. Rest now, knowing your sacrifice serves a greater purpose than the lies you were taught. End. Thorn wrote, and Bram collapsed beside Isara, his eyes staring sightlessly at the sky. Corwin remained frozen in place, only his eyes able to move, darting wildly between his fallen companions and his master who had killed them with such terrible efficiency. For you, my student, Thorn addressed him with unexpected gentleness. I offer a different path. He traced a complex series of characters that I couldn't fully make out from my position. They swirled around Corwin's head like a crown of blue light before sinking into his temples. Corwin's rigid posture relaxed, but his expression remained blank, his eyes empty of recognition or thought. Forget, Thorn commanded. Return to the academy. Report that unknown skybound cultivators ambushed your group and captured the saint. You barely escaped with your life. Like an automaton, Corwin nodded once, turned, and began walking mechanically toward the forest's edge, leaving his dead companions behind without a backward glance. Throughout this horror, I remained bound and silent, unable to move or speak as Thorn methodically eliminated my escort. Now, with the 3 light weavers dealt with, he turned his attention back to me. And now for you, he said, approaching slowly. The so-called last saint. In my inner world, Azure was frantically trying to help me break free. The binding is too strong, he reported frustratedly. His comprehension of bind is absolute. He understands restraint on a fundamental level that transcends physical force. Thorn stopped a few paces from me, studying my immobilized form with a mixture of curiosity and disgust. You're different from the others, he observed. I sensed it from the moment you arrived at the academy. He circled me slowly, his skeletal fingers trailing in the air as if tracing invisible patterns. The blue sun is growing desperate. It used to be more subtle, working through properly prepared vessels over decades or centuries. I tried to communicate with my eyes, trying to convey that I wasn't what he thought, that I was working against the blue sun's influence, not for it. Thorn seemed to notice my desperate attempts. Trying to plead your case? He asked, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. They all do when cornered. As if the puppet could convince me it isn't controlled by its strings. He shook his head sadly. I've been fighting this battle for centuries, eliminating saints and candidates when I could, sabotaging their missions when I couldn't. Few suspect Elder Thorn, the quiet one, the observer, of being the Order's greatest heretic. With a gesture, he tightened the binding around me until breathing became difficult. The emergence of an unprecedented resonance rang alarm bells immediately. I knew the blue sun was finally making its decisive move. And then your declaration of war, so premature, so desperate. He shook his head in disgust. No, I won't let you destroy my world. My eyes widened, trying to communicate that I shared his goal, that I too sought to prevent the world's destruction. If only he would release the binding enough for me to speak. Thorn mistook my desperate gaze for pleading. Begging won't save you, he said coldly. Your physical body may be innocent, a vessel stolen by corrupted energy, but your soul is tainted beyond redemption. Nothing of the original Tomas remains. If he only knew how right and wrong he was simultaneously. The original Tomas was indeed gone, but not replaced by a blue sun puppet, replaced by me, a cultivator from another world entirely. Desperately, I reached inward to my cultivation base, trying to channel the red sun energy that flowed through my inner world. If I could just manifest even a trace of it, surely Thorn would see that I wasn't corrupted by the blue sun's influence. But when I tried to draw upon that power, I found nothing, not emptiness. The energy was still there. I could sense the red sun hiding under the canopy within my inner world, but it might as well have been on the other side of an impenetrable wall. The binding character Thorn had inscribed didn't just restrain my physical form. It prevented me from manifesting my cultivation outwardly. I take no pleasure in this, Thorn continued, raising his hand. But the needs of the world outweigh the suffering of individuals. His finger moved through the air with graceful precision, writing a single character that glowed with malevolent purpose. Devour. The golden chains binding me suddenly animated, developing tooth-lined mouths along their lengths. With horrific deliberation, they began to bite into my flesh, not just restraining me now but consuming me piece by piece. The pain was excruciating. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, could only endure as the chains methodically ate through muscle, bone, and organ. Blood poured from dozens of wounds as chunks of my body were torn away and consumed. Through fading vision, I saw Elder Thorn watching my destruction with solemn resolution. There was no cruelty in his expression, only grim determination, the face of a healer performing a painful but necessary amputation. He raised his hand again, his skeletal finger tracing a new character in the air, one I hadn't seen before, complex and ancient-looking. The flesh is merely a vessel, Thorn said quietly. To truly end this cycle, I must destroy the corruption at its source, your soul. Cold terror flooded through me, eclipsing even the physical agony of being devoured alive. This wasn't just about dying in this body. If my soul was destroyed here, there would be no returning to my original body in the cultivation realm. No waking up to continue my mission. This would be true death, absolute and final. Master! Azure's voice was frantic. We need to separate from this vessel immediately. I tried desperately to initiate the process we'd used before, the technique to detach my consciousness from this borrowed form and return to my true body. But something was wrong. The binding spell wasn't just restraining Tomas's physical form. It had anchored my soul to it as well, preventing the separation. I can't break free, I realized with horror. The bind character has trapped me here completely. Soul severance, Elder Thorn whispered, the new character glowing with terrible purpose as it completed its formation, to eradicate not just the vessel, but the invading presence within. Panic coursed through me as the glowing character began floating toward my forehead. This wasn't just death. This was oblivion. Everything I was, everything I had been, everything I might become, all of it about to be extinguished forever. The Genesis seed, Azure cried. Channel everything into it. It's our only chance. With the last of my strength, I focused inward, pouring every remaining scrap of energy into the Genesis seed at the center of my inner world. If anything could protect my soul from destruction, it would be this beyond heaven rank cultivation method. The blue character touched my forehead. Searing pain unlike anything I'd ever experienced coursed through my entire being. I felt my soul being systematically unmade, coming apart thread by thread. Through my fading consciousness, I heard the elder sigh deeply. Another fallen. How many more must I destroy before this is over? His footsteps receded as he walked away, leaving what remained of me to be consumed by complete oblivion. Then, nothing. As the first light of dawn filtered through the thin windows of the Jade Lotus Inn, Lu Chong found himself awake before his companions. He lay still on his sleeping mat, eyes open but unfocused, listening to the distant sounds of the city coming to life outside. Merchants setting up stalls, early rising cultivators beginning their training regimens, innkeepers preparing breakfast for their guests. The rhythmic percussion of ordinary life continuing despite the tension that hung over Wuxi City like a storm cloud. Lu Chang had always been an early riser. Years of rigorous training at the Lu clan compound had instilled in him habits that persisted regardless of circumstance. Even on mission days, even when rest would be more prudent, his body insisted on greeting the sun. With a sigh, he sat up and began moving silently through his morning routine. He washed his face in the basin of water, the cool liquid shocking away the final remnants of sleep. As he methodically tied back his hair and straightened his azure peak robes, his thoughts drifted to the coming day. The moonlit dewflower. A simple mission on its surface. Retrieve a rare bloom from a dangerous location, but fraught with complications. The valley's spatial distortions, competing sects, and most troublingly, the pointed interest from the Holy Light sect in their team specifically. These factors transformed a straightforward retrieval into something far more complex. As he finished his preparations, Lu Chang's gaze drifted towards Su Yu's sleeping alcove. The privacy screen was partially drawn, offering a glimpse of her sleeping form. He allowed himself a moment to observe her, not in any inappropriate way, but with the quiet appreciation of someone who had fought alongside her for years. Her short-cropped hair splayed across the pillow. Her features relaxed in sleep in a way they rarely were when awake. In sleep, the hard edges of the combat-focused cultivator softened, revealing the woman beneath the discipline. A familiar warmth spread through his chest, one he had long since learned to acknowledge and then set aside. Now, however, the feeling lingered, refusing to be neatly compartmentalized as it had been so many times before. Chu Feng would have teased me mercilessly about this, he thought with a bittersweet pang. The memory of their fallen comrade brought a fresh wave of grief. Chu Feng had been the third member of their inner disciple team for nearly 5 years. A brash, loud, irritatingly jovial man who had somehow wormed his way into their lives despite both Lu Chang and Su Yu's initial resistance to his friendly overtures. Death was no stranger to cultivators of their rank. They had seen sect brothers and sisters fall in beast waves, succumb to cultivation deviations, or perish in territorial disputes. But Chu Feng's death had been different, so sudden, so complete. One moment he existed, the next he was simply gone, dissolved into pure qi that fed whatever dark purpose Kejun had set in motion. The stark reminder of mortality had affected Lu Chang more deeply than he cared to admit. 10 years of cultivation had brought him to the peak of qi condensation, with the elemental realm threshold just within his grasp. Yet how easily might all that progress, all that potential, be snuffed out in an instant? All the carefully laid plans, the ambitions, the postponed experiences, rendered meaningless in a heartbeat. You're thinking about him again. Su Yu's voice pulled Lu Chang from his reverie. He turned to find her standing in the doorway of her alcove, already dressed in her sect robes, her hair still slightly damp from washing. There were shadows under her eyes that suggested her sleep had been troubled. It seemed he had spaced out for the past few minutes. Was I that obvious? He asked with a slight smile. Your qi fluctuates when you're dwelling on it, she replied, moving to join him by the window. Like ripples in still water. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, looking out at the awakening city below. Do you think Ku'in is still asleep? Su Yu finally asked, glancing toward the closed privacy screen of their junior brother's alcove. Lu Chang followed her gaze. I haven't heard any movement. Perhaps he's meditating. He worked late into the night on that replica flower, Su Yu observed. Quite impressive work, especially for someone his age. Indeed, our junior brother continues to surprise. Lu Chang agreed. Though I can't help but feel there's more to him than meets the eye. Su Yu's lips curved in a rare smile. Says the man who hid his true capabilities for 3 years before an elder finally forced you to demonstrate your immutable Titan technique. Lu Chang chuckled softly, the sound barely more than a rumble in his chest. A fair point. We all have our secrets. Speaking of secrets, Suyu said, her voice dropping to ensure it wouldn't carry beyond their immediate vicinity. There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. Is it about last night? Do you regret it? She asked. A rare flash of vulnerability appeared on her face. Not for a moment, he answered without hesitation. But I want to be sure you don't either. Suyu's expression softened, and she placed her hand over his. Lu Chang, we've spent years putting our cultivation first. After what happened at the shrine, after seeing Chu Feng and the others. She paused, the memory of their fellow disciples dissolving into pure qi still raw. Life is precious even for cultivators, perhaps especially for cultivators, who sacrifice so much in pursuit of advancement. Lu Chang nodded, understanding her perfectly. Cultivation was a path of sacrifice, of comfort, of worldly pleasures, often of human connection, all in pursuit of breaking free from the cycle of life and death. Yet what was the point of seeking immortality if one never truly lived? I don't know what the future holds for us, Suyu continued, her gaze direct and unflinching as always. We both have our paths to follow, but I refuse to regret the moments we choose to share along the way. Lu Chang felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with his cultivation. This was why he had always been drawn to Suyu. Her clarity, her straightforward approach to life's complexities. She didn't waste words on flowery sentiments or make promises neither of them could keep. Instead, she offered something far more precious: honesty. Then we're in agreement, he said. For a moment they simply sat there, the morning light strengthening around them, hands joined in a connection that said more than words could express. We should eat, Suyu said finally, though she made no move to withdraw her hand. Maintain our strength for tonight. Lu Chang nodded and reluctantly released her hand. He reached for his outer robe, slipping it on over his inner cultivation garments. As he secured his belt and adjusted his sleeves, he found himself looking toward Ku Yin's alcove again. I owe that young man a great debt, he murmured almost to himself. Suyu followed his gaze. For the shrine battle? Yes, we all do. Without his intervention. Not just that, Lu Chang interrupted gently. Though certainly that as well. Suyu raised an eyebrow questioningly. I didn't agree to this mission just to repay the life debt, Lu Chang explained. I could have simply reported his heroism to the sect, arranged a commendation, perhaps even secured him a promotion to inner disciple status. But watching him face Kejun, watching how he refused to flee even when his cultivation was so much lower, it reminded me of things I had begun to forget. Such as? Suyu asked, her voice soft. Lu Chang considered his words carefully. That the path of cultivation isn't simply about accumulating power or extending life. It's about what we do with the time we have, however long or short that might be. Suyu's expression softened. A lesson worth remembering. Indeed. Lu Chang finished adjusting his robes and gathered his storage ring, sliding it onto his finger. This mission brings no direct benefit to me. The reward would be negligible for a cultivator at my stage. But it matters to junior brother Ku, and that's enough reason to help. Besides, I promised myself long ago that I would be a man who repays his debts. One of your better qualities, Suyu said, the subtle warmth in her tone making the simple words feel like high praise. Together they left their sleeping area and entered the suite's main room. I'll arrange for food to be brought up, Suyu offered. Anything specific you'd like? Whatever's fresh, Lu Chang replied. And perhaps some jasmine tea, if available. Suyu nodded and left the suite, the door closing softly behind her. Left alone, Lu Chang took the opportunity to run through a series of subtle cultivation techniques. Nothing that would disrupt his qi pathways before tonight's mission, but enough to ensure his spiritual essence remained optimal. He began with the immutable Titan's breath method, drawing air deeply into his lungs and circulating it through specific meridians. The technique was designed to reinforce his body's natural defenses, particularly useful before venturing into an area with spatial instabilities like Black Mist Valley. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. As he completed the 27th breath cycle, the suite door opened again. Suyu returned, followed by an attendant carrying a large tray laden with steaming dishes. The aromas of fresh congee, stir-fried vegetables, and savory meat buns filled the room, reminding Lu Chang that even cultivators approaching the elemental realm still appreciated simple physical pleasures. The innkeeper mentioned increased activity near the valley approach. Suyu reported as the attendants set up their meal on the table. Several teams have already departed, hoping to secure advantageous positions once the mist begins to thin. Lu Chang frowned slightly. Risky. The spatial disturbances won't begin stabilizing until late afternoon at the earliest. Desperation breeds poor decisions, Suyu observed, particularly among smaller sects without our resources or reputation. They fell silent for a moment, both contemplating the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Resources, techniques, opportunities. All were limited, fiercely competed for. Those from powerful sects had advantages that cultivators from smaller factions could only dream of. Sometimes, the only way to close that gap was through dangerous gambles like entering the valley early. I wonder which path Ku'in would have chosen if fate hadn't brought him to Azure Peak. Lu Chang mused aloud. His talents are exceptional. A formation expert at such a young age, with unusual cultivation techniques and remarkable adaptability in combat. So you considered this. From what we've seen, his origins are humble. A tailor's son from a small village. Without sect backing, such talents might have gone unrecognized, or worse, been exploited by less scrupulous factions. Lu Chang nodded grimly. There were many tales of talented cultivators from humble backgrounds being forced into servitude by powerful clans. Their gifts harvested like crops rather than nurtured for their own advancement. Azure Peak has its flaws, he said, but at least we value merit alongside bloodline. Ku'in has found a place where he can grow. If he survives long enough, Suyu added pragmatically. His talents make him valuable, but they also make him a target. Lu Chang nodded silently. He knew more than most how potential attracted calamity. The attendant finished arranging their meal and departed with a respectful bow. Lu Chang and Suyu sat down at the table, serving themselves from the various dishes. Should we wake junior brother Ku? Suyu asked, nodding toward the still-sealed alcove. He should eat as well. Lu Chang considered, then shook his head. Let him continue his preparations for now. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The congee was excellent, smooth and flavorful with small pieces of century egg and pork, while the vegetables maintained a perfect crispness that spoke to the cook's skill. Lu Chang found himself appreciating these simple pleasures more consciously than usual, perhaps another effect of recent events. As the morning gave way to afternoon, Lu Chang grew increasingly aware that Ku'in had yet to emerge from his alcove. The privacy screen remained closed, and no sounds came from within. While cultivators often spent long hours in meditation or closed-door cultivation, the timing was starting to seem unusual. Do you think we should check on him? Suyu finally voiced the concern they both felt, setting aside a formation diagram she'd been studying. It's unlike him to remain isolated for so long, especially on a mission day. Lu Chang considered the question carefully. It would be improper to disturb a fellow cultivator during focused cultivation, but given the circumstances, perhaps a gentle inquiry is warranted. He rose and approached Kuyin's alcove, pausing before the privacy screen. Junior brother Ku, he called. How's your preparation going? No response came from beyond the screen. Lu Chang exchanged a concerned glance with Suyu, who had moved to stand beside him. Perhaps he's in deep meditation, she suggested, though her furrowed brow betrayed her unease. Perhaps, Lu Chang agreed, though he shared her concern. He closed his eyes briefly, extending his spiritual sense toward the alcove, only to find it blocked by what felt like a formation barrier. He's established privacy formations, quite sophisticated ones at that. As expected of a formation expert, Suyu mused. Still, the timing is troubling. They returned to their preparations, though Lu Chang found himself increasingly distracted by their junior brother's continued absence. As the afternoon progressed toward evening and the optimal window for valley entry approached, the situation became impossible to ignore. "We need to make a decision," Suyu said finally, setting aside the spatial anchor she'd been checking. "The valley's spatial thinning has begun. If we delay much longer, we risk missing our opportunity entirely." Lu Chang nodded gravely. "You're right. I think it's time we check on him more directly." They approached Kuyin's alcove once more. This time, Lu Chang knocked firmly on the wooden frame of the privacy screen. "Junior brother Ku, forgive the intrusion, but we must prepare to depart. Please respond if you are able." Again, silence was the only answer. Su Yu's expression darkened with worry. Could he be experiencing qi deviation? His work on the flower replica was complex and taxing. The possibility sent a chill through Lu Chang. Qi deviation was one of the most feared accidents among cultivators, a catastrophic misalignment of one's spiritual energy that could result in permanent cultivation damage or even death if not addressed quickly. "We need to check," he decided firmly. "If he's in trouble, every moment counts." "The formations?" Suyu reminded him. Lu Chang studied the energy patterns he could sense around the alcove. "They appear to be privacy-focused rather than defensive. I believe I can dismantle them without triggering any backlash." With careful precision, Lu Chang began to work against the formations Kuyin had established. Despite their sophistication, they were indeed designed primarily for privacy rather than protection, allowing Lu Chang to gradually unravel them without dangerous feedback. "Impressive work," he murmured as the last energy strand dispersed. "Our junior brother has a true gift for formation architecture." With the barriers down, Lu Chang called out once more. "Junior brother Ku, we're coming in now. Please forgive the intrusion." When no response came, Lu Chang exchanged a final glance with Suyu, then slowly slid open the privacy screen. The alcove beyond was dimly lit, illuminated only by a single formation-powered light stone that cast soft shadows across the small space. The area was meticulously organized. Formation tools arranged precisely on a small work table, herbs and materials stored in labeled containers, scrolls and notes stacked neatly in one corner. And in the center of it all, slumped forward on a meditation cushion, was Kuyin. Lu Chang's heart sank at the sight. Their junior brother's body was unnaturally still. His head bowed forward as though he had simply fallen asleep during meditation. But something about the posture struck Lu Chang as fundamentally wrong. "Kuyin!" Suyu was already moving forward, kneeling beside the young cultivator. Her hands moved to his shoulders, gently trying to rouse him. When he didn't respond, she carefully eased him back, supporting his head to prevent it from falling back limply. Lu Chang joined her, his experienced eyes quickly assessing Kuyin's condition. The young man's skin was pale, too pale, with a faint bluish tinge to his lips. No visible injuries marred his body. No signs of struggle disturbed the orderly alcove. Suyu pressed her fingers to Kuyin's neck, seeking a pulse. Her expression grew increasingly alarmed as seconds ticked by. "I can't detect any heartbeat," she said, voice taut with concern. Lu Chang placed his palm over Kuyin's chest, channeling a thin stream of qi to probe for life signs. What he found, or rather didn't find, sent ice through his veins. No qi circulation, no spiritual activity. They looked at each other, the grim reality settling between them like a physical weight. In all their years as cultivators, they had seen death many times, in battle, in training accidents, in the harsh trials of cultivation advancement. They recognized its unmistakable presence now. "How could this happen?" Suyu whispered. "There's no sign of attack, no qi deviation damage, nothing to explain." A sharp gasp cut off Suyu's question. Kuyin's body suddenly arched upward, his chest expanding as he drew in a desperate, shuddering breath. His eyes snapped open, and for a brief, disconcerting moment, Lu Chang could have sworn they glowed with an otherworldly blue light. "Kuyin!" Lu Chang exclaimed, supporting the young cultivator's shoulders as he continued to gasp for air. Kuyin's eyes darted around wildly before focusing on Lu Chang's face. Confusion, then recognition, Then something like embarrassment flashed across his features in rapid succession. "Senior Brother Lu?" he managed between breaths. "Senior Sister Sue? What? Why are you in my room?" "Ku-in." The sound of my name pierced through a haze of confusion and darkness. I felt strong hands gripping my shoulders, supporting my weight as consciousness slowly returned. My eyes struggled to focus, taking in the concerned faces of Lu Chong and Suyu hovering over me. "Senior Brother Lu?" I managed between desperate gasps for air. My lungs burned as if I'd been underwater far too long. "Senior Sister Sue? What? Why are you in my room?" Lu Chang's expression shifted from alarm to visible relief, though concern still lingered in his eyes. "We came to check on you. You've been isolated in your alcove all day, and with our departure window approaching." His voice trailed off as he studied me intently. "You weren't responding to our calls. When we entered, you appeared." Suyu hesitated, exchanging a glance with Lu Chong. "You appeared deceased, junior brother. No heartbeat, no qi circulation, no spiritual activity." My mind raced as I processed her words. I'd been dead? Memories flooded back. Elder Thorn, the binding spell, the horrific devour technique consuming my flesh piece by piece, and finally, that terrible soul severance character aimed at my very essence. I needed a plausible explanation, and quickly. "Ah," I said, forcing a sheepish smile while my mind spun through possibilities. "My deepest apologies for alarming you both. I was experimenting with an advanced meditation technique, one that simulates death to achieve deeper spiritual insights." Lu Chang's eyebrows rose slightly. "A death simulation technique? That's unusual for your cultivation level." I nodded, grateful that my body had recovered enough that I could sit upright without their support. "It's something I stumbled upon in the World Tree Sutra. The technique temporarily suspends life signs to concentrate all energy inward." I rubbed the back of my neck, affecting embarrassment. I clearly underestimated its effects. I didn't mean to cause concern. Suyu frowned slightly, clearly dissecting my explanation, looking for inconsistencies. "Such techniques are typically forbidden to cultivators below the life realm due to their inherent dangers. Which is precisely why I shouldn't have done that," I admitted, hanging my head in a show of regret. Clearly, I was overconfident in my abilities. Lu Chong studied me for another long moment before his expression softened. "We're simply relieved you're unharmed. However, junior brother Ku, I must insist that you refrain from such risky practices in the future, at least until you've reached an appropriate cultivation level." "Of course, senior brother Lu," I agreed. "I've learned my lesson." Suyu still looked skeptical, but she didn't press further. "We need to leave within the hour if we're to enter the valley at the optimal time," she said, returning to practical matters. "The spatial thinning has begun, and other sects are already positioning themselves for entry." The valley? For a moment, confusion clouded my thoughts. What valley was she talking about? "The Black Mist Valley?" Azure whispered in my mind, sensing my disorientation. "For the Moonlit Dew Flower mission." Of course, the memories aligned themselves properly. We were meant to retrieve a rare bloom from a spatially unstable location. Clarity washed over me as my mind reconnected with this timeline's recent events. "Yes, the Valley Expedition," I said, smiling with what I hoped was appropriate enthusiasm. "I'll be ready to depart on schedule." I managed to stand, though my body felt unusually heavy and my head throbbed painfully with each movement. Lu Chong nodded, apparently satisfied. "We'll prepare the final supplies while you gather yourself. Join us in the main room when you're ready." He turned to leave, then paused. "And junior brother Ku? That replica flower you created is truly remarkable work. It should serve our purposes excellently." The unexpected praise caught me off guard. "Thank you, senior brother." After they departed, I quickly re-established the privacy formation, this time with a simpler design that wouldn't raise suspicions. Once I was certain we couldn't be overheard, I collapsed back onto the meditation cushion with a heavy sigh of relief. "Azure?" I murmured inwardly, massaging my temples to ease the pounding headache. How are we still alive? The Elder used a soul termination technique on us. I felt my entire being coming apart thread by thread. Azure's familiar presence materialized in my inner world, his tone thoughtful. I have several theories, though we can't be certain which is correct without more information. I'm all ears, I replied, closing my eyes to better focus on our conversation. First possibility, Azure began. Your soul originates from a different world altogether. Soul techniques from the Two Suns world may not affect you in the same way they would affect native souls. I nodded. That made a certain amount of sense. My soul wasn't indigenous to the Two Suns reality, nor this one for that matter. Second, Azure continued, the Genesis seed likely provided protection. We channeled everything into it as the technique struck, and its beyond heaven rank properties might have shielded your soul from complete dissolution. And the third theory? I asked, already guessing what he might say. Azure's tone turned wry. We might have been entirely wrong about soul techniques causing damage that persists through loops. Perhaps they're like any other form of death, painful and traumatic in the moment, but ultimately just another reset point. I couldn't help but smile at that, shaking my head slightly. If that's the case, I'd rather not test the theory again anytime soon. The smile faded as another wave of pain washed through my skull. Though I clearly didn't escape unscathed. I feel terrible. Let me scan your condition, Azure replied, his presence expanding throughout my inner world. I waited patiently as he assessed my spiritual state. The simple act of breathing felt unusually laborious, and a bone-deep exhaustion permeated my entire being. This was different from the typical disorientation I experienced after returning from a loop. Your soul essence has decreased significantly more than with a standard death, Azure finally reported. You're at approximately 65% of your normal capacity. That's what's causing these symptoms. The headache, fatigue, and general weakness. Will it recover? I asked, unable to keep a note of concern from my voice. Yes, with the Tri-Harmony technique and proper rest, you should return to normal within a few days. Azure reassured me. But this confirms my suspicion that soul attacks are particularly dangerous for us, even if they don't cause permanent death. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I released a long, slow breath, relief washing through me. At least there's no lasting damage. Still, I'll need to be much more careful in the next loop. I shook my head ruefully. Why do light weavers have to specialize in soul attacks? Couldn't they be like their skybound counterparts and just give me an agonizing physical death? At least those are cleaner. Speaking of loops, Azure said, his tone shifting slightly, I've noticed something odd about our return time frame. What do you mean? Usually, our 2 months in the Two Suns world translates to roughly 2 hours in this timeline, he explained. But this time, we spent only about 5 weeks there, yet almost 12 hours passed here. That caught my attention. That's a significant discrepancy. Is it due to the soul attack? Azure's presence pulsed in affirmation. That's my working theory. It seems the journey back to this world takes longer when your soul has been damaged. The temporal translation isn't as efficient. I nodded slowly, processing this new information. Another reason to avoid soul attacks, then. Time efficiency is crucial for our overall mission. Despite the discomfort and close call, a sense of accomplishment began to build within me. Even though that was a devastating way to end the loop, I got what I went there for. I closed my eyes, mentally cataloging the valuable information I'd obtained. The loop had been more productive than I'd initially expected. I never harbored illusions about being able to annex the Two Suns world or save it from its impending invasion in a single visit. That would have been absurdly ambitious. But the intelligence gathered was invaluable. I now know that both Cal and Elder Thorn could potentially be convinced to work with us instead of against us. I mused. They're both fighting to prevent their world's destruction, just from different angles. If I could help them see that their goals align. There was also the fascinating discovery about the Genesis seed's apparent compatibility with the Elder Tree. The seed formed a connection with the Elder Tree, whether for annexation or something else entirely, I don't know yet, but it represents progress. The most significant achievement, however, was exactly what I'd set out to accomplish. Most importantly, I learned how to utilize Blue Sun energy, I said, feeling a surge of satisfaction despite my physical discomfort. I can now apply those cultivation techniques here to develop my inner world and increase my spiritual cultivation, which is embarrassingly falling behind. A thought suddenly struck me as I recalled the blood statue of Kajun standing in my inner world. The memory of the calligraphy techniques I'd learned from the Lightweavers floated to the surface of my mind. I wonder if... You should probably start preparing for the mission, Azure interrupted gently. Lu Chong and Su Yu are waiting, and we have a narrow window for valley entry. He was right, of course. I could explore these new possibilities after completing our immediate obligations. Yeah, I conceded, pulling myself to my feet despite the protesting ache in every muscle. One thing at a time. A faint rustling sound caught my attention as a thin green tendril emerged from beneath my sleeve, slowly extending until it hovered near my face. YGGY had manifested, his vine-like form trembling slightly with what I recognized as concern. He waved his tendril in a questioning pattern before me. I'm okay, buddy, I whispered, managing a weak smile as YGGY's tendril brushed against my cheek. YGGY's main body emerged further, several tendrils now weaving complex patterns in the air, conveying clear worry and confusion. Of course, in the Two Suns world, YGGY had been with Elder Malric during my final moments. He hadn't witnessed what Elder Thorn had done to me. I had a bit of a rough ending in the other world, I explained softly, watching as YGGY's tendrils froze mid-pattern. Nothing permanent, as you can see. Just tired. YGGY's vines twisted into a new formation, one that I'd come to recognize as skepticism. He could sense my depleted state, my drained soul essence that I was trying to downplay. It's a long story involving an elder and some rather unpleasant soul techniques, I said, patting YGGY's tendril reassuringly. I'll tell you the details later, but right now we need to prepare for our mission. I smiled more genuinely this time. It is good to see you again, though. YGGY's form shifted, vines braiding together to create a more compact shape that settled comfortably on my shoulder. His way of saying he wasn't going anywhere. The familiar weight was strangely comforting. As I began gathering my equipment, checking my storage ring for the necessary supplies, I couldn't help but reflect on how after we retrieved the Moonlit Dew flower, I would finally have the opportunity to investigate the greater mystery that had been nagging at me. What exactly was the Azure Peak sect hiding? What secret could be so momentous that it could drive lower-ranked cultivators insane? The thought sent a small thrill of anticipation through me, momentarily eclipsing my physical discomfort. Whatever it was, I was determined to uncover it. I secured my formation toolkit to my belt and adjusted my outer disciple robes, ensuring I appeared composed and prepared despite my weakened state. The headache still pounded relentlessly behind my eyes, but I forced myself to breathe steadily through the pain. Are you sure you're up for this mission in your current condition? Azure asked, concern evident in his voice. I don't have much choice, I replied, checking the special container I'd prepared for the Moonlit Dew flower. Backing out now would raise too many questions. Besides, only by completing this mission will Madame Butterfly tell me the truth. Just be cautious, Azure advised. You're operating at reduced capacity, and Black Mist Valley is notoriously dangerous even for cultivators at full strength. Of course, I smiled wryly. I don't want to die again anytime soon. With a final deep breath, I told YGGY to return to my inner world as I dismantled the privacy formation and prepared to join my seniors in the main room. As I walked toward the door, I couldn't help but think that retrieving a rare flower from a spatially unstable valley seemed almost mundane compared to what I just experienced in the Two Suns world. Yet I knew better than to underestimate any challenge in this cultivation world. Complacency was a luxury I couldn't afford, especially not now. Night had fallen by the time we reached the outskirts of Black Mist Valley, its namesake swirling ominously ahead. Despite the full moon hanging above, its silver light seemed to dim where it touched the dark, churning mist that coiled at the valley's entrance like a sleeping beast. The spatial thinning has progressed as expected, Lu Chong observed. We've arrived at the optimal time. The three of us stood just beyond the warning markers. Simple wooden posts etched with preservation formations and adorned with tattered red flags that rustled in the night breeze. Behind us, the lights of Wuchi City glowed faintly in the distance. Before us lay a landscape straight from a cultivator's nightmare. I drew a deep breath, steadying myself against the persistent throbbing in my temples. My weakened condition remained a concern, but not one I could afford to dwell on. This was my mission to lead, and despite my diminished capacity, I needed to project confidence. Remember, we stay together until we reach the flowering location, I stated, scanning the area carefully. In the distance, I could make out the silhouettes of other cultivation teams making their way toward various entry points along the valley's perimeter. Once there, we'll implement our substitution plan according to what we find. Suyu nodded, her expression focused as she performed a final check of her equipment. I've readied the spatial anchors. At the first sign of destabilization, I'll deploy them to create a safe zone. Lu Chong rolled his shoulders, limbering up for what lay ahead. I've mapped the most likely flowering locations based on our intelligence. The primary site should be approximately 2 li into the northwest quadrant, near what the locals call the Widow's Tears Spring. Let's get going then, I decided, taking the first step past the warning markers. Stay alert and maintain formation. I'll take point, Senior Brother Lu on the rear guard, Senior Sister Su in the center managing our spatial defenses. As we entered the mist, the world around us transformed. The air inside the valley felt thicker, somehow both more substantial and less reliable simultaneously. Sounds behaved strangely too. Some distant noises seemed unnaturally close, while our own footsteps sometimes echoed with a delay, as if the very fabric of reality was stretched thin in places. Fascinating, I murmured, observing how the mist swirled in unnatural patterns around us. The spatial distortions create visible effects even in the vapor itself. Focus, Junior Brother, Suyu reminded me gently. Scholarly observations can wait until after we've secured the flower. She was right, of course. I had a tendency to get distracted by interesting phenomena, a trait that would cost me my life if I wasn't careful. You're examining the spatial distortions like they're a fascinating scroll rather than a potentially lethal danger, Azure commented dryly in my mind. Knowledge is power, I replied silently, though I did redirect my attention to our immediate surroundings. Besides, understanding how these distortions work might help us navigate more effectively. True enough, Azure conceded, but perhaps prioritize not getting spatially folded into oblivion first, then indulge your academic curiosity. I suppressed a smile at his pragmatism as we continued deeper into the valley. It only took a few minutes for us to encounter what the valley was famous for. First spatial fluctuation approaching, Suyu warned, her voice cutting through the eerie silence. 30 degrees to our right, moving toward us. I halted our advance, raising a hand in signal. Hold your position. The fluctuation manifested as a rippling distortion in the air, like the surface of a pond disturbed by an unseen stone. It drifted past us, thankfully without interaction. Had it touched us and we didn't have any protection, then the consequences could have ranged from mild disorientation to being torn apart at the molecular level. Clear, I announced, gesturing for us to continue. We advanced in measured steps, pausing frequently to allow Suyu to scan for approaching anomalies. The terrain beneath our feet changed unpredictably. One moment solid rock, the next springy moss, then something that crunched like crystallized sand. The valley didn't just distort space. It seemed to blend together disparate locations into a patchwork reality. As we progressed deeper, the mist thickened and then, paradoxically, began to thin in patches. Through these momentary windows of clarity, I caught glimpses of other teams navigating the treacherous landscape, a group of 5 Elements sect disciples to our far left, a smaller contingent from Heavenly Jade sect somewhere behind us. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Stabilization zone ahead. So you announced after we'd been walking for nearly an hour? Or at least what felt like an hour. Natural spatial alignment. Approximately 50 meters in diameter. Sure enough, as we entered the area she indicated, the mist thinned dramatically. We stood in a roughly circular clearing where the air was remarkably clear compared to our surroundings. Strange, luminescent flowers grew in clusters around the perimeter, their pale blue glow providing gentle illumination. These are mist lanterns, Suyu said, gesturing toward the flowers. They only grow in naturally stable pockets within the valley. Their presence confirms we're on the right path. I took the opportunity to assess my situation. My inner world pulsed with discomfort, my soul essence still far below its normal capacity. The headache had faded to a dull throb, but every use of cultivation techniques sent fresh spikes of pain through my skull. While it wasn't debilitating, it was annoying. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. These stable zones would be good places to rest if needed. I'll be fine, I replied silently. We can't afford delays. The Widow's Tears should be approximately half a li ahead, Lu Chang reported, consulting a small jade compass that displayed not directions but fluctuating patterns of light. If our information is correct, that's where the moonlit dewflower is most likely to bloom. I nodded, taking a moment to recenter myself. Let's use the stable zone to prepare. Senior Sister Sue, how are our spatial anchors? Fully charged and ready, she confirmed, displaying the pyramid-shaped devices briefly. 2 hours of stability each once deployed. Good. Let's head towards the spring but keep an eye out. We're likely to encounter other teams as we get closer to the flowering site. And I don't think they'll be friendly. As we prepared to continue, Lu Chang approached me, keeping his voice low enough that Suyu couldn't overhear. Junior brother Ko, I've noticed you seem strained. Are you certain you've recovered from this morning's incident? His perception was uncomfortably accurate. I'm managing, I assured him, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The after effects of the technique are lingering, but they won't impede my performance. Lu Chang studied me for a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Very well, but don't hesitate to rely on us if needed. Pride has no place in survival situations. As uncomfortable I felt relying on others, he was right. It would be best to be cautious rather than overestimate my limited abilities. Once we left the stable zone, the next segment of our journey proved more challenging. Spatial fluctuations increased in both frequency and intensity as we approached our destination. Twice, so you had to deploy temporary anchors when particularly violent distortions threatened to engulf us. The landscape grew increasingly surreal. Trees with bark like polished metal sprouted from ground. Small streams flowed upward instead of down, their waters separating into droplets that hung suspended in the air before reassembling into flowing currents several meters away. Physics here is more like a suggestion than a law, I muttered, watching as a boulder nearby gradually phased through the ground beneath it, disappearing inch by inch without disturbing the surrounding soil. The valley doesn't recognize conventional boundaries, Lu Chang agreed. Matter, energy, space, all flow together according to patterns we can barely comprehend. The longer I observed the impossible landscape, the more a theory formed in my mind. Could this entire valley be an inner world? Or perhaps multiple inner worlds collapsed together? The fragmented, jumbled nature of the space reminded me of my own carefully constructed inner realm, though significantly more chaotic. Well, whatever it was certainly a jumbled mess. After another hour of careful navigation, the sound of flowing water reached our ears, a gentle, melodic tinkling that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The Widow's Tears, Lu Chang confirmed, pointing ahead where the mist parted intermittently to reveal flashes of silver light. We've reached the primary site. Approaching cautiously, we emerged into another stable zone, this one significantly larger than the first. At its center stood what must have been the spring itself, a series of stepped rock formations over which water flowed in thin, glittering strands, collecting in a small pool at the base. But we weren't alone. As my vision adjusted to the new environment, I counted at least 4 other teams positioned around the spring area, maintaining cautious distances from one another. Black Palm Sect occupied the high ground to the north. Morningstar Sect had claimed the eastern approach. The Five Element Sect positioned themselves at the western side, leaving the Green Willow Sect to take up the eastern region. Strangely, the Holy Light Sect were absent. They don't look pleased to see more competition, Suyu observed quietly as several cultivators turned to assess our arrival, their expressions ranging from neutral to openly hostile. Expected, Lu Chong replied. But they won't act yet. Not until the flower appears. I took a moment to study the terrain, identifying potential escape routes and defensive positions. Despite the open hostility radiating from some of the other teams, I felt a flood of relief upon spotting the Morningstar Sect disciples. Their presence confirmed what our intelligence had suggested. This was indeed the correct location for the flowers blooming. Now we wait, I decided, guiding our team to an unclaimed position with good visibility of the spring. And prepare. We settled into a triangular formation that allowed us to monitor both the spring and the other teams while maintaining our defenses. The waiting was tense, punctuated by occasional glares from the Black Palm disciples and cryptic hand signals exchanged between members of the Morningstar Sect. As we waited, I thought about the replica flower I had created. It was remarkably convincing, a night lotus painstakingly altered through primordial wood arts to mimic the structure and appearance of the moonlit dew flower. The premium illusion talisman had been integrated into its stem, ready to activate when needed. But something was missing. Despite my best efforts, the replica lacked a certain quality, perhaps the spatial resonance that made the real flower so valuable. Any cultivator with training in spatial perception would immediately recognize it as a fake once they held it. I needed to strengthen the illusion, and I knew exactly how. The calligraphy techniques I'd learned in the Two Suns world could potentially elevate the deception beyond what conventional methods a cultivator at my realm could achieve. "Senior brother, senior sister," I said, keeping my voice casual. "I should check our supplies and make final preparations. I'm gonna head to that small alcove behind us. I'll be back in a few minutes." "Go ahead, but be careful," Lu Chong replied. "We'll keep watch here." I moved to the alcove, a shallow depression in the rock wall that offered some visual seclusion without completely separating me from the group. Once there, I removed the replica flower from my storage ring and took out the smallest brush from my formation toolkit, a fine-pointed instrument typically used for detail work on complex arrays. It would serve my purposes perfectly. "Master, are you certain about this?" Azure questioned. "Using Blue Sun techniques here could attract unwanted attention if detected." "I'll be subtle," I promised. "Only use just enough to enhance the deception." I had to be extremely careful. While the Blue Sun energy I'd absorbed during my time at the Blue Sun Academy now resided permanently within my inner world, accessing it required deliberate control. If I channeled too much, the surge of what would feel like life realm energy to observers might immediately draw suspicion. Though only cultivators above the stellar realm were sensitive to Blue Sun energy, and I didn't expect to see any of them around here. With steady hands, I inscribed a single character onto the replica's stem. Deceive. The brushwork was minute, almost microscopic, yet perfect in its formation. As I completed the final stroke, the character glowed with a faint blue luminescence before seeming to sink into the plant material, disappearing from view. I felt the subtle shift as the calligraphy took effect, weaving itself into the existing illusion framework and strengthening it exponentially. "Impressive," Azure commented as I placed the flower back into my storage ring. "The integration is seamless. This should deceive even cultivators at the elemental realm, though I wouldn't test it against a stellar realm cultivator." The final product was good enough for me. Due to the nature of the valley, the only cultivators able to enter were Qi condensation cultivators, and while I was certain each group had elemental realm and perhaps even stellar realm seniors waiting outside to escort them back to their respective sects with the treasure, I planned to be long gone by then. As I rejoined my companions, a commotion at the clearing's northern edge drew everyone's attention. A lone figure emerged from the mist, moving with the cautious steps of someone unfamiliar with the valley's dangers. "A latecomer," Suyu murmured. The newcomer was a young man, perhaps even younger than my current body's age. He wore simple gray robes without sect insignia, marking him as an independent cultivator. His face was lean, determined, though there was a nervousness in his movements that betrayed his awareness of how unwelcome his arrival might be. "Seckless," Lu Chong murmured. "Brave to come alone. Or foolish, I thought but didn't say." Independent cultivators face tremendous disadvantages in the cultivation world, lacking the resources, techniques, and protection that sects provided. For one to venture into Black Mist Valley during a harvesting cycle, competing directly against established sects, showed either remarkable courage or desperate need. The young man reached the basin floor and paused, seeming to assess where he might position himself with minimal confrontation. Unfortunately, there was no such safe space to be found. Every approach to the central pond was already claimed by one sect or another. After a moment's hesitation, he began walking towards the gap between the Five Elements sect's position and where Lu Fang's Black Palm group had established themselves. It was perhaps the worst possible choice he could have made. "This won't end well," I predicted quietly. Lu Fang straightened from his relaxed posture, dark amusement playing across his features as he watched the sectless cultivator approach. When the young man was within 20 paces of the gap he'd aimed for, Lu Fang stepped forward to intercept him. "Well, what have we here?" Lu Fang smirked. "A mouse scurrying in among dragons?" The sectless cultivator stopped, meeting Lu Fang's gaze with admirable steadiness despite the obvious power disparity. "I'm not here to fight," he said, his voice carrying a slight tremor despite his brave front. "I only want to observe the flowers blooming." Now that was just a bad excuse. No one would believe the guy was here to just watch. Not when every cultivator in a 100-mile radius was scrambling to obtain the moonlit dew flower. You didn't brave the spatial distortions of Black Mist Valley, risking life and limb, just to appreciate some pretty petals from a distance. The flower's value came from possessing it, not admiring it. "Observe," Lu Fang laughed. "You think treasures of the valley are tourist attractions for worthless sectless trash to gawk at?" The young man's hands clenched at his sides, but he maintained his composure. "The valley doesn't belong to any sect. I have as much right to be here as anyone." "Rights?" Lu Fang's amusement vanished, replaced by cold disdain. "Rights are earned through power, little mouse." Other teams watched the confrontation with varying degrees of interest but made no move to intervene. This was the way of things in the cultivation world. The strong dictated terms to the weak, and interference in others' disputes was rarely welcomed. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. I felt a pang of sympathy for the sectless cultivator. His courage was admirable if foolish. Standing alone against a 9th-stage qi condensation cultivator from a major sect was tantamount to suicide, especially one with Lu Fang's reputation for cruelty. "I can defend my claim," the young man insisted, dropping into a combat stance. He drew a sword from his storage ring, a simple weapon without the spiritual enhancements that sect disciples typically wielded, but serviceable enough. Lu Fang's smile widened. "By all means try." 8th-stage qi condensation, Azure noted. Not terrible for an independent cultivator but hopelessly outmatched against Lu Fang. Azure was right, what followed could hardly be called a fight. It was a demonstration, a lesson in humiliation. The sectless cultivator charged forward, his sword technique surprisingly competent. He'd clearly invested significant effort in his training despite lacking formal sect instruction. But against Lu Fang, it might as well have been a child swinging a stick. The Black Palm disciple sidestepped the initial thrust with insulting ease, not even bothering to draw his own weapon. As the young man pivoted to maintain his assault, Lu Fang's oversized right hand flashed out. "Black Palm technique. Withering touch," he murmured, his fingers brushing against the sectless cultivator's sword arm. The effect was horrifying. Where Lu Fang's fingers made contact, the young man's sleeve disintegrated, and the skin beneath blistered and blackened as if burned. He screamed, his grip on his sword faltering, but stubbornly refused to drop his weapon entirely. "Impressive pain tolerance," Lu Fang commented, circling his opponent like a predator toying with its prey. But futile. The Seckless cultivator gritted his teeth and charged again, his movements now hampered by his injured arm. This time, Lu Fang didn't bother dodging. He caught the descending blade between his thumb and forefinger, the metal smoking where he touched it. Black palm technique, corruption seed, he said almost conversationally, sending a pulse of crimson energy through the sword. The weapon shattered in the Seckless cultivator's hand, fragments slicing into his face and chest. One particularly large shard embedded itself in his right cheek, blood streaming down his jaw and neck. Still, incredibly, the young man refused to yield. He stumbled backward, his breathing ragged, and began tracing a formation pattern in the air with his uninjured hand. Golden light sparked at his fingertips, a basic explosive talisman, by the look of it. Lu Fang sighed. "You're starting to annoy me now." He moved with sudden, blinding speed, closing the distance between them before the Seckless cultivator could complete his talisman. His crimson-shrouded right hand clamped around the young man's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Black palm technique, essence drain," Lu Fang declared, and the crimson glow intensified. The Seckless cultivator's scream cut off abruptly as his face contorted in agony. I could sense his spiritual essence being forcibly extracted, drawn into Lu Fang's palm in pulsing waves of energy. It was a demonic technique I'd only read about before, a signature black palm sect ability that allowed them to replenish their own essence by stealing it from others. After several excruciating seconds, Lu Fang released his grip, allowing the young man to collapse to the ground in a boneless heap. He wasn't dead. I could see the shallow rise and fall of his chest, but his cultivation had been severely damaged. It would take him months, perhaps years, to recover what had been stolen, if he ever could. "You should thank me," Lu Fang murmured. "Had you somehow obtained the flower, you would have faced far worse on your journey home. Consider this a merciful education. Now crawl back to wherever you came from." There was some truth to his words. Whoever secured the flower would have a target painted on their back, a deadly one. With a casual kick that sent the Seckless cultivator sliding across the rocky ground toward the path he'd arrived from, Lu Fang turned away, apparently considering the matter settled. As he did, his gaze swept across the assembled cultivators like a challenge. When his eyes reached our position, they lingered, focusing particularly on Lu Chang with undisguised hostility. For a tense moment, I wondered if he might decide to carry his demonstration further by challenging us next. My soul essence was still significantly depleted, and while I believed in my companion's abilities, a confrontation now would only complicate our mission. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Fang merely smirked and returned to his faction's position, apparently content with the message he'd delivered. I glanced at the Seckless cultivator, who was now struggling to pull himself toward the path, leaving a smear of blood on the rocks. No one else made any move to assist him, not the Morning Star disciples, not the Five Elements team, not even those who had watched the one-sided fight with apparent disapproval. "Aren't you going to help him?" Azure asked. "As much as I want to, we can't afford to make ourselves targets right now," I replied mentally. "Our mission is too important, and I'm operating at reduced capacity as it is." Azure didn't argue. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Pragmatism often overrode compassion, and survival frequently meant making choices that felt wrong on a fundamental level. "Lu Fang seems determined to make a statement," Lu Chang observed quietly. "First the Seckless cultivator, and those looks he keeps sending our way. He's trying to intimidate us?" Suyu added. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the Black Palm disciples. "Establish dominance before the flower appears." I nodded, forcing my attention back to our mission. "All the more reason to stick to our strategy. We're not here to engage in pointless conflicts. We're here for the flower." "Agreed," Lu Chang said, "though I doubt Lu Fang will make it that easy for us when the time comes." "Well, I'm suddenly very glad you both decided to accompany me on this mission," I admitted. Suyu glanced at me with a hint of surprise. "Oh? Doubting your abilities, junior brother?" I shook my head slightly. "Not at all. I'm confident I could handle most of these cultivators in one-on-one combat. It wasn't entirely a lie. At full strength, with access to all my techniques, I probably could. In my current weakened state, however, but fighting through an entire cohort of crazy cultivators while securing the flower would be inefficient. Lu Chang chuckled softly. Indeed, efficiency is key in such operations. As we lapsed into watchful silence, I found myself genuinely grateful for their presence. Not just for the tactical advantages they provided, but for the simple human connection. In a world built on power hierarchies and ruthless competition, having allies who stood beside you without ulterior motives was a rare and precious thing. A few weeks ago, I was simply an outer disciple they had allowed to tag along due to respect for my formation skills, but after everything we'd been through, I'd become a valued member of their team, perhaps even more than that. As the expected blooming time approached, hands drifted closer to weapons and talismans. Teams that had maintained respectful distances from each other now subtly adjusted their positions for strategic advantage. I checked and rechecked our spatial anchors, ensuring they were ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The replicated flower rested securely within my storage ring. Our escape route had been planned, alternatives considered, contingencies prepared. All that remained was to wait for nature to take its course, for the moonlit dew flower to bloom in response to the specific convergence of spatial energies and moonlight that occurred only once per cycle. As I looked across at the other teams, particularly at Lu Fang's imposing figure silhouetted against the night sky, a certainty settled in my mind. The coming conflict would be swift and brutal, with every team fighting to secure the prized bloom for themselves. But something told me that when the dust settled, Lu Fang wouldn't be making it out of this valley unscathed. Call it intuition or perhaps just wishful thinking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his arrogance was about to cost him dearly. I just hoped we wouldn't be caught in the crossfire when it happened. Time in Black Mist Valley seemed to flow differently than the outside world. The minutes stretched and compressed unpredictably as we waited for the moonlit dew flower to appear. My inner world pulsed with discomfort, the lingering effects of the soul attack making each breath feel like drawing air through water. I maintained my outward composure, though I noticed Lu Chang glancing over at me with that concerned look of his every now and then. Any signs of activity at the spring? I asked, scanning the area for what must have been the 100th time. Suyu shook her head, her eyes never leaving the pool at the center of the clearing. Nothing yet. But the spatial fluctuations are intensifying around the water's edge. It won't be long now. I took the opportunity to study our competition more carefully. Each sect had claimed their territory around the spring, maintaining a delicate balance of power through mutual wariness rather than any real respect. No one stood close to the pool's edge. The reason was obvious to anyone with spatial awareness. The area immediately surrounding the pool was a maelstrom of unstable space, invisible to the naked eye but screaming danger to our spiritual senses. The Black Palm Disciples, led by Lu Fang, occupied the high ground to the northwest, a tactically superior position that offered both visibility and the advantage of elevation. They made no attempt to hide their readiness for violence, casually displaying talismans and weapons. The Morning Star sect had taken a more measured approach, arranging themselves in a loose formation to the east. Unlike the other groups, they seemed almost contemplative, their gazes frequently turning skyward as if reading something in the stars. Their leader, a beautiful young woman with star-like freckles across her face, occasionally traced patterns in the air with her finger, leaving brief afterimages that faded within seconds. "That must be Min Xiulan," Lu Chang murmured, following my gaze. "Team leader of the Morning Star contingent. Don't underestimate her. Those stargazing gestures are actually complex calculations. She's mapping potential futures." "Divination during combat?" I asked, impressed despite myself. That level of concentration while maintaining situational awareness is remarkable. "The Morning Star sect specializes in fate manipulation," Suyu added. "They don't just see potential futures. They subtly influence probability itself." Well, that was concerning. My plans typically relied on predictable cause and effect. If the Morning Star disciples could alter the probability of certain outcomes, it would introduce a dangerous variable into my calculations. "They're waiting," I observed after studying Min Shilan's team more carefully. "Just like us. They have no intention of making the first move." "Smart," Lu Chang nodded. "Let the others exhaust themselves fighting over the flower, then swoop in during the chaos." I turned my attention to the Five Elements sect position to the west. Their 5-person team was arranged in a perfect pentagram formation, each member representing one of the core elements. The precision of their positioning suggested they intended to unleash some kind of combined technique when the flower appeared. To the southwest, the Green Willow sect maintained a lower profile. Their jade-green robes blended with the unusual foliage surrounding the clearing, making it easy to underestimate their numbers. I counted at least 6 disciples, all armed with flexible weapons, whips, chains, and ribbons that could strike from unexpected angles. "The sectless cultivator is still here," Suyu noted with mild surprise, nodding toward the path that led back to the valley entrance. Indeed, the young man Lu Fang had brutalized had managed to drag himself to a small alcove at the edge of the clearing. He sat with his back against the rock wall, clutching his injured arm, his face pale but determined. His spiritual essence had been severely depleted by Lu Fang's attack, leaving him in no condition to compete for the flower, yet he remained. "Stubborn," I muttered, though I couldn't help feeling a grudging respect for his persistence. A hushed gasp rippled through the clearing, drawing my attention back to the spring. The water at its center had begun to swirl, forming a perfect spiral that rotated clockwise with increasing speed. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. "It's beginning," Lu Chang confirmed, his voice barely audible. The vortex suddenly collapsed inward, sending a pulse of energy outward that momentarily distorted my vision. When the distortion cleared, there it was, emerging from the exact center of the now still water. A slender silver stalk rising slowly upward. The moonlit dew flower. Just as the sect mission briefing had described, it grew before our eyes, leaves unfurling in a precise spiral pattern around the central stalk. The bloom itself remained closed, a tight silver bud that pulsed with inner light. "Magnificent," I breathed, momentarily forgetting our perilous situation in the face of such natural wonder. The flower continued its growth until it stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, its silver stalk gleaming in the moonlight. Then, with an almost musical chime that resonated through the clearing, the bud began to open. Translucent petals unfurled one by one, each catching and refracting the moonlight in ways that defied normal optics. The interior of the bloom shifted between patterns of blue and silver light, creating the illusion that the flower contained its own miniature galaxy. "The crystalline structures," Suyu whispered, her eyes fixed on the flower's center where tiny, diamond-like formations were becoming visible. "That's where the spatial energy is concentrated." I nodded, taking in every detail of the flower's appearance to ensure our substitute would be as convincing as possible. The bloom was even more beautiful than I'd anticipated. Not just visually stunning, but possessing an almost hypnotic quality that made it difficult to look away. The flower fully opened, releasing a wave of stabilizing energy that washed over the clearing. The air around the pool, which had been distorted and dangerous, now settled into normal space. The window had opened. "Now!" someone shouted, and the stillness shattered. 3 teams lunged forward simultaneously. Black Palm, 5 Elements, and Green Willow disciples all abandoning caution in their rush to claim the prize. They collided near the pool's edge in a tangle of limbs and flaring spiritual energy, techniques activating mid-sprint as each tried to gain advantage. "Hold," I commanded, placing a restraining hand on Suyu's arm when she tensed to move. "This is exactly what we expected. Let them weaken each other first." Across the clearing, I noticed the Morning Star sect disciples remaining in position as well. It seems they really did have a similar plan to us. When I turned my attention back to the pool, I saw that the battle had grown more frenzied. A 5 Elements disciple sent a gust of wind cutting through the Green Willow ranks, scattering them momentarily. A black palm cultivator countered with a corruption technique that turned the very ground under his opponent's feet into crumbling black sand. Through it all, the flower stood untouched, seemingly protected by the very violence surrounding it. No one could get close enough through the tangle of bodies and techniques to actually claim it. Among the chaotic brawl, a green willow disciple suddenly broke free from the pack. With a burst of speed that spoke of a high-level movement technique, he darted past his distracted opponents and lunged for the flower. "Someone's making a move," Suyu warned unnecessarily. The green willow disciple reached the pool's edge and extended his hand, fingers just brushing the silver stalk of the moonlit dew flower. A victorious smile began to spread across his face, only to transform into a mask of shock and pain as a massive, corruption-shrouded fist punched straight through his shoulder. Blood sprayed across the surface of the pool as Lu Fang appeared behind the green willow disciple, his corrupted right arm buried deep in the young man's flesh. "Too slow," Lu Fang sneered, yanking his arm free with a sickening sound. The green willow disciple went flying, his body carving a furrow in the rocky ground as he tumbled limply to a stop near his horrified teammates. He wasn't dead. I could see him struggling to rise, but the wound was severe, corruption energy already spreading through his spiritual pathways like poison. Lu Fang didn't spare his victim a second glance. With a triumphant laugh, he snatched the flower from its place, cradling it almost gently in his massive hand. "The moonlit dew flower belongs to the Black Palm sect," he declared, already reaching for his storage ring with his free hand. But something went wrong. When he tried to place the flower into his storage ring, there was no reaction, no spatial fluctuation, no absorption of the item. The flower remained stubbornly in his hand. Confusion flashed across Lu Fang's face. He tried again, more forcefully this time, but with the same result. "It's not stabilized yet," he snarled to his sect brothers. "Form a perimeter. Protect me until I can secure it." Immediately, the other Black Palm disciples formed a protective formation around their leader, their crimson robes blurring as they moved into defensive positions. "Of course," I murmured, more to myself than my companions. The spatial fluctuations within the valley would interfere with the ring's dimensional pocket. The flower is still connected to the valley's energy matrix, so it can't be stored until that connection stabilizes. So you concluded. "Exactly," I nodded. "And I'm guessing none of us can simply run off with it either. The valley's spatial distortions would tear apart anyone attempting to move at cultivation speed right now." Lu Chang's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. "Which means whoever holds the flower must defend it until the valley stabilizes enough for transport or extraction." "How long?" Suyu asked. I calculated quickly. Based on the energy patterns, 5 minutes, perhaps 10. What had started as a simple grab-and-run mission had just become significantly more complicated. Whoever claimed the flower would need to hold their position against all comers for what was basically an eternity in combat terms. The Green Willow sect, enraged by their teammates' injury, launched the first coordinated attack. 3 disciples moved in perfect synchrony, unfurling long jade whips. The flexible weapons curled through the air like living things, seeking gaps in the Black Palm disciples' defense. "Severing Willow Dance," their leader called out, her hands weaving complex patterns that seemed to guide the whip's movements. One whip found its mark, wrapping around a Black Palm disciple's ankle and yanking him off balance. The second struck at eye level, forcing another defender to block with his forearm, which immediately sprouted a line of bleeding welts where the jade barbs connected. The third whip, however, was intercepted by Lu Fang himself, who caught it in his oversized right hand and grinned savagely. "Black Palm technique. Reverse corruption," he growled, sending a pulse of dark energy along the whip's length. The Green Willow disciple screamed as her own weapon turned against her, the corruption energy racing up the jade whip and into her hands. She released the weapon immediately, but not before her fingers had blackened with necrotic energy. She staggered backward, clutching her injured hands to her chest. The 5 Elements sect saw their opportunity and moved next, capitalizing on the distraction. Their formation shifted, each member glowing with the energy of their respective element. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. 5 elements convergence array, their leader announced, his voice resonating with 5 distinct tones simultaneously. The elemental energies coalesced into a single beam that lanced toward Lu Fang's position with devastating precision. It was a powerful technique, one that could easily incapacitate or kill even a peak 9th stage Qi condensation cultivator if it landed squarely. The Black Palm disciples scrambled to counter, 2 of them rushing forward to intercept the attack with their own defensive techniques. The collision of energies created a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing, momentarily destabilizing the spatial fabric around us. "Anchor now," I commanded as I felt the spatial fluctuations intensify. Suyu reacted instantly, deploying one of our spatial anchors. The pyramid-shaped device embedded itself in the ground at our feet, immediately projecting a stabilization field that shielded us from the worst of the distortion. Around the clearing, other teams deployed similar protections, creating pockets of stability amid the churning chaos. The battle escalated rapidly, transforming from isolated skirmishes into a true melee. Green Willow and Black Palm disciples clashed directly, while the 5 Elements team tried to maintain their formation despite increasingly desperate attempts to disrupt it. The Morning Star sect remained uncommitted, their members watching the chaos with calculating eyes. I observed it all, cataloging strengths, weaknesses, and potential opportunities. The balance of power seemed unstable, with multiple factions preventing any single group from dominating. If we moved now, we'd just become another target in the melee. We need to wait for a clearer opportunity, I decided. Let them wear each other down further. My strategic assessment was interrupted by a blinding flash of light that seared across the clearing, cutting through the chaotic battle like a knife. Lu Fang barely managed to throw up a hasty defense, his corruption energy struggling against the pure, searing radiance that engulfed him. When the light faded, a new figure stood where Lu Fang had been, though Lu Fang himself was now sprawled several meters away, his right arm smoking and his protective circle scattered. "The arrogance of demonic cultivators never ceases to amaze me," declared the newcomer. A muscular young man with short blonde hair and eyes that glowed with golden light. In his hand, he now held the moonlit dew flower. Yun Feng of the Holy Light sect. Suyu identified him through gritted teeth. So, this was why the Holy Light sect had seemed absent. They'd been hiding nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A classic ambush strategy and effectively executed. "I knew it was too good to be true," I muttered, watching as several more Holy Light disciples emerged from concealed positions around the clearing, moving to support their leader. "This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." Yun Feng examined the flower with a satisfied nod before addressing the stunned cultivators around him. "This sacred treasure will serve a greater purpose with the Holy Light sect than as a stepping stone for corrupted cultivation methods." Lu Feng struggled to his feet, dark energy roiling around his damaged arm as he glared at Yun Feng with undisguised hatred. "You light-obsessed fanatics think yourselves so pure," he spat. "Yet you hide in shadows and strike from behind. Strategic positioning is not dishonor when facing those who walk twisted paths," Yun Feng replied calmly. He glanced down at the flower in his hand, frowning slightly when he too discovered it couldn't yet be placed in his storage ring. "Disciples maintain formation. The flower requires time." The Holy Light disciples formed a tight circle around their leader, their golden-infused defensive techniques creating an almost solid wall of light. Unlike the Black Palm formation, which had focused on aggressive deterrence, the Holy Light formation was designed purely for protection, each disciple linking their spiritual energy with their neighbors to create a synchronized defense. "They're good," Azure commented. "That's a harmonious light barrier. Breaking through directly would be costly." I nodded slowly as I noticed something familiar about Yun Feng. It was the fanatical gleam in his eyes, the righteous set of his jaw. It reminded me uncomfortably of Lightweavers. The parallel was unnerving. Both groups wrapped their violence in the cloak of righteousness, believing their actions justified by some higher purpose. But while the Lightweavers had the excuse of being driven mad by blue sun radiation, What was Yun Feng's explanation? Simple human arrogance, most likely, the belief that his interpretation of the Tao was the only correct path. The battle resumed with renewed intensity, now centered on the Holy Light Formation. 5 elements, Green Willow, and Black Palm disciples all redirected their attacks toward this new target, momentarily setting aside their rivalries in the face of a common enemy. Lu Fang seemed particularly enraged, his corrupted hand now fully engulfed in crimson-black energy as he hurled devastating techniques at the light barrier. "Return what you stole, light rat," he roared, each strike leaving distorted spaces in the air where his corruption energy had eaten away at the valley's natural laws. The Morning Star sect disciples finally moved, though not toward the battle. Instead, they repositioned themselves to better observe the conflict, their leader making subtle gestures with her hands, mapping fate lines, if I had to guess, looking for the optimal moment to intervene. "We should follow their example," I suggested to my team. "Reposition for a better angle, but don't engage yet." We carefully circled around the perimeter of the clearing, maintaining distance from the main conflict while ensuring we had clear sight lines to Yun Feng and the flower. The battle had grown even more chaotic, with techniques misfiring and colliding to create unintended effects, a particular danger in a place like Black Mist Valley, where spatial laws were already fragile. A fireball from a 5 elements disciple struck a corruption shield, creating a spiraling vortex of flame and shadow that briefly opened a small tear in the valley's fabric. Through that tear, I caught a glimpse of somewhere else, a stark, mountainous landscape under a blood-red sky, before the wound in reality sealed itself. "Dangerous," Azure commented. "The valley's stability is deteriorating with each high-energy technique collision." "Master, look at the Morning Star leader," he continued. "She's waiting for something specific." I shifted my attention to the star-freckled woman and her team. They remained perfectly still, yet there was a tension in their posture. The woman's eyes were fixed not on Yun Feng or the flower, but on a seemingly empty patch of ground near the spring. Following her gaze, I noticed something odd, a subtle distortion in the air, like heat ripples but more structured. A concealment technique? But who would be using one when every major faction was already engaged in open combat? I didn't have long to ponder this question. The battle around the Holy Light Formation had reached fever pitch, with Lu Fang leading a particularly vicious assault against one section of the barrier. Despite the Holy Light Disciples' coordinated defense, cracks began appearing in their formation as the combined pressure from multiple sects took its toll. Yun Feng remained calm at the center, the flower held carefully in one hand while he directed his disciples with the other. His golden eyes surveyed the battlefield with the confidence of someone who believed victory was assured. That confidence shattered when a voice cut through the cacophony of battle. A single word spoken with such authority that it seemed to compress the very air around it. "Kneel." I felt my knees buckle slightly before my spiritual resistance kicked in, protecting me from the compulsion. Many others weren't so fortunate. At least a dozen cultivators from various sects dropped to their knees involuntarily, their expressions shocked. A spiritual command technique and a powerful one. Yun Feng staggered but remained standing, though his face contorted with the effort of resistance. Before he could recover, a blur of white and silver struck him from behind. The attack was perfectly executed, targeting a vulnerable pressure point at the base of his neck. Yun Feng's grip on the flower loosened as he stumbled forward, and the bloom was plucked from his grasp by elegant fingers adorned with jade rings. "Yan Zixian," someone gasped. The newcomer's appearance drew immediate attention. Tall and aristocratic, with features that seemed almost sculpted rather than naturally formed, he wore immaculate white robes trimmed with silver that somehow remained pristine despite the chaotic battle surrounding him. His expression conveyed nothing but casual disdain as he examined the flower now in his possession. "How typical," he murmured, the various sect disciples squabbling like peasants over scraps, while forgetting whose territory they stand upon. Of course, Yan Zixian, the personal disciple of City Lord Jiang Tianhong, had arrived. I studied Yan Zixian carefully, noting the jade scepter he held loosely in his left hand while the moonlit dew flower rested in his right. The scepter was clearly a high-grade artifact, his main spiritual tool and the source of that powerful command technique. The city lord's personal disciple, Lu Chong whispered, half-step into the elemental realm. His techniques are unusual. Yan Zixin examined the moonlit dew flower with casual interest, turning it delicately in his hands as if he were inspecting a common marketplace trinket rather than one of the rarest treasures in the region. As I expected, he murmured. The crystalline structures are perfectly formed. This will please Master greatly. Lu Fong was the first to recover from the shock of Yan's arrival, his face contorting with rage as he struggled to his feet. City Lord's dog, he spat, corruption energy once again gathering around his oversized right hand. You think your master's position grants you authority here? This is sect business. Yan Zixin didn't even bother looking at Lu Fong, keeping his gaze fixed on the flower as he replied. How tedious. The barking of lesser cultivators always sounds the same. All noise, no substance. Yun Feng of the Holy Light sect, still recovering from having the flower snatched from his grasp, stepped forward. Unlike Lu Feng's barely contained fury, Yun Feng's anger was cold and precise. The city may be your master's domain, but this valley recognizes no jurisdiction save power. Your presence changes nothing. For the first time, Yan Zixin looked up from the flower, his eyes sweeping across the gathered cultivators with undisguised contempt. You mistake my purpose. I'm not here to claim jurisdiction. I'm merely here to collect what rightfully belongs to Wuqi City. Rightfully. Min Shilan of the Morning Star sect spoke for the first time. The valley's treasures belong to those who can claim them. No city charter overrules the cultivation world's oldest law. I shared a quick glance with Lu Chong and Su Yu, silently communicating through subtle eye movements. We needed to be ready to move the moment an opportunity presented itself. Yan Zixin might be the most powerful cultivator here, but with every major sect simultaneously opposing him, even he couldn't maintain control indefinitely. The law of the strong. Yan nodded, a thin smile spreading across his face. Yes, I'm quite familiar with it. He lifted his jade scepter casually. Allow me to demonstrate. Disperse. The single word rippled outward with tangible force. Unlike the previous kneel command, this one carried a different energy. It was less blunt force and more precise manipulation. I felt it wash over me like a wave attempting to divert my attention and make me walk away. It was useless against me, really. The Genesis Seed's protection against mental manipulation was one of its most valuable aspects. Unless someone's cultivation rank completely outclassed me, like Elder Thorn being 6 stages above me, I doubted any compulsion or restriction technique would have much effect. The seed created a sort of barrier between external influences and my core will, filtering and neutralizing attempts to override my autonomy. I maintained a carefully crafted expression of struggle, allowing my body to sway slightly as if fighting the command. No need to reveal my immunity. Better to let Yan Zixin believe his technique was partially working. Around me, I noticed many other cultivators weren't so fortunate. At least half of the minor sect disciples and independent cultivators, who had just arrived after realizing that this was the correct site, began unconsciously stepping backward, their expressions confused as their bodies moved against their will. Interesting technique, I muttered to Azure. It's almost like the song techniques from the Lightweavers. There are parallels, Azure agreed in my mind. Both approaches use vibration patterns to influence spiritual and physical reality. And the name Yen. I wonder if he's related to the royal Yen clan in the Imperial City. I speculated. Their techniques are famous for being enhanced by heaven's will. Unlikely, Azure responded. Yen is a common name, and the royal clan guards their bloodline techniques jealously. More probably, this is a parallel development or a watered-down version someone managed to acquire. He was probably right. I also didn't see the golden chi that carried heaven's will that the Yen clan were known for. The 5 major sect teams, Black Palm, Holy Light, Morning Star, 5 Elements, and Green Willow, had fully resisted Yan's command, along with our Azure Peak team. The battle lines were clearly drawn now, with Yan Zixin at the center still holding the moonlit dew flower. Impressive resistance, Yan acknowledged, seeming more amused than concerned. Though expected from disciples of the major sections, perhaps a more direct approach is needed. Lu Fang, never one for patience, made the first move. With a guttural roar, he charged at Yan, his corruption-shrouded fist arcing toward the city lord's disciple. Black palm technique, devouring abyss. Yan didn't dodge or even raise his hand in defense. Instead, he simply uttered a single word, focusing only on the demonic cultivator. Stop! Lu Fang's body froze mid-strike, his fist halting just inches from Yan's face. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Fang's forehead as he struggled against the invisible restraint, veins bulging with effort. Let me go, you basta. Lu Fang's curse was cut short as Yan spoke again. Retreat. Lu Fang's body was violently hurled backward, tumbling across the clearing until he collided with a rock formation. Blood sprayed from his mouth at the impact, but he quickly staggered back to his feet, his eyes burning with murderous intent. A word of advice, Yan called out, still absently turning the flower in his hands. Next time you wish to challenge someone of higher status, consider whether your cultivation base can withstand the consequences. This casual dismissal seemed to be the breaking point for the remaining sections. As if by unspoken agreement, they attacked simultaneously. Yun Feng and his holy light disciples unleashed a coordinated barrage of light spears. The Green Willow sect, despite their injured teammate, lashed out with their signature jade whips, the flexible weapons weaving complex patterns as they sought any opening in Yan's defenses. The Five Elements team maintained their pentagram formation, but now directed their combined elemental beam toward Yan rather than the Black Palm disciples. Even the Morning Star sect joined the assault, though more subtly. Min Xiaolan traced rapid patterns in the air, star-like motes of light swirling around her fingers as she manipulated probability itself. Yan Zixin sighed dramatically, as if dealing with unruly children. Shield. A dome of translucent energy materialized around him, absorbing the first wave of attacks without so much as a flicker. The combined might of 4 major sects crashed against his defense in a spectacular display of light and energy, yet it held firm. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He's using a variant of the divine authority scripture, Su whispered. Each word carries the weight of absolute command. A rare and powerful method. Lu Chong agreed, his eyes never leaving the battle. But it has limitations. Each command drains significant spiritual essence, and the stronger the target's will, the more energy required to compel them. The battle intensified as Lu Fang rejoined the fray, his Black Palm disciples launching corrupting mist bombs to deteriorate Yan's shield. For several minutes, the clearing became a chaotic maelstrom of spiritual energy, techniques colliding and overlapping as every sect tried to break through Yan's defenses. Throughout it all, Yan stood calmly, occasionally speaking a single word to counter specific threats or reinforce his shield. His expression remained one of mild inconvenience rather than concern. It wasn't like they were fighting a fellow qi condensation cultivator, but a genuine elemental realm expert. The first crack in Yan's perfect defense appeared when Min Xiaolan completed a complex starlight diagram in the air before her. Fate alteration. Improbable convergence, she announced, her voice carrying a strange harmonic quality. The star-like motes surrounding her fingers suddenly shot forward, not directly at Yan's shield but at seemingly random points around the clearing. Each mote struck a different location, a rock, a patch of ground, a tree, before rebounding at precise angles. This cascade of light created an intricate web of interconnected energy lines that somehow, impossibly, all converged at a single point on Yan's shield. Where they met, a hairline fracture appeared in the previously impenetrable defense. Now, Min Xiaolan called to her team. Probability window, 3 seconds. The Morning Star disciples moved, each launching techniques aimed directly at the fracture point. Simultaneously, the Green Willow sect leader spotted the opportunity and directed her remaining team members to focus their attacks on the same weak spot. Yan's eyes narrowed for the first time, genuine concentration replacing his casual demeanor. Reinforce, he commanded. But the word seemed to lack the same impact as before, as if Min Xiaolan's probability manipulation had somehow reduced its effectiveness. The combined assault struck the fracture point, and Yan's shield shattered like glass. Before anyone else could capitalize on the opening, the Green Willow leader lunged forward with extraordinary speed, snatching the moonlit dew flower from Yan's momentarily unprotected hands. "I have it!" she exclaimed, already spinning away from Yan's reach. "Cover me until it stabilizes." Her celebration proved premature. Yan's composed expression never wavered as he pointed his jade scepter directly at her retreating form. "Paralyze." The Green Willow leader's body seized up instantly, the flower slipping from her rigid fingers. Before it could hit the ground, Min Xiaolan's hand shot out, a trail of starlight extending from her fingertips to wrap around the falling bloom. "Probability shift. Favorable acquisition," she murmured, and somehow the flower changed trajectory mid-fall, arcing perfectly into her waiting palm. 20 seconds to stability," she announced to her team, already backing away as her disciples formed a protective formation around her. Her eyes glowed with faint starlight as she continued tracing calculations in the air with her free hand. "Maintain defensive pattern 7. Probability of success. 63% and rising." The morning star formation was unlike anything I'd seen before. The disciples moved in patterns that seemed random at first glance, but created unpredictable zones of safety and danger. Attacks that should have hit them somehow missed by hair's breadths, while their own counterstrikes found gaps in their opponent's defenses with uncanny accuracy. "She's manipulating fate itself," I realized aloud, making improbable outcomes more likely while reducing the probability of opposition success. 15 seconds to stability. Min Xiaolan counted down, her calculations continuing without pause. Yan Zixian, however, seemed untroubled by this turn of events. He adjusted his stance slightly and raised his scepter. "Truth." The single word echoed with a strange resonance, and immediately, the air around Min Xiaolan's probability field rippled like disturbed water. The carefully calculated patterns of her star motes faltered and dispersed, their light dimming. "What?" Min Xiaolan gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "My calculations, they're being forcibly corrected to true probabilities." Command words tied to fundamental concepts like truth bypass probability manipulation. Yan explained, almost lecturing. "Your techniques rely on bending reality's rules, while mine impose my will directly upon reality." I couldn't help but be impressed by the philosophical nuance of the confrontation. It was a clash between two fundamentally different approaches to manipulating reality, one working within the system to bend probability, while the other imposing external authority to override natural laws. Before Min Xiaolan could recover, Yan was suddenly beside her. "Yield," he commanded, his scepter touching her shoulder lightly. The Morning Star leader's hands opened involuntarily, and Yan reclaimed the flower once more. 10 seconds to stabilization, he noted calmly, looking at the crystal structures at the flower's center which had begun to emit a steady glow. Lu Fang saw his opportunity slipping away. With a bestial roar, he gathered his remaining strength and channeled it into his corrupted right arm, which swelled to nearly twice its previous size, black veins pulsing beneath the skin. "Black Palm Forbidden Technique, Desolation Fist," he bellowed, launching himself at Yan with reckless abandon. Yan turned to face the oncoming threat, his scepter already rising. "Weak." But before he could complete his command, a blinding flash of golden light struck him from behind. Yunfeng had managed to slip through the chaos, his solar gauntlets charged to maximum output as he delivered a devastating blow to Yan's unprotected back. "The light purifies all corruption," Yunfeng declared as Yan staggered forward, momentarily stunned. Lu Fang's corruption fist connected in that moment of vulnerability, striking Yan squarely in the chest. The combined assault sent the city lord's disciple crashing into the ground, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. The moonlit dew flower tumbled from his grasp once more. Despite his injuries, Yan wasn't finished. Through bloodied lips, he managed a single word. "Repel." A shockwave burst outward from his body, throwing both Lu Fang and Yun Feng backward. Yen struggled to one knee, his immaculate robes now torn and stained with blood, his features contorted with rage. 5 seconds, came Min Xiulan's voice, her eyes fixed on the fallen flower which now pulsed with steadily brightening light. 3. Lu Fang recovered first, diving for the flower with desperate speed. His fingers closed around it just as Min Xiulan counted 2. 1. He growled triumphantly, his eyes lighting up as the flower's glow intensified, signaling its imminent stabilization. This was our moment. Now, I commanded my team through spiritual transmission. Create an opening. Suyu reacted instantly, her hands forming a series of rapid seals. Crimson solar flare. A blinding flash of red-gold light erupted from her palms, temporarily overwhelming the vision of everyone who wasn't prepared for it. Lu Chang seized the opportunity, charging directly at Lu Fang with earth-shaking steps. Lu Fang! He roared, spiritual energy condensing around his fist. Immutable Titan technique. Mountain-crushing fist. The Black Palm leader barely had time to raise a hasty defense, corruption energy swirling to meet Lu Chang's attack. The collision created a thunderous boom that sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing, forcing nearby cultivators to brace themselves against the blast. Lu Fang staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still clutched the flower tightly, a savage grin on his face despite the blow. Is that all you have, Lu Chang? He taunted. Your techniques are as weak as ever. But Lu Chang's attack wasn't meant to defeat Lu Fang. It was merely to position him. With a surge of concealed red sun energy, I activated Blink Step, disappearing from my position and reappearing directly behind the Black Palm leader. Before he could sense my presence, I struck with a technique I'd been saving for just such a moment. Phantom Strike Palm, I whispered, channeling spiritual energy enhanced by my runes into my hand and striking precisely between his shoulder blades. The technique penetrated his spiritual defenses like they weren't even there. Lu Fang's body convulsed, blood spraying from his mouth as internal damage bloomed throughout his system. That's for the sexless cultivator you tortured, I told him as he pitched forward, his grip on the flower failing. Time seemed to slow as the precious bloom spun through the air. Every cultivator in the clearing tracked its descent, many already moving to intercept. But I had the advantage of position and preparation. With another activation of Blink Step, I appeared directly in the flower's path, my hand outstretched to catch it. My fingers closed around the silver stem just as a pulse of energy signaled its complete stabilization. The moment the flower touched my palm, I knew we'd succeeded. The spatial connection had broken. The moonlit dew flower was now fully detached from the valley's energy matrix. I could feel its essence, concentrated and pure, no longer tethered to its birthplace. But success came with immediate consequences. As if a switch had been flipped, every cultivator in the clearing turned their attention toward me. Lu Fang was struggling to his feet, blood still dripping from his mouth, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Yan Zixian had recovered his composure, his hand raised as he prepared another word of power. Min Xiulan was already calculating new probability webs, her fingers tracing hurried patterns in the air. Even the unlucky Green Willow members were moving to intercept. In that moment, with dozens of hostile gazes fixed upon me and the precious flower in my hand, only one thought crossed my mind: crap. Yan Zixian watched with mild amusement as chaos erupted across the clearing. The Azure Peak disciple, a rather unremarkable young man with an oddly pale complexion, stood frozen in place, the moonlit dew flower clutched triumphantly in his hand. For a heartbeat, time seemed to suspend itself as every cultivator present fixated on that singular point of silver light. "Stop!" Yan Zixian commanded, directing his scepter toward the young man. The word rippled through the air, carrying the weight of absolute authority. The Azure Peak disciple's body instantly went rigid, his muscles locking in place as the command took hold. Yet something about the reaction stirred a flicker of unease in Yan Zixian's mind. Despite all outward signs suggesting his technique had worked perfectly, the boy's sudden stillness, the slight widening of his eyes, Yan Zixian's cultivator's intuition whispered that something was off. A holy light disciple, seizing the opportunity, darted forward and snatched the flower from the paralyzed cultivator's grasp. Too easy, Yan Zixian thought, studying the Azure Peak disciple more carefully. Either he's remarkably weak-willed for someone who managed to claim the flower, or… He shook the thought away. No, he was overthinking the situation. Why would any cultivator voluntarily relinquish their hold on such a valuable treasure? The technique had worked as intended. That was the only logical explanation. The boy was simply outmatched, like so many others who foolishly believed they could stand against the disciple of Wuqi City's lord. With that settled, Yan Zixian turned his attention back to the increasingly frantic battle unfolding around the flower. The holy light disciple who had claimed it barely managed to take a step before a green willow whip wrapped around his ankle, sending him tumbling to the ground. The flower slipped from his grasp, arcing through the air in a glittering parabola before landing in the waiting hands of a morning star cultivator. Yan Zixian didn't immediately intervene. Instead, he observed the chaos, conserving his strength. Each command word extracted a significant toll on his spiritual essence, a limitation of the divine authority scripture that necessitated careful management of resources. For all its power, the divine authority scripture was as demanding as it was formidable. Yan Zixian had been gifted the technique by his master, the city lord. Unlike most cultivation methods that required gradual accumulation of energy, the divine authority scripture transformed spiritual essence directly into commands that overrode reality itself. The more fundamental the concept embodied in the command, the greater its effect and the higher its cost. As he watched the frenzied competition, Yan Zixian's awareness turned inward momentarily, connecting with the vast landscape of his inner world, the sovereign's domain. Within this meticulously constructed spiritual landscape, towering pillars of white jade rose toward a golden sky, each etched with a single command word that Yan Zixian had mastered. At the center of it all stood a magnificent throne upon a stepped dais, representing the seat of absolute authority that Yan Zixian sought to claim. This inner world strengthened his commands, anchoring them in his understanding of true authority. The more he developed the world, the more powerful his words became. As for the jade command scepter he carried, it served as the perfect conduit for this energy, focusing and amplifying his innate talents. A particularly violent collision of techniques dragged Yan Zixian's attention back to the external world. The flower was once again airborne, tumbling through the clearing as cultivators desperately lunged for it. Lu Feng, the Black Palm disciple, shot his corruption-shrouded right arm further than what seemed physically possible to snatch the bloom from midair. "Mine!" Lu Feng snarled, his fingers closing around the delicate stem before quickly placing it within his storage ring. This time, the flower vanished into the spatial pocket without resistance. The stabilization period had ended. The flower was no longer tethered to the valley's energy matrix. A triumphant grin split Lu Feng's face as he backed away, his Black Palm disciples forming a protective formation around him. "The prize belongs to the Black Palm sect," he declared, already turning toward the path that led out of the valley. Before the Black Palm disciples could make their escape, a figure emerged from the shadows near the cliff face. It was the sectless cultivator Lu Feng had humiliated earlier. Despite his previous injuries, he moved with remarkable determination, a crude talisman clutched in his trembling hand as he lunged toward Lu Feng's unprotected back. "For your crimes!" the young man screamed, activating the talisman which began to emit an unstable, pulsing light. Lu Feng spun around, his oversized right arm already swinging in a devastating arc. "Pathetic." He growled as his corruption-infused palm struck the sectless cultivator squarely in the chest. The impact was horrific, corruption energy eating through the young man's robes and into the flesh beneath. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his ribcage visibly collapsed inward, the talisman falling uselessly from his limp fingers. "Next time, be born into a proper sect," Lu Feng sneered, callously tossing the broken body aside like discarded refuse. Yan Zixian watched dispassionately as the sectless cultivator's limp form tumbled through the air, directly into one of the valley's spatial distortions that had opened during the battle. The body seemed to stretch impossibly for a moment before disappearing entirely, consumed by the rift in reality. Another life wasted in pursuit of power without proper foundation. Yan Zixin thought, unmoved by the young man's fate. In the cultivation world, sentiment was a luxury that few could afford, especially when confronted with the harsh realities of the strong dominating the weak. It was simply the natural order of things. Now was the moment to act. With the flower secured in Lu Fang's storage ring and most of the cultivators temporarily distracted by the sexless youth's fate, Yan Zixin made his move, closing the distance to Lu Fang with 3 steps, each carrying him further than should have been physically possible. The demonic cultivator sensed the approach and whirled to face him, corruption energy gathering around his enlarged right hand. "Come to die, city dog?" he snarled. Yan Zixin didn't bother with a verbal response. Instead, he tapped his jade scepter lightly against Lu Fang's chest and uttered a single word. "Return." He channeled every drop of authority he could muster into that command, drawing deeply from his inner world. Within his sovereign's domain, the pillar inscribed with "Return" pulsed with brilliant light, spiritual essence flowing from it into the physical world through the conduit of his scepter. Stolen story. Please report. Lu Fang's face contorted in a mixture of rage and confusion as his hand moved against his will toward his storage ring. His muscles bulged with the effort of resistance, veins standing out prominently on his forehead as he fought the compulsion with every fiber of his being. "What are you doing to me?" he growled through clenched teeth, his oversized right arm trembling violently as internal conflict played out in his body. "Merely ensuring that resources flow to their proper place." Yan Zixin replied calmly, maintaining unwavering focus on his command. "The flower belongs to Wuqi City, as do all treasures from the valley." With a sound like a strangled scream, Lu Fang's resistance finally shattered. His hand plunged into his storage ring and emerged clutching the silver bloom, which he thrust toward Yan Zixin with such force that it seemed he hoped to impale the city lord's disciple with the delicate stem. "Take it then?" Lu Fang spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth where he had bitten through his own cheek in his struggle to resist. "But know this, the Black Palm sect does not forget such humiliations." Yan Zixin accepted the flower with a slight inclination of his head, a gesture that managed to be both polite and dismissive simultaneously. "Your sect's memory is of little concern to me," he replied before the remaining sect disciples, having realized what had transpired, launched a coordinated assault. "He has the flower. Don't let him escape. Attack together." A barrage of techniques converged on Yan Zixin's position. A 5-colored elemental beam from the 5 Elements disciples, a volley of jade whips from the Green Willow sect, blinding light spears from the Holy Light cultivators, and probability-warping star motes from the Morning Star team. Yan Zixin raised his scepter. "Shield," he commanded, drawing once more from his inner world's resources. A dome of translucent energy materialized around him, its surface rippling like water as it absorbed the first wave of attacks. The impact sent vibrations through his spiritual essence, each defensive deflection draining a portion of his power. While formidable, his technique wasn't without limits, and maintaining the shield against such a concentrated assault would rapidly deplete his reserves. "Now," he called out, his voice cutting through the chaotic din of battle. From various points around the clearing, 5 figures in the white and silver robes of the city lord's disciples emerged from concealment. Each activated talismans of considerable power, launching counterattacks against the sect teams to divide their attention and disrupt their assault on Yan Zixin's shield. This had been his strategy from the beginning: allow the sects to exhaust themselves fighting over the flower, then claim it at the optimal moment and rely on his team to cover his retreat. Each member of his small squad had been carefully positioned before the flower ever bloomed, waiting patiently for his signal. A quick glance around the clearing revealed that some of the weaker teams had already abandoned the pursuit. The Azure Peak disciples, in particular, seemed to have given up entirely. They stood at the edge of the battlefield, expressions downcast as they consoled one another over their failure. The pale young man who had briefly held the flower now leaned heavily on his team leader's shoulder, apparently weakened from the confrontation. Such weakness of spirit, Yan Zixian thought with a flicker of contempt. How do cultivators without proper ambition ever manage to enter great sects? He had no time to dwell on it. With his team engaged in holding back the other sects, Yan Zixian seized the opportunity to begin his retreat. The valley's spatial disturbances had notably decreased over the past minutes, a sign that the thinning period was reaching its end and more stable pathways would soon be available. Maintain formation, he called to his team as he moved toward the valley's exit, carefully navigating around the remaining spatial anomalies. Draw them away from the main path. His disciples responded with precise coordination, each engaging a different sect team while gradually shifting the battlefield to create a clear escape route for their leader. They were outnumbered but fought with the discipline expected of the city lord's chosen forces. Lu Fang, still seething from his humiliation, broke through the defensive line and charged directly at Yan Zixian. Black palm technique, devouring abyss, he roared, corruption energy swirling around his enormous right arm and forming what appeared to be a miniature black hole at his palm's center. Yan Zixian pivoted smoothly, raising his scepter to meet the attack. Deflect, he commanded, though with noticeably less power than his previous words. His reserves were running lower with each command used. The corruption energy veered off course, missing Yan Zixian by mere inches and striking a nearby rock formation instead. The stone blackened instantly, collapsing into dust as the corruption ate through its substance. Taking advantage of the momentary opening, Yan Zixian struck Lu Fang's shoulder with the butt of his scepter, a precise blow to a vital meridian that sent the larger cultivator staggering backward. Your techniques are as crude as your manners, Yan Zixian observed coolly, already moving again toward the exit path. Power without precision is merely wasted energy. Lu Fang's roar of rage followed him as he increased his pace, the flower now safely secured within his own storage ring. The path ahead twisted through jagged rock formations and patches of strange, luminescent fungi that grew only in the valley's unique environment. Spatial distortions appeared less frequently here, making navigation somewhat safer, though safe was always a relative term in Black Mist Valley. Behind him, the sounds of battle continued as his disciples fought to delay the pursuing sect members. They wouldn't be able to hold them off indefinitely, but they didn't need to, just long enough for him to reach the valley entrance where enforcement of the city's laws would begin in earnest. 2 Morning Star disciples managed to break through, darting along a parallel path that would intersect with his own just ahead. Yan Zixian recognized one as Min Shilan's teammate, the tall young man with the curious spatial compass who had been mapping probability pathways throughout the battle. He's running for the valley entrance, the Morning Star disciple called out, apparently communicating with others beyond Yan Zixian's immediate sight. Cut him off at the Whispering Stones junction. Yan Zixian calculated his options rapidly. A direct confrontation would only delay him, potentially allowing more pursuers to catch up. Instead, he veered off the main path, following a narrower, more treacherous route that few would risk under normal circumstances. The decision proved both fortunate and dangerous almost immediately. A spatial fluctuation rippled across the path before him, distorting the very fabric of reality. Without breaking stride, Yan Zixian traced a complex pattern in the air with his scepter, creating a temporary stabilization field that allowed him to pass through unharmed. Behind him, one of the Morning Star disciples attempted to follow, only to scream in agony as the fluctuation caught him mid-step, twisting his left leg at an impossible angle. His companion dragged him back, abandoning the pursuit rather than risk a similar fate. Another problem solved by superior knowledge of the terrain. Growing up in Wuqi City had provided Yan Zixian with extensive familiarity with the valley's peculiarities, an advantage most visiting sect disciples lacked. The narrow path eventually rejoined the main route, now much closer to the valley entrance. Yan Zixian could see the warning markers ahead, red flags fluttering in the night breeze, signaling the boundary between the valley's domain and the territory of Wuqi City proper. Freedom was tantalizingly close, but the final stretch proved to be the most challenging. A coordinated attack struck from 3 directions simultaneously. A barrage of light spears from Yunfeng and his Holy Light disciples positioned on a ridge to the right. Corruption mist bombs lobbed by Lu Feng's team from the left. And directly ahead, the 5 Elements sect maintained their pentagram formation, preparing another convergence beam. Yan Zixin halted, assessing the situation with the calm clarity that had earned him his master's favor. His spiritual essence was significantly depleted from the numerous commands he had issued throughout the battle. Another shield would leave him dangerously weak, and attempting to outrun all 3 groups simultaneously would be foolhardy at best. Instead, he planted his scepter firmly in the ground before him and drew upon his deepest reserves. "Expand," he commanded, his voice reverberating with authority despite his diminished strength. The air between him and his attackers shimmered, then stretched, as the very space separating them extended. What had been merely 20 paces suddenly became 100, then 200, buying him precious seconds as his pursuers found themselves much further away than they had anticipated. Spatial manipulation was extraordinarily taxing, especially in an environment already prone to distortions like Black Mist Valley. Yan Zixin felt blood trickling from his nose, but he pressed onward, seizing the opportunity he had created. 3 steps from the threshold, a probability arrow from Min Xiulan streaked toward him, its trajectory impossibly curved to bypass his defenses. Yan Zixin twisted, the arrow grazing his shoulder rather than striking his heart as intended. Pain flared across his upper body, but he pushed through it, taking the final steps across the boundary. And then he was out, standing once more under the clear night sky, beyond the churning mists of the valley. Yan Zixin had done it. He was the winner of this cycle. The scene that greeted Yan Zixin was exactly as he had anticipated. Arrayed in a loose semicircle beyond the warning markers stood representatives from each of the major sects. The representatives were elemental realm cultivators who had been waiting to escort their junior disciples back to safety once they emerged with the treasure. Their expressions shifted from anticipation to disappointment as they realized who had emerged victorious. "The City Lord's disciple has claimed the Moonlit Dew Flower," announced an older man in the formal robes of a city official, who had been stationed at the entrance to ensure compliance with Wuqi City's laws. "By the ancient compact and the will of City Lord Jiang Tianhong, all hostilities are to cease once cultivators have exited the valley. Any violation will be met with the full force of the city's justice." Lu Feng was the first to emerge from the valley after Yan Zixin, his face contorted with barely suppressed rage. Behind him came members of the other sects, their expressions similarly dark with frustration and anger. Several appeared injured from the chaotic battle, supporting one another as they crossed the threshold back into the stable reality of the outside world. An imposing figure in the distinctive robes of the Black Palm sect stepped forward. It was clearly Lu Feng Sr., an elemental realm cultivator with both arms shrouded in corruption energy that caused the grass to wither beneath his feet. After a few moments of whispered discussion between Lu Feng and his senior, the elemental realm cultivator turned to the others. "The Black Palm sect acknowledges the city's laws," he frowned. "But be assured, this matter will be brought to the attention of the sect master. The flower was rightfully claimed by our disciple before it was coerced from him." Everyone knew this was an overreaction as well as an overexaggeration. No sect master would bother themselves with the affairs of low-ranked cultivators. Whether they be in the Qi condensation realm or the stellar realm, such affairs were meaningless to those obscenely powerful cultivators. Yan Zixin offered a perfectly calibrated bow, just deep enough to suggest respect for the man's position, but shallow enough to make it clear he considered himself the superior party in the exchange. "Your sect master is welcome to petition the city lord if he believes any impropriety occurred," he replied smoothly, calling out the bluff. "Though I would remind you that all who enter the valley do so with the understanding that might determines right within its boundaries. Your disciple was simply outmatched." The Black Palm elder's eyes narrowed dangerously, but he made no move to challenge the city's authority, not with so many witnesses present, and certainly not when doing so would invite the wrath of a stellar realm cultivator like the city lord. One by one, the other sect representatives approached, each offering thinly veiled threats disguised as diplomatic acknowledgments. The Holy Light Elder spoke of divine judgment finding its way even to those who hide behind mortal authority. The Morning Star representative merely smiled enigmatically and mentioned that fate has many branches, and not all paths lead where one expects. Through it all, Yan Zixian maintained his composed demeanor, neither rising to their provocations nor showing any sign of concern for their veiled threats. He understood the reality of his position within the city's territory. He was basically untouchable. The sects would not risk open conflict with the city lord, not over a single flower, no matter how valuable. His own team members gradually emerged from the valley, some showing signs of hard fighting but all alive and relatively unharmed. They formed up around him in a protective formation as the city official called for the gathering to disperse. "I trust all parties will respect the peace of Wuchi City during your remaining stay," the official stated, his tone making it clear this was not a request, but a reminder of the consequences should anyone forget themselves. With formal acknowledgments exchanged, the sect representatives began escorting their junior disciples away from the valley entrance. Many cast longing glances back at Yan Zixian, or more precisely, at the storage ring where the precious flower now resided. "Let them look," he thought with an internal smile of satisfaction. "Let them wonder what might have been, had they possessed my skill and determination." With the immediate threat of conflict now past, Yan Zixian turned his attention to the next phase of his plan. "We return to the city lord's residence immediately," he instructed his team. "Maintain alert status until we are within the inner compound. The sects will not openly defy the city's laws, but agents may attempt more subtle approaches." The journey back to Wuchi City proceeded without incident, his team moving in disciplined formation through the nighttime landscape. The guards at the main gate straightened to attention as they recognized the city lord's personal disciple, immediately waving his group through without the usual inspection required of other cultivators. Similar deference was shown at each checkpoint as they made their way through the city streets toward the towering residence at the city's center. The city lord's compound rose majestically above the surrounding buildings, its architecture a perfect balance of imposing strength and refined elegance. Ancient trees grown with specialized cultivation techniques formed natural barriers between sections, their leaves perpetually verdant regardless of season. Formations at strategic points, some visible to the educated eye, others hidden so skillfully that even elemental realm cultivators might pass by unaware of their presence. This was power made manifest in stone and wood and spiritual energy, the physical embodiment of Jiang Tianhong's authority over Wuchi City and its surroundings. Yan Zixian felt the familiar wash of pride as they passed through the outer gates into the compound proper. 7 years had passed since he had first crossed this threshold as a promising young cultivator recommended to the city lord's attention. 7 years of rigorous training, of earning his place as the foremost among the lord's disciples, of proving his worth time and again through service and skill. Tonight would mark another significant step in cementing his position, perhaps even the final proof needed to secure his future as the city lord's successor. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. After dismissing his team with commendations for their service, Yan Zixian proceeded alone to the central building where his master conducted official business. Despite the late hour, light glowed from within, indicating the city lord was still awake and working. Not surprising, given the significance of this night's events to the city's interests. The guards at the entrance bowed deeply as he approached, one moving to announce his arrival while the other swung open the doors. Yan Zixian took a moment to straighten his robes and compose himself, ensuring he projected the perfect image of successful accomplishment rather than battle-weary exhaustion. The city lord's reception hall was a study in understated power. Unlike the ostentatious displays favored by some rulers, Jiang Tianhong preferred clean lines and open space, allowing the sheer quality of the materials and craftsmanship to speak for themselves. Jade pillars supported a ceiling inlaid with astronomical charts of such precision that they were said to have predictive qualities for those with the knowledge to read them. The floor, polished white stone veined with gold, reflected the light of constellation-patterned formations that provided illumination without harsh glare. At the far end, Seated behind a desk of wood so ancient it had petrified into something harder than steel, sat Jiang Tianhong himself. The city lord was not what strangers expected upon first meeting, rather than the imposing physical presence many rulers cultivated. He was a man of average height with scholar's hands and calm, assessing eyes. His robes, though clearly of the finest materials, were simple in design, and he wore his hair in the traditional style without excessive ornamentation. Only the natural authority in his bearing and the unmistakable pressure of his spiritual essence, controlled but ever present, revealed his true status as a stellar realm cultivator. Yan Zixian approached the desk and performed a formal bow, held precisely 3 seconds as protocol demanded. "Master, I have returned successful from Black Mist Valley." Jiang Tianhong set aside the document he had been reviewing, giving his disciple his full attention. "Rise, Zixian. I received reports of considerable commotion at the valley entrance. I trust you encountered no insurmountable difficulties." "Nothing beyond my capabilities, master," Yan Zixian replied with carefully measured confidence. The sects competed vigorously for the prize, but ultimately, superior strategy prevailed. A slight smile touched the city lord's lips. "As I would expect from my personal disciple. You have the flower." With a gesture that managed to be both respectful and slightly theatrical, Yan Zixian removed the moonlit dew flower from his storage ring and presented it on both palms. The bloom seemed even more ethereal in the constellation light of the reception hall, its petals shifting between silver and blue as they caught and refracted the illumination. "The moonlit dew flower as requested," he announced, satisfaction warming his voice. "This specimen appears particularly rich in spatial energy, based on the crystalline formations at its center." Jiang Tianhong rose from his seat and extended his hand, gesturing for Yan Zixian to place the flower in his palm. "Excellent work, Zixian," he said as he accepted the bloom. "This will—" The words died abruptly as the city lord's fingers closed around the flower's stem. His expression, which had been one of pleased approval, shifted through confusion to dawning comprehension and finally settled into something much darker. "Master," Yan Zixian prompted, uncertainty creeping into his voice for the first time that night. The city lord raised his gaze slowly from the flower to his disciple's face. "Explain this," he said, his tone dangerously soft. Yan Zixian's confusion was genuine. "I don't understand, master. That is the moonlit dew flower recovered from Black Mist Valley." "No," Jiang Tianhong replied with terrible certainty. "It is not." With a simple gesture, the city lord sent a pulse of spiritual energy through the flower. The bloom shimmered for a moment, then its appearance wavered like a mirage before resolving into something different. Where the moonlit dew flower had been, there now rested what appeared to be a common night lotus, cleverly modified and enhanced with an exceptionally sophisticated illusion. "You have been deceived, Zixian," the city lord stated, examining the fake with a mixture of annoyance and reluctant admiration. "This is a replica, skillfully crafted, I must admit, with formation work of considerable expertise, but a replica nonetheless." The blood drained from Yan Zixian's face as the implications crashed over him like a tidal wave. He had been tricked. Somehow, despite all his caution and planning, someone had managed to substitute a fake for the real flower, and he hadn't noticed. "How?" he began, his mind racing through the events of the night, searching for the moment when the switch could have occurred. "How is this possible?" The city lord placed the fake flower on his desk and retook his seat, fingers steepled before him as he regarded his disciple with an expression that combined disappointment with curiosity. "A question that concerns me greatly," he said, "particularly given your considerable talents in spatial perception. For you to be fooled so completely suggests either a momentary lapse in judgment." His tone made it clear how unlikely he considered this explanation, or an opponent of truly remarkable skill. Yan Zixian stood frozen, his carefully maintained composure shattered by this unexpected turn of events. In all his meticulous planning, in all his confident execution, he had never considered the possibility that what he carried triumphantly from the valley might be anything other than the true prize. "The real flower," he said, the words feeling foreign in his mouth. Someone else has it. But who? When? The city lord sighed. That, Zixian, is what you will need to discover. And quickly before they return to their sect. Yan Zixian's mind whirled with possibilities. Lu Feng? He had held the flower briefly before Yan Zixian forced him to relinquish it. Min Xiaolan? Her probability manipulation might have created an opportunity for substitution during the chaotic battle. Yun Feng? The Holy Light sect had snatched the flower multiple times. The Azure Peak disciples. A memory surfaced, the memory of a pale young man who had briefly held the flower before Yan Zixian's stop command had seemingly paralyzed him. The ease with which he had relinquished the prize. The way his team had so readily abandoned the pursuit, consoling each other over their failure while the battle raged on. That sense of wrongness he had felt when his command technique struck the young cultivator. Not a failure of the technique, but a response too perfect to be genuine. The Azure Peak disciples, he whispered. They played us all. The city lord raised an eyebrow. The Azure Peak disciples? An interesting theory. They seemed rather unremarkable based on the reports I received. Precisely their strategy, I believe, Yan Zixian replied, already reconstructing the evening's events from this new perspective. They appeared weak, drawing no particular attention. Their team leader even had some prior conflict with Lu Feng, making their involvement seem personal rather than calculated. He began pacing, his hands clasped behind his back as the pieces fell into place. The young one, the one who briefly held the flower, he must have made the switch in that moment. I commanded him to stop, and he complied too perfectly. Because it was already a fake, the city lord concluded, nodding slowly. Clever. Let everyone fight over a worthless replica while they quietly exited with the real prize. Yan Zixian's face flushed with a mixture of anger and grudging respect. To be outmaneuvered so completely, and by disciples from a sect not particularly known for subterfuge, it was humiliating, yes, but also a valuable lesson. And there was one trait Yan Zixian was known for: he never made the same mistake twice. I must find them, he stated, drawing himself up. The Azure Peak disciples cannot have gone far. With your permission, master, I will begin the search immediately. The city lord studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. No, he said finally. You will not. But master. A raised hand silenced Yan Zixian's protest. You already failed me once, Zixian. I cannot have you disappoint me again. You would have me do nothing? Yan Zixian asked, incredulous. Allow them to escape with the real flower? I said nothing of the sort, the city lord replied calmly. I have other plans. The exit from Black Mist Valley felt like passing through a membrane. One moment we were surrounded by churning mists and spatial distortions. The next we emerged into the clear night air, the full moon hanging serenely overhead as if the chaos we just experienced had been nothing but a fevered dream. I kept my head down, leaning heavily on Lu Chang's shoulder as we crossed the threshold. Every bit the picture of a defeated junior disciple, while the weight of the real moonlit dew flower rested in my storage ring. The scene before us was exactly what we'd expected. Representatives from each major sect stood in a loose semicircle beyond the warning markers. Their faces shifted from anticipation to disappointment as Yan Zixian emerged victorious, the supposed flower in his possession. Unlike every other major faction, we had no elemental realm backup waiting to receive us. No powerful elder ready to whisk us to safety should things go wrong. Thanks for nothing, Madam Butterfly, I thought bitterly. The powerful old woman had assigned me this mission, dangling the promise of answers about the sect's secrets, yet she couldn't be bothered to send proper support. Despite not being part of the Azure Peak sect, she could have sent someone from the Formation Guild or even her own sect. Either she considered me expendable, or she had far more confidence in my abilities than the situation warranted. Neither option was particularly comforting. Beyond the gathered cultivators, I noticed a tense exchange unfolding. The Black Palm sect's representative was engaged in what appeared to be a barely civil conversation with Yan Zixian. Even from a distance, the threat in his posture was unmistakable. Lu Feng Sr. is not pleased, Suyu observed quietly. Let's not stay to watch the show, I replied using spiritual transmission. The longer we linger, the more likely someone notices something's off. We skirted the gathering, keeping to the shadows as we made our way toward the path leading back to Wuchi City. I noticed several cultivators giving us dismissive glances. Failed competitors weren't worth their attention. Their contempt was our greatest advantage right now. Once we'd put sufficient distance between ourselves and the gathering, Lu Chang spoke using spiritual transmission. We need to move quickly. When will they discover the switch? Hard to say, I replied, checking our surroundings for any observers. The replica should fool Qi condensation cultivators completely. An elemental realm cultivator with experience in formations might spot inconsistencies, but they'd need to examine it closely. And a stellar realm cultivator? So you asked. I grimaced. They'd know instantly. Then we need to be well away from here before the city lord examines Yan Zixian's prize, Lu Chang concluded. We picked up our pace, heading not away from Wuchi City as might have been expected, but directly toward it. The city walls loomed ahead, their ancient stone gleaming softly in the moonlight. Lanterns hung from poles along the main road, creating pools of warm light that seemed to push back against the darkness. Are you sure about this? Suyu asked, eyeing the approaching city gates with obvious concern. Going through the city seems risky. It's actually safer, I explained. They'll expect us to avoid the city entirely, circling around to escape. Going straight through is the last thing they'd anticipate. And it saves us valuable time, Lu Chang added. Going around would add at least half a day to our journey, by which point the deception would certainly be discovered, I concluded. The city gates were still open despite the late hour, though the usual daytime bustle had reduced to a steady trickle of merchants, travelers, and cultivators entering and exiting the city. Two bored-looking guards stood watch, only giving cursory glances to those passing through. As we approached, I noticed their posture straighten slightly, a subtle sign that they recognized us as cultivators rather than ordinary travelers. I immediately adjusted my demeanor, letting my shoulders slump even further and allowing a hint of defeat to color my expression. Follow my lead, I murmured through spiritual transmission to my companions. We're tired, disappointed disciples who failed in our mission and just want to return to our inn for the night. The guards watched us approach, their eyes assessing but not particularly suspicious. One of them raised a hand in the casual gesture used to halt travelers for inspection. Purpose in the city at this hour? He asked, his tone suggesting this was routine rather than targeted. Returning to our lodgings, Lu Chang replied, perfectly capturing the weary resignation of a team leader whose mission had ended in failure. We had business in the valley that didn't go as planned. The guard's eyes flickered over our dirty, battle-worn appearance and the obvious fatigue in our postures. Another sect team that lost out on the flower? He said, a hint of sympathy entering his voice. Heard the city lord's disciple claimed it. News travels fast, Suyu remarked quietly. The guard shrugged. Everyone's been talking about the herb for days. He stepped aside, waving us through. Go on then. Try not to cause any trouble. The city lord's in no mood for disruptions tonight. We nodded our thanks and walked through the gates, maintaining our discouraged demeanor until we were well out of sight. The streets of Wuchi City were quieter at night, though far from deserted. Lanterns hung from buildings, casting warm pools of light across the stone-paved streets. The occasional group of revelers emerged from tea houses and wine shops, their laughter echoing between the close-set buildings. Shouldn't we stop by the inn to gather our belongings? Suyu asked as we wound our way through the city streets, deliberately taking a complex route with multiple turns to confuse any potential pursuers. I shook my head. We never unpacked anything important. Everything we need is already in our storage rings. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. We continued through the city, keeping to side streets and less traveled paths whenever possible. The architecture of Wuchi City was distinctly different from what I'd seen in other regions. Buildings were constructed primarily of gray stone with intricately carved wooden accents, their roofs tiled in blue and green. Many structures featured small gardens enclosed by stone walls, from which the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers wafted into the streets. Under different circumstances, I might have found it all quite charming. Tonight, every shadow seemed to harbor potential threats, every passing cultivator a possible pursuer. As we navigated through a particularly narrow alleyway that would lead us towards the city's southern gate, we blended with a group of travelers heading out of the city, once again adopting our defeated postures and downcast expressions. The southern gate was less heavily guarded than the western entrance we'd used to enter, with only a single board-looking official checking travel documents for those departing. We passed through without incident, no one giving a second glance to three tired cultivators leaving the city after what appeared to be a failed mission. Once outside the city walls, I felt some of the tension ease from my shoulders. The open road stretched before us, winding through gently rolling hills before disappearing into a distant forest. The stars overhead seemed brighter here, away from the city's lanterns, their light casting a silvery glow across the landscape. "We did it," Suyu said, a hint of disbelief coloring her voice. "We actually pulled it off." "Don't celebrate yet," I cautioned, scanning our surroundings carefully. "This is actually the most dangerous part." Lu Chang nodded in agreement. The city's walls provided a certain protection. Even powerful cultivators must respect the city lord's domain. Out here, we're fair game for anyone who realizes what we've done. We increased our pace, moving with the efficient stride of cultivators who needed to cover ground quickly without drawing attention. The road was mostly empty at this hour, with only the occasional merchant wagon or lone traveler passing in the opposite direction. "How far until we reach the border of the city lord's territory?" I asked Lu Chang, who had studied the regional maps more thoroughly than either Suyu or I had. "About 15 li to the official boundary," he replied, though his practical influence extends somewhat further. I calculated quickly. At our current pace, that would take us at least 2 hours. 2 hours during which Yan Zixin might present his prize to the city lord, discover the deception, and send pursuers after us. It was going to be close. "We should move faster," I suggested, glancing at my companions to gauge their energy levels. "Can you both maintain a cultivation-enhanced pace for a sustained period?" Suyu nodded confidently. "My Crimson Sun breathing method is excellent for endurance. I can maintain an enhanced pace for hours if needed." "The immutable Titan scripture likewise emphasizes stamina," Lu Chang confirmed. "Though I'm concerned about you, junior brother. You still seem not fully recovered from this morning's incident." I grimaced, unable to deny the lingering weakness from the soul attack I'd suffered in the Two Suns world, and the exertion from the battle in the valley hadn't helped matters. "I'll manage," I assured him, despite the heavy fatigue weighing on my limbs. The World Tree Sutra provides good recovery even while in motion. We left the main road, cutting across country through fields and lightly wooded areas. The direct route would save us valuable time, even if the terrain was less forgiving than the well-maintained road. As cultivators, even minor obstacles like streams or small ravines posed little challenge. For nearly an hour, we maintained a punishing pace, moving with the enhanced speed that cultivation allowed. The landscape blurred around us as we raced through moonlit fields and stands of trees. Despite my earlier confidence, I found myself struggling to keep up with my companions. My lungs burned with each breath, and the persistent headache only worsened. "We should rest briefly," Lu Chang finally suggested, noticing my labored breathing. "A short recovery period will serve us better than pushing until someone collapses." "You're right," a melodious voice interrupted from somewhere behind us. "This is a good place to stop." We turned, instantly alert and dropping into defensive formations. Suyu's hands filled with flickering flames, while Lu Chang assumed his immutable Titan stance. I reached for my formation tools, ready to deploy whatever defenses might be needed. A figure stepped out from behind a large oak tree approximately 20 paces away. He wore the silver and midnight blue robes of the Morning Star sect. His face was youthful but carried the weight of experience in the fine lines around his eyes, which glowed with a faint starlight radiance that marked him as no ordinary cultivator. The aura emanating from him hit me like a physical force, the unmistakable pressure of a peak elemental realm cultivator. I felt my knees threaten to buckle beneath the weight of his spiritual essence, but I easily shook it off. I had experienced worse pressure, much worse. "Do not be afraid, young cultivators," he said, raising his hands in a gesture that was both calming and patronizing. "I come merely to talk." "Who are you?" Lu Chong asked, his voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. The man offered a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "How remiss of me. I am Mo Xing of the Morning Star sect." Lu Chong shifted slightly, positioning himself between the Morning Star cultivator and our team. "Senior Mo, we are merely returning to our sect after tonight's excursion. I don't believe we have any business with the Morning Star sect." Mo Xing smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. "On the contrary, I believe you have something that has become a matter of great interest to several parties tonight." I maintained my expression of confused innocence, though internally I was frantically evaluating our options. Fighting was suicidal even at full strength. The three of us together couldn't hope to defeat a peak elemental realm cultivator. Running was equally futile. His movement techniques would easily overtake us. "I'm afraid I don't understand," Lu Chong replied carefully. "The moonlit dewflower was claimed by the city lord's disciple. Everyone at the valley witnessed this." Mo Xing's smile widened slightly. "Yes, that was what everyone saw, wasn't it? I must admit, I was surprised when Yan Zixin emerged victorious. It created quite the contradiction." "Contradiction?" So you asked. "With what my divination technique had revealed," Mo Xing explained, casually examining his fingernails as if discussing the weather. "You see, I had already foreseen that my junior, Min Shilan, would not secure the herb. The stars showed quite clearly that it would be taken by disciples of the Azure Peak sect." My stomach dropped. Of course, the Morning Star sect specialized in fate manipulation and divination. Their techniques allowed them to glimpse potential futures with remarkable accuracy. Yet Yan Zixin emerged with the flower, Mo Xing continued, a blatant contradiction of what the heavens had revealed to me. Such inconsistencies are professionally irritating. He took a step forward, and I felt the pressure of his spiritual essence increase subtly. I suspected deception, of course. It wouldn't be the first time someone attempted to switch a valuable treasure for a fake. But I must admit, his gaze fixed directly on me. I didn't expect someone to craft such a convincing replica. The same plan has been used many times before, but no fake has ever been able to hide itself from elemental realm perception. Lu Chong and Su Yu exchanged glances, then both looked at me. I knew what they were thinking. They were wondering if I could tap into the same stellar realm energy I'd used to kill Kajun during our previous encounter. The problem was, using the baby star had nearly killed me, and in my current weakened state, attempting it again would almost certainly be fatal. Mo Xing noticed the exchange of glances and chuckled softly. "Ah, you're waiting for assistance? How touching." He shook his head slightly. "I was quite surprised that you didn't have an escort. Most sects wouldn't send disciples on such a valuable mission without elemental realm or stellar realm backup." He gestured expansively at the empty road around us. "But I see no one coming to save you, and don't hold any notions that your sect's stellar realm seniors might intervene. My own stellar realm senior is currently employing a technique that will hide our little encounter from prying eyes, even those of stellar realm cultivators." My heart sank at these words. If what he said was true, we couldn't even hope for intervention from passing cultivators or patrols. A chaotic situation where they each fought each other for the herb was our only chance of getting away, but we were completely isolated. Mo Xing extended his hand, palm up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Now then, if you would please hand over the moonlit dewflower, we can conclude this business with minimal unpleasantness." The night air felt heavy and oppressive, weighing down on me as if my weaker state had spread to the world itself. "What will it be, little Azure Peak disciple?" Mo Xing asked pleasantly, but there was a dangerous undercurrent to it. "Will you give me the flower, or do I need to persuade you?" I glanced at my teammates. Su Yu's hands had moved slightly into position for her flame techniques, while Lu Chang's stance had widened almost imperceptibly to prepare for his immutable Titan scripture. Even though I knew that it would be futile to fight against an elemental realm cultivator, their loyalty touched me. "Are you really robbing juniors of their treasures, senior?" I asked, targeting his pride while buying time to think of some plan. I figured the Morning Star sect had more dignity than to resort to such despicable measures. Mo Xing's lips quirked into a humorless smile. "Dignity is a luxury few can afford in the cultivation world, youngster. In fact, I much prefer to think of it as correcting a misalignment of fate. The stars clearly showed the flower belonged with us." Knowing that the Morning Star cultivator wouldn't back off, I considered using the baby star in my inner world to attack, unleashing the full force of star energy at my disposal. The damage from the attack would probably be enough to inflict severe damage, or even kill a peak elemental realm cultivator. The cost? It would be my life, or at the very least, damage so serious I would probably never recover. However, unlike those brash protagonists in the cultivation stories, I had no intention of sacrificing my life for a simple treasure. "Look," I said, trying to think of a way I could still benefit from this. After all, the Morning Star disciple was a peak elemental realm cultivator. Surely he had something worthwhile. Clearly, the flower is important to the both of us. Let's negotiate to exchange it. "You misunderstand," Mo Xing cut in. "This isn't a negotiation. It's merely a choice of how much pain you wish to endure before the inevitable. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Well, not unless you force me to." Damn it, I had hoped this guy would have the decency to give us something in return, but it seemed for all his talk about fate and destiny, he was nothing but a despicable thief. Regardless of what he was, it wasn't worth losing my life over. As for Madame Butterfly and her secrets, well, there were always other ways of uncovering the truth, but there was no way for me to come back from death, at least not in this world. Just when I was going to retrieve my storage ring, a single word resounded through the night. "Stop!" It wasn't directed at me, but at Mo Xing. The command carried such weight, such irresistible power, that even my body started clenching involuntarily. Mo Xing's body became stiff, and the confident expression on his face instantly changed to one of shock. "What?" he replied as his eyes opened wide in disbelief when he realized that he could not move. "How is this possible?" "Who? Bullying juniors in my territory?" The new voice piped in. "I simply cannot allow such behavior to continue." Out of the shadows of some trees came a middle-aged man dressed simply yet elegantly in golden robes. At the first glance, he didn't look like much, average height, bookish look, no weapon or talisman on display. However, the weight that emanated from him was anything but casual. The air around him bent to his will. He carried the authority of a king. City Lord Lu Chang whispered beside me. My eyes widened slightly. So, this was Jiang Tianhong, the stellar realm expert who ruled Wuqi City with Iron Fist authority. Looks like he had flown here personally to interfere. While this was unexpected, it wasn't necessarily in our favor. Since the City Lord was here, it could only be for one reason. The herb. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. How? Mo Xing managed to force out, still frozen in place. How did you find us? My senior's concealment technique. The City Lord smiled, and it was a nice smile, but somehow it made the hair on my neck tingle. Trying to hide anything within my territory is useless, Mo Xing. Every blade of grass, every grain of soil answers to me. Your senior's technique might fool other stellar realm cultivators, but to me, he chuckled softly. It was like watching children play hide and seek behind transparent curtains. Mo Xing's color drained away as the gravity of his situation set in. Even if he was more powerful than us, it would be suicide to go against someone from the stellar realm. My senior, he won't let this stand, Mo Xing cried out. You should release me while you still have the chance, Jiang Tianhong. The City Lord frowned. Clearly, he didn't enjoy being directly addressed by a cultivator he deemed unworthy. Your senior has more important matters to deal with? He glanced at the direction he came from. He will not be helping anyone anytime soon. With those ominous words, Jiang Tianhong turned his attention to me, and I felt the full weight of his gaze like physical pressure on my skin. As I looked into his eyes, I noticed it was a color that was neither gold nor silver. Something in between, and it changed color like quicksilver in the moonlight. "Now then," he said, stretching his hand out towards me. "Why don't you let me hold on to this herb of yours, little disciple? It's already caused quite enough trouble for the night, no?" I blinked, feeling a frown appear on my face as I looked down at his outstretched hand. I couldn't help but recognize the irony in the situation. The city lord had interrupted Mo Xing's attempted robbery only to perform one of his own. The only difference was that his cultivation level was 2 entire great realms higher than mine, which made his robbery even more outrageous. "Is there a problem, young friend?" Jiang Tianhong asked in a pleasant tone before his eyes suddenly sharpened. "Nothing, city lord," I answered, suppressing the bitterness that was coursing through my entire being in a respectful manner. "I am just surprised you decided to get involved with such minor matters." The meaning was clear. He should stop bullying qi condensation cultivators and fight someone in his own realm. "The moonlit dew flower is a treasure of my city," he smoothly replied without a hint of shame. "I cannot allow it to become a point of contention for the visiting sections. It is my responsibility to see to it." I nodded as though that totally made sense, but inwardly, I was seething. This was pure hypocrisy dressed up as benevolence. I could feel Azure's worry as my anger started to rise. "Master," he warned silently, "this is not a fight we can win. Not today." "I know," I responded mentally, calming myself down. "But someday, I will ascend to a higher cultivation level and pay the city lord a visit to remind him of this matter, and let him know how I really feel." The look in my eyes must have revealed something because Jiang Tianhong's expression changed slightly, and for a brief moment, the nice mask fell off. What lay behind it was something colder and more calculating. "Young friend," he said, "I can almost see the thoughts forming in your mind. Thoughts of revenge, perhaps? I'll give you some free advice. Abandon them." He moved closer and the pressure of his spiritual essence became stronger. I had to lock my knees to stay standing. "Do you know how few cultivators ever break through to the elemental realm? And of those, how many are able to reach the stellar realm?" His quicksilver eyes seemed to look right through me. "Even if you were to be that 1 in a million talent who reaches my level, you still wouldn't be able to kill me. You would need to enter the life realm to even have a chance, and that is only if I haven't broken through myself." The contempt in his voice was unmistakable. He was discarding my entire future, my potential, what I might become, with the casual certainty of swatting an insect. I kept my face carefully blank, fighting to control my expression. "I understand, city lord," I whispered. The words tasted like ashes in my mouth. "Good," he nodded. "Now hand over the herb and leave. Consider it a mercy, and don't even try to seek me out until you reach the life realm." I had just begun to reach towards my storage ring. After all, what choice did I have, when a new voice suddenly cut through the night air. "Well then," the voice drawled from behind us, "it's a good thing that I'm in the life realm." The words fell like thunder in the clearing. The city lord's head snapped up, his expression shifting to one of genuine shock for the first time. Even Mo Xing, still partially bound by the command technique, managed to turn his head towards the source of the voice. From the edge of the clearing, a figure emerged as though he'd just stumbled upon us by accident. It was a middle-aged man with ordinary features and graying temples. He was dressed in traveler's clothes, somewhat dusty from the journey, and had a large wine gourd at his hip. At first glance, there was nothing about his appearance that suggested he held extraordinary power. In fact, he could be mistaken for a merchant who had fallen on hard times. No one of significance, but I recognized him immediately. It was Elder Chen Yong, my master. Seeing my master here gave me a sense of relief that was difficult to describe in words. How long had it been since I last saw him? Week or months? With all the world walking and time loop nonsense, I couldn't be certain. All I remember was giving him a demonstration of the Blue Sun energy and him abruptly entering closed-door cultivation. I could still recall the look in his eyes, alarm, stress, maybe even a hint of fear. Well, whatever it was, I couldn't be happier to see him. Chun Yong. The city lord frowned. His words carried a tinge of disdain. It isn't like you to leave the sect. Just happened to be in the neighborhood. My master shrugged. Thought I'd check up on my disciple. Imagine my surprise to not only find him being bullied by those from the elder generation, but by the city lord himself. A look of disgust appeared on his face. Shameful behavior, if you ask me. The city lord's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly, but he didn't reply. Taking advantage of the younger generation was widely frowned upon in the cultivation world. News of this incident would spread and affect his reputation, and for a man like Jiang Tianhong, reputation was worth killing for. One face in front of the elders and another in front of the juniors. Elder Chun Yong continued, targeting the stellar realm cultivator's hypocrisy. The way of the world, I suppose. That is enough, the city lord snapped. I don't enjoy bullying others, Chun Yong. If it hadn't been for certain circumstances, I wouldn't need to resort to this. He then glanced at me. I must admit your disciple's accomplishments in obtaining the moonlit dew flower is impressive, noteworthy even, but the outcome remains unchanged. The flower must come with me. The two powerful cultivators then stared at each other, neither willing to back down as the air between them charged with tension. Master, Azure warned silently, this is bad, very bad. What do you mean bad? I asked mentally. The city lord might be at the peak of stellar realm, but he is just that, a stellar realm cultivator. Master is at the life realm. The gaps between each cultivation realm only grew as you ascend the ranks. It would take perhaps half a dozen to a dozen peak stellar realm cultivators to fight on equal footing against an early life realm cultivator. This was going to be a one-sided bloodbath, and I was eager to watch. Take a look at the ground beneath the city lord's feet, Azure replied. I glanced down to see what Azure was referring to. From where the city lord stood, thin lines of golden energy were spreading outwards, seeping into the earth, forming intricate patterns that reminded me of city streets viewed from above. He is drawing power from the city, Azure explained. It will likely multiply the power of his domain. That wasn't good news. A domain was one of the most powerful abilities available to high-level cultivators. It was a manifestation of their understanding of the Tao, which they were able to enforce onto reality. The stronger their comprehension, the greater their control within that space. Techniques to amplify domains were rare and usually came with their own set of limitations. This likely explained why the city lord rarely left his territory, and why the sects gave him respect they typically wouldn't give to a mere stellar realm cultivator. And it seemed that despite being so far away from the city center, we were still within what was considered his territory. The realization made my blood run cold. Master Chun Yong wouldn't be fighting against a mere peak stellar realm cultivator, but against the power of Wuchi City itself. As if reading my thoughts, Elder Chun Yong's eyes flickered briefly to the golden lines, which continued to spread. He sighed, taking a sip from his gourd. I see you're still as territorial as ever, Jiang Tianhong, he murmured, making a broad gesture with his gourd that sloshed wine over the rim. Though I do think you're forgetting something here. You might have the power of a life realm expert, but you're far from the real thing. With that, the elder flicked his sleeve towards us, sending a gust of wind to envelop me, Lu Chong and Suyu. The world blurred, and the next moment we found ourselves standing several hundred meters away on a small hill overlooking the clearing. Mo Xing had been transported near us as well, though there was no sign of the arrogance from before. The city lord's paralysis technique still held him in place, but it didn't stop him from cursing his fate. The irony didn't escape me. A cultivator whose cultivation depended on predicting fate had been unable to foresee the titanic confrontation that was about to unfold before us. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Oh, thank the heavens. Suyu breathed beside me. Her voice trembled a little. If your master didn't arrive when he did. The implication hung in the air. How come you didn't tell us that you were the disciple of a life realm cultivator? Lu Chang asked, confusion evident in his expression. I understood immediately what he was asking. Usually, it was only after entering the inner sect would a life realm cultivator take you in as their personal disciple. While Elder Chen Yong may have taught me everything I knew about formations, he had yet to officially take me in as his personal disciple. The situation is complicated, I replied carefully. Lu Chang nodded, not pressing any further. The question is, he started, would your master be able to defeat a stellar realm cultivator powered by a whole city? It didn't surprise me that Lu Chang picked up on the reality of the situation. He was quite perceptive and likely had a good future ahead of him. But there was nothing for me to say, so I fixed my eyes on the two figures in the clearing below. The golden lines that represented the city lord's connection to the city had spread further. It now encompassed a circle that was approximately 100 meters in diameter. As for Elder Chen Yong, he had drawn another gourd from his robes, this one much larger than the first. With a smile of genuine joy on his face, he popped the cork with his thumb and drank deeply. Some of the wine spilled down his chin and onto his robes, but that didn't seem to bother him. Elder Chen Yong, a master of the drunken immortal style, Lu Chang murmured, watching the display. I've heard of the style but never had the opportunity to see it in action. It's an extremely rare cultivation path, Suyu agreed. They say the more the cultivator drinks, the stronger they become. Interesting. Despite being a student of the elder, I didn't know much about him personally. All I knew was that under the unbothered mask that the elder portrayed, there was a man who not only looked out for younger disciples, but even cared about the small motes of life that had appeared in his inner world. Elder Chen Yong was a kind soul. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the city lord. Your actions are preventing me from reaching the life realm, Chen Yong. A golden light coalesced around his raised hand. I will make you pay for it. Such grand threats from someone who was just caught trying to rob children. Elder Chen Yong gestured dismissively, nearly losing his balance before catching himself. Go home, Jiang Tianhikong. You're embarrassing yourself. Even the wine spirits are laughing at your behavior. While the elder might look like a sorry sight with his slurred speech, I knew better than to underestimate him. My master did his best work when drunk. The city lord clearly didn't enjoy being ridiculed. Kneel, he commanded, his face flushed with anger, and perhaps embarrassment. The power of the word caused Elder Chen Yong to stagger slightly, his knees bending before instantly straightening again. Impressive, he laughed. That almost worked on this drunken old man. He took another deep swig from his gourd, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. My turn now, little city lord. The elder's movements suddenly accelerated to a speed that even my chi-enhanced eyes couldn't track. Drunken cloud step, he called out, his body becoming translucent as he appeared before the city lord. The stellar realm cultivator responded immediately. Barrier, he commanded. The air before him solidified into a shimmering golden wall. But it wasn't enough. Elder Chen Yong's misty form simply flowed around the barrier before reforming behind the city lord. A palm, glowing with a rosy light that reminded me of fermented rice wine, struck the city lord straight in the middle of his back. Drunken immortal's caress, the elder whispered into Jiang Tianhong's ear. The city lord's eyes widened as the rosy light penetrated his body. Reject, he countered, causing a pulse of golden energy to erupt from his body in all directions, forcing the rosy light out. The clash of lights sounded like a massive bell being struck. Shockwaves ripped outwards, flattening the grass for 100 meters in every direction. Even from our distant vantage point, I felt it wash over me, carrying with it the conflicting sense of wine and what smelled like ancient stone. When the two cultivators parted, neither showed any signs of injury, but Elder Chen Yong's eyes narrowed, a look of contemplation on his face. You're able to tap into a significant amount off the city SSS essence even here, he observed. I'm impressive control, hic. The Jade Emperor would be proud of his little administrator. If we were at the city center, there would be no question who walks away from this battle, Jiang Tianhong sneered. You should count yourself lucky, Chen Yong. It's a fine trick. The elder nodded thoughtfully, taking another drink. Allows a stellar realm cultivator like yourself to fight at the level of a life realm expert. He wiped his mouth sloppily, leaving a red wine stain across his chin. Unfortunately for you, this drunken immortal never liked fighting fair. Wine teaches many lessons, and the first lesson is that the crooked path is the best way to victory. Without warning, Elder Chen Yong tossed his empty gourd into the air. As it twirled, reflecting the moonlight, it drew the city lord's attention for a fraction of a second, which was all the elder needed to blur through a complex sequence of seals. Drunken immortal SSS breath. Intoxication. He breathed out violently, and a purple wine-scented mist flew towards the city lord. It expanded rapidly, covering him from head to toe before he could move. Disperse, the city lord countered. The mist wavered but did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it clung to him as if it were a second skin. What is this? He demanded, his perfect composure slipping slightly as he tried to brush the mist from his sleeves and hair. Elder Chen grinned, retrieving yet another gourd from somewhere within his robes. If I had to guess, I would say the elder had an infinite number of gourds in his inner world. Just a little homebrew, special vintage. He took a deep drink, wine dribbling down his chin as he grinned. It was then that I noticed the golden lines of the city lord's domain begin to flicker whenever the mist touched them. It made sense now. This whole time, Elder Chen Yong hadn't been trying to injure or kill the city lord, but cut him off from his source of power. Jiang Tianhong's expression darkened as he came to the same conclusion. Enough games, he snarled, his hands forming a series of intricate gestures. Divine authority, heaven's mandate. The area above the clearing was rent asunder, revealing what appeared to be a cosmic court suspended within the night sky. On golden thrones sat spectral judges, their faces obscured by a light too bright to look at directly. The pressure continued to increase to the point where it was difficult to remain standing, even at our safe distance. Judgment, the city lord announced. The ghostly judges raised their hands and rays of golden light descended towards my master. Each ray, however, was not a simple beam, but the force of absolute judgment. The kind of judgment that would erase a person from existence if it deemed them unworthy. For the first time since the battle began, Elder Chen Yong's expression turned serious. For the first time since the battle began, Elder Chen Yong's expression turned serious. The ghostly judges in the cosmic court above us raised their hands in unison, golden rays of judgment descending toward my master with terrifying speed. I watched in silent awe from our vantage point on the small hill. The city lord's divine authority technique literally summoned aspects of heaven's judgment to strike down his enemies. Is this it? Suyu whispered beside me. Can your master resist something like that? I wanted to reassure her, but I wasn't certain. The golden lines connecting the city lord to Wuchi City still pulsed with power, feeding him strength from miles away. Even for a life realm cultivator like Elder Chen Yong, this was no ordinary opponent. Elder Chen Yong stood motionless for a moment, staring up at the descending judgment rays. Then, without warning, he reached into his robes and produced a gourd unlike any I'd seen before. This one was larger than his previous containers, with ancient symbols carved into its surface that glowed faintly in the moonlight. What is that? Lu Chang asked, leaning forward to get a better look. I don't know, I admitted. Elder Chen Yong pulled the stopper from the gourd with his teeth, then tilted his head back and drank deeply. The liquid that spilled from the corners of his mouth wasn't the clear rice wine he typically favored. This one was a deep crimson liquid. Blood wine, Lu Chang breathed in recognition. The 100-year dragon blood wine. I thought it was just a legend. Suyu gasped. That's expensive, I guessed. More than expensive. It's priceless, she explained. The blood of a centennial dragon, fermented with 9 sacred herbs for 9 times 9 days. They say it can boost a cultivator's power temporarily. She trailed off as Elder Chen Yong finished drinking. The change was immediate and dramatic. The air around him distorted, taking on a reddish tinge as his aura expanded explosively. His previously relaxed posture straightened, and the drunken sway disappeared entirely. "Drunken I'm hick mortal secret technique," he announced, his voice even more slurred than before. "Blood dragon ass hick shenshin." The city lord's eyes widened in obvious surprise. "That wine? You would waste it on this minor conflict." Elder Qinyong didn't bother to respond. Instead, he swept his arm in a broad arc above his head, tracing a circle in the air that left trails of crimson light. "Wine am immortalis H domain. Fermenting heavench." The space around Elder Qinyong warped and bubbled like the surface of a fermenting wine vat. The golden judgment rays struck this distorted space and seemed to slow down, their brilliance dimming as if being absorbed by the very air they passed through. "What's happening?" Suyu questioned, squinting at the strange visual effect surrounding my master. "He's fermenting the attack," I realized aloud. The drunken immortal style isn't just about getting stronger with alcohol. It's about the principles of fermentation applied to energy and space itself. Azure's voice chimed in my mind. "Correct. The process of fermentation transforms substances, breaking down complex structures into simpler ones while releasing energy. He's applying that same principle to the city lord's attack." Before our eyes, the golden rays darkened and changed color, shifting from brilliant gold to a deep wine red. Their straight paths curved and twisted until they no longer descended toward Elder Qinyong, but circled him like planets orbiting a sun. "Now the good part," Elder Qinyong announced with obvious relish, swaying slightly. His hands formed a complex series of seals, each one causing the circling red energies to pulse brighter. "When you ferment judgment, you get retribution." With a sharp clap of his hands, Elder Qinyong sent the transformed energy rays hurtling back toward the cosmic court above. The ghostly judges scattered in panic as their own judgment was returned to them, enhanced and transformed. The cosmic court shattered like glass, fragments of celestial authority raining down around the city lord. Jiang Tianhong raised his hands to shield himself, but several shards of transformed energy struck him directly, drawing blood where they cut through his defenses. His expression twisted in a mixture of pain and outrage. "If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it." "How dare you turn heaven's mandate against itself?" he snarled. Elder Qinyong smiled, a predatory expression so different from his usual easygoing demeanor that I barely recognized him. "You claim to wield heaven's authority, but you forget. Wine existed before Losh." I had no idea if what my master was saying held any truth, but none of that mattered. It was certainly effective. My master took another step forward, the crimson aura surrounding him pulsing with each movement. The ground beneath his feet bubbled and transformed, turning red as if soaked in wine. This spreading effect began to intersect with the golden lines of the city lord's domain, and where they touched, the golden energy fizzed and dissolved. The city lord made a desperate gesture, trying to reinforce the golden lines, but Elder Qinyong was moving too quickly now, circling the city lord in a flowing dance that left trails of crimson energy in his wake. "Drunken dragon steps," Lu Chang murmured in appreciation. "Perfect technique." Each time Elder Qinyong's foot touched the ground, another golden line dissolved. The city lord's expression grew increasingly desperate as his advantage evaporated before our eyes. "Want to know why your city EMP empowerment technique ultimately fails?" Elder Qinyong asked, weaving slightly as he continued his dance around the increasingly isolated city lord. Because you try to stand above your city rather than becoming one with it. True Conhic connection requires giving as much as taking." The city lord lunged forward suddenly, abandoning his previous composed demeanor. Divine authority. Absolute silence. The air seemed to solidify around Elder Qinyong, attempting to freeze him in place and cut off his breath. For a moment, it appeared to work. My master stopped moving, his expression tightening with strain. "That's the city lord's most powerful suppression technique," Lu Chang explained quietly. They say he once used it to freeze an entire army in place during the border wars. But Elder Chen Yong's stillness lasted only seconds. His body began to vibrate, the frequency increasing until he became slightly blurred to the eye. The solid air around him began to bubble, tiny pockets forming within the suppression field. Fermentation creates bubbles, he stated, each word pushing outward with visible effort. And bubbles break constraints. With a sound like 1,000 wine casks bursting simultaneously, the suppression field shattered. The released energy blasted outward, catching the city lord off guard and sending him tumbling backwards several meters. Elder Chen Yong didn't waste the opportunity. He flashed forward, and his palm, glowing with concentrated crimson energy, struck the city lord squarely in the chest. 100-year wine prison, he announced, swaying slightly. The crimson energy spread across the city lord's body like spilled wine, wrapping around him in layers that tightened visibly. Jiang Tianhong struggled against the binding, but each movement only caused the energy to constrict further. It was ironic, the one who loved to bind others was now bound himself. The Ish technique, Elder Chen Yong explained, circling his captured opponent with exaggerated steps, will ferment your spiritual energy within your meridic meridians. The longer you struggle, the more it'll transform your own power into something that binds you from within. The city lord stopped moving, apparently recognizing the truth of this statement. You've improved since our last encounter, he admitted grudgingly. The blood dragon wine suits you. Been shaven it fair a special occasion, Elder Chen Yong replied with a lopsided grin. Like teaching arrogant city lords about respecting the younger Genhic generation. By now, all the golden lines connecting Jiang Tianhong to Wuqi City had been severed. The battle had transformed entirely, with the city lord's overwhelming advantage neutralized in a matter of minutes. Master is incredible, I breathed, watching the confrontation with a mixture of awe and pride. To think he had this kind of power all along. Life Realm cultivators are truly in another league. Suyu agreed, her voice tinged with reverence. No wonder the sect values Elder Chen Yong so highly, despite his unconventional approach. The city lord remained bound by the crimson energy but maintained his dignity somehow. His posture straight despite the constraints. What now, Chen Yong? Will you try to kill me? You know I won't make it easy for you. Elder Chen Yong shook his head, some of his usual good humor returning to his expression. Kill you? Why wash to good vintage? You're just unrefined, not spoiled. He made a casual gesture with his hand, and the crimson energy binding the city lord loosened slightly, though it didn't dissipate entirely. Consider this a lesson in proper aging. Sometimes, powerful wines need to be humbled before they reach their true potential. The city lord's eyes narrowed at the metaphor, but he seemed to understand the deeper meaning. And the flower? He asked, gaze flicking briefly in our direction. Belongs to my disciple by right of clever Acqui's hic acquisition, Elder Chen Yong replied firmly. The Azure Peak sect has cultivated that boy's talent properly, unlike how you treat your disciples. Using Yan Zixian as your errand boy rather than teaching him true self-reliance. I expected better from you, Tian Hikhong. Something flickered across the city lord's face at these words. Perhaps recognition, perhaps doubt. He was silent for a long moment before responding. Very well, he finally said. I concede this round to Azure Peak. With a subtle hand movement, Elder Chen Yong released more of the binding energy. You're free to go, old friend. But I suggest you work on your hospitality before my next visit to Wuqi City. The city lord straightened his robes as the last of the crimson energy dissipated. Despite his defeat and the visible wounds from the battle, he somehow managed to make even his retreat appear dignified. Until next time, Chen Yong, he said with a formal bow that was precisely deep enough to acknowledge defeat without suggesting submission. And to you, disciples of Azure Peak, I will remember your faces. With that ominous promise, he turned and walked away, his steps measured and unhurried. Only the occasional flicker of his hand to his injured side betrayed any discomfort. My legs moved before my mind fully registered what I was doing. The battle between these titans had ended, but my heart still hammered in my chest as we rushed down the hillside toward Elder Chen Yong. Lu Chong and Su Yu followed close behind, their footsteps barely audible against the soft earth as we approached my master. Elder Chen Yong stood in the moonlight, his robes disheveled and stained with spilled wine. His body swayed precariously, like a tree branch caught in a gentle breeze. For a moment, I feared he might collapse from the aftereffects of the blood dragon wine. "Master!" I called out. As we reached him, the elder raised one finger in a gesture that asked for patience. Then, without warning, he tilted his head back and released a belch so thunderous it seemed to vibrate the very air around us. The sound echoed across the clearing, startling a flock of night birds from their perches in nearby trees. What happened next defied explanation. The crimson aura surrounding Elder Chen Yong pulsed once, then dissipated entirely. His posture, which had been loose and unsteady, suddenly straightened. The glazed look in his eyes cleared, replaced by his usual sharp awareness. It was as if someone had performed an instantaneous sobriety technique on him. "Ah, much better," he said, his voice perfectly clear and articulate. Not a hint of his previous slurred speech remained. "The 1,000-year burp release is the most useful technique I ever developed." I stared at him in disbelief. "You can just burp away drunkenness. Only the surface effects," he replied with a dismissive wave. "The power of the blood dragon wine remains in my meridians, but I can control its outward manifestation. Useful for meetings with stuffy elders who don't appreciate a good drinking song in the middle of important discussions." Despite the lingering tension in the air, I couldn't help but smile. This was the master I remembered. Practical, unorthodox, and completely unconcerned with conventional cultivation wisdom. Lu Chong stepped forward and performed a deep, formal bow. "Elder Chen Yong, this disciple is eternally grateful for your timely intervention. Without your assistance, we would have faced a dire outcome." Su Yu followed suit, bowing just as deeply. "The Azure Peak sect is fortunate to have such a powerful guardian. This junior thanks you with utmost sincerity." I hurriedly added my own bow, suddenly aware that I'd been standing there grinning like an idiot while my teammates showed proper respect. "Thank you, Master. Your arrival was well-timed." Elder Chen Yong waved away our gratitude with another dismissive gesture. "No need for all this ceremony. What happened here," his expression darkened slightly, "should never have occurred in the first place. A stellar realm cultivator attempting to take what rightfully belongs to junior disciples? Shameful behavior, truly shameful." He brushed invisible dust from his wine-stained sleeves. "The cultivation world has rules for a reason. Without them, we're no better than common bandits with spiritual powers." I couldn't help but notice the irony, coming from someone who had just used a technique called drunken immortal's breath, intoxication, to defeat a city lord. But I kept that observation to myself. "Master," I said, the question burning in my mind, "why didn't you kill him?" "The city lord, I couldn't forget the look in Jiang Tianhong's eyes as he departed. Cold, calculating, promising future retribution. The threat in his final words hung in the air between us. "I will remember your faces." Elder Chen Yong sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. It may have appeared the battle was decided, but killing someone of Jiang Tianhong's caliber is not so simple. He gazed in the direction the city lord had departed. "He has several life-preserving techniques tied to Wuqi City itself. If pushed to the brink of death, he can activate formations that would sacrifice portions of the city to ensure his escape." "Sacrifice the city?" Su Yu whispered, horror evident in her voice. "Indeed. The citizens, the buildings, even the very ground, all can be converted to energy in his most desperate techniques." Elder Chen Yong's expression grew solemn. "Such methods could severely injure even me, and the collateral damage would be unacceptable." I nodded outwardly, but inwardly I held back a sigh of frustration. The city lord's escape meant another powerful enemy added to my growing list. With my luck, Some twist of fate would eventually place me in a position where I'd have to deal with Jiang Tianhong personally. The last thing I needed was someone of his caliber hunting me. Besides, Elder Chun Yong added, killing a city lord, even one behaving as shamefully as he was, would have political consequences for our sect. Azure Peak doesn't need that kind of attention right now. Speaking of attention, I said, seizing the opportunity to change the subject, I thought you were in closed-door cultivation, Master. How did you know to find us here? A shadow passed over Elder Chun Yong's face. A minor problem I had to address, he said dismissively, though something in his tone suggested it was anything but minor. When I emerged from seclusion, I discovered my disciple had vanished without a trace. His eyes narrowed slightly. Imagine my surprise when that demon woman informed me you were on a mission she had sent you on. I winced at the undercurrent of accusation in his voice. Master, What were you thinking? Accepting a mission from her? Elder Chun Yong cut me off. That woman is dangerous. Brilliant, yes, but unstable and utterly ruthless. Lu Chong and Su Yu tactfully stepped away, giving us privacy for what was clearly becoming a personal conversation. I appreciated their discretion. This wasn't something I wanted to discuss with an audience. I needed information, I explained, feeling like a child caught stealing sweets. Information she promised in exchange for the moonlit dew flower. What information could possibly be worth risking your life? Elder Chun Yong asked. I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. I wanted to know about inner worlds, specifically those of life realm cultivators and above. Elder Chun Yong blinked, clearly caught off guard by my answer. Why would a Qi condensation cultivator be so interested in life realm inner worlds that you would sign up for what was essentially a suicide mission? I remained silent, unable to formulate a response that wouldn't reveal too much. How could I explain that my inner world was already far more complex than it should be for my cultivation level? That I suspected it was closer to a life realm cultivator's inner world than a Qi condensation disciple's? That I needed to understand these advanced stages to properly develop the strange cosmic landscape within me? After all, the blue sun energy that I'd shown him was just the tip of a very strange iceberg. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. The silence stretched between us, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the night breeze. Elder Chun Yong sighed deeply. I see you're not ready to share your reasons. His voice had softened, and when I looked up, I saw not anger but concern in his eyes. Whatever is driving you to seek this knowledge, it must be significant. He stepped closer, placing a hand on my shoulder. Keep the herb for your own cultivation. The moonlit dew flower can serve you better than whatever dubious knowledge Madame Butterfly promised. I still need to know about life realm inner worlds, I insisted. It's important, Master. Elder Chun Yong studied my face, and then after a long moment of silence, he released a heavier sigh. Fine, he conceded reluctantly. We'll discuss it when we return to the sect. But not here, not now. He glanced around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Some knowledge is dangerous, Ku'in, especially when shared in the wrong place or at the wrong time. I nodded, relief washing over me. If I could get the information from my master rather than Madame Butterfly, that would be ideal. And with that arrangement, I really could use the moonlit dew flower for my own cultivation. Even the city lord, a peak stellar realm cultivator, had been willing to risk his reputation to acquire it. Such a powerful figure wouldn't have done so without good reason. The flower must be even more valuable than I'd initially believed. What makes the moonlit dew flower so valuable that the city lord himself would try take it by force? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. The flower's primary use is for spatial stabilization during breakthrough attempts, Elder Chun Yong explained. It's particularly effective for cultivators who develop complex inner worlds with unusual spatial characteristics. He gave me a pointed look that made me wonder if he already suspected more about my inner world than I'd revealed. However, he continued, there are other, more esoteric uses known only to those who specialize in certain branches of cultivation. The city lord likely had his own reasons. He shook his head slightly. What concerns me more is that he was desperate enough to act personally. That suggests either great ambition or great trouble ahead. Before I could ask more questions, a disturbance at the edge of the clearing drew our attention. Mo Xing, still partially bound by the City Lord's command, had managed to tilt himself enough to make eye contact with his stellar realm backup who had finally arrived at the scene. "You're a bit late," Elder Chen Yong called out cheerfully to the newcomer. "The party's over, I'm afraid." The Morning Star sect elder, a severe-looking woman, assessed the situation with a quick glance. Her gaze lingered on Elder Chen Yong, recognition and calculation clear in her expression. "Elder Chen Yong," she acknowledged with a curt nod. "I see you've taken an interest in this little conflict." "Just looking out for my disciple," he replied, gesturing casually toward me. "You know how it is. The young ones get themselves into trouble, and we have to clean up the mess." The Morning Star elder's eyes narrowed as she looked at me, then back to Elder Chen Yong. "Your disciple, you say? Interesting. I wasn't aware you had taken an apprentice." There was something in her tone that made me uneasy, as if she'd just received an important piece of information that she was carefully filing away for future use. "Recent development," Elder Chen Yong replied vaguely. "What you should be concerned about is your disciple's manners, or lack thereof." The Morning Star elder made a subtle gesture, and Mo Xing suddenly collapsed as if his strings had been cut. Two Morning Star disciples rushed forward to help him to his feet. "This incident is unfortunate," she said. "Rest assured, this will not go unpunished." "Excellent," Elder Chen Yong smiled pleasantly. Despite knowing that Mo Xing would suffer the consequences of failing to retrieve the herb, rather his questionable conduct, the exchange felt like watching two experienced swordsmen testing each other's guards with seemingly casual movements. Every word and gesture carried hidden meanings. "Come," Elder Chen Yong said to us, turning away from the Morning Star contingent. "We should be on our way." We fell in step behind him, heading toward the road that would eventually lead back to Azure Peak Sect. I cast one last glance over my shoulder at the Morning Star elder, only to find her still watching us, her expression inscrutable. "Don't look back," Elder Chen Yong murmured. "It gives the impression of weakness." I quickly faced forward again. We had barely taken 100 steps when a group of cultivators emerged from the treeline ahead, their white and gold robes identifying them as members of the Holy Light sect. My muscles tensed instinctively as I recognized Yun Feng at the front of the group. Behind him walked a tall, imposing figure whose mere presence made the air feel heavier. This had to be their stellar realm elder, his golden eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, scanning our group with obvious interest. I couldn't help but wonder when these surprise appearances would stop. "Azure Peak Disciples," Yun Feng called out, his voice carrying the same righteous tone I remembered from our encounter in the valley. "We have matters to discuss regarding Kujun and his blood techniques." I felt Lu Chang and Suyu stiffen beside me at the mention of Kujun, the rogue cultivator who had killed their teammate Chu Feng, my supposed ancestor. "What business could you possibly have with us regarding Kujun?" Lu Chang asked. Yun Feng stepped forward. "Our sect has been tracking Kujun's bloodline for generations," he stated. "His corrupt cultivation methods must be eradicated for the purity of the cultivation world. We know you defeated him recently. We require all information about his techniques and any artifacts or manuals you recovered." The request was framed as a righteous mission, but I couldn't help wondering if there was more to it. In my experience, most sects that claimed to want to destroy evil techniques often just wanted them for themselves. The Holy Light sect's reputation for fanaticism didn't inspire confidence in their stated motives. "There were no techniques or treasures recovered after Kujun's defeat," I replied carefully, keeping my expression neutral. "He died without leaving behind any legacy." The Holy Light elder's eyes narrowed slightly, golden light flaring brighter for a moment. "That seems convenient," he said, his deep voice carrying an edge of suspicion. "Our intelligence suggested he possessed several blood art scrolls and a specialized cultivation vessel." "Your intelligence was wrong," Elder Chen Yong interjected, stepping forward. His casual posture belied the subtle release of pressure that accompanied his movement. If the Azure Peak disciples say nothing was recovered, then nothing was recovered. The Holy Light Elder's eyes widened slightly as he seemed to truly notice Elder Chunyong for the first time. Recognition flickered across his face, followed by a carefully masked expression of wariness. "Elder Chunyong," he acknowledged with a respectful inclination of his head. "I didn't expect to encounter the drunken immortal so far from Azure Peak." "Life is full of surprises," my master replied dryly. "Just as I didn't expect to find the Holy Light sect harassing junior disciples over a dead man's techniques." The atmosphere grew tense as the two cultivators measured each other. After a moment that seemed to stretch forever, the Holy Light Elder made a subtle gesture to Yunfeng, who stepped back reluctantly. "We'll withdraw for now," the Elder announced, though his gaze lingered on me for a moment longer than was comfortable. "But this matter isn't concluded. The taint of blood cultivation must be thoroughly cleansed wherever it appears." I kept my expression carefully blank, but inwardly, I was troubled. Did he want to kill me for being related to Kujun? It seems I have another group of enemies to my ever-growing list. "Remember, disciples of the righteous path," Yunfeng called out as their group began to retreat. "Concealing dark arts only corrupts your own cultivation. Should you reconsider, the Holy Light sect stands ready to purify any tainted knowledge you may have acquired." Purify was a nice way of packaging acquisition. Once they had disappeared from sight, I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "That's concerning," I murmured. "Indeed," Elder Chunyong agreed, his expression thoughtful. "The Holy Light sect rarely involves itself in matters outside its traditional territories unless they perceive a significant threat or opportunity." He gave me another of those penetrating looks. "We should return to the sect before more trouble finds us." As we walked, a sense of relief gradually washed over me. Despite the challenges and unexpected complications, we had succeeded. The Moonlit Dew flower was secured in my storage ring. Elder Chunyong had promised to share the information that I needed, and we were finally heading home. "It feels good to be returning to the sect," I thought to Azure as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. "Indeed, Master," he replied, "though I can't help but wonder what new complications await us there." I chuckled softly. "Always the optimist, aren't you?" "I prefer realist," Azure countered. "Your track record suggests that peace and quiet are not your natural state." Looking ahead at the path stretching before us, I couldn't really argue with that. But for now, at least we were alive, successful, and heading home. Whatever complications awaited us at the sect, Madame Butterfly's scheming, the secrets of Life Realm inner worlds, the mysteries of my own strange cultivation, or the sect tournament, they could wait until we arrived. "Home," I murmured, testing the word. Strangely enough, when I thought of home now, it was places like the Azure Peak sect and the floating reed village that came to mind, not the distant world I'd left behind. "Careful, Master," Azure cautioned. "You're starting to sound like you belong here." I smiled to myself. "Maybe I do, Azure. Maybe I do."